The Shadow Hungers, Part 01.
Sometimes I wish I was never born, and if I was never born, would never know this feeling. A gloomy youth stood in front of a large notice board in the academy hallway. His fists clenched, teeth gritted, eyes filled with a hopelessness that threatened to swallow him whole. I failed, again. Dead last, huh? The dark-haired young man with deep blue eyes stared despondently at the results of the first-year quarter-semester evaluation. His name sat at the very bottom. Damon Grey. What did I expect? I worked so hard, and it didn't even matter. I still failed. His eyes glistened with the threat of tears, but he pushed it all down. He swallowed hard, his fists trembling as he stood frozen in the hallway, oblivious to the bustling students around him. Looking up to the top of the list, the name at the very peak seemed to have an unreachable halo around it, a world apart from his. Evangeline Brightwater. The number one first-year student, a noble with extraordinary talent. To Damon, she was leagues above someone like him, an existence untouchable by the academy's weakest student. The hallway buzzed with the chatter of students, their voices distant but clear enough to drag him back to reality. Looks like Evangeline Brightwater took first place again. Isn't that a given? She has a light attribute. True, and I heard she might be the first to awaken her class among the freshmen. Xander Ravencroft came in third again. Yeah, and number 2 is Sylvia Moonvale. The ranking hasn't changed since the entrance exam. Their words felt like a heavy weight sinking deeper into Damon's chest. He wanted to give up. He really did. But dropping out wasn't an option. I can't fail. I'll do anything. Luna's life depends on my scholarship. I can't quit. I can't get expelled. Giving up was a luxury Damon couldn't afford. His sister's life depended on the Academy's scholarship funds. If he failed, the 1 million zeni that came with it, the money he used to buy the potions keeping her alive, would vanish. He couldn't let that happen. Not to Luna. A lump formed in his throat, and he swallowed hard, fighting back the tears as he turned away, lost in thought. Every step felt like a struggle. His mind raced with thoughts of his sister's future. He was all she had. They were all each other had in this world. If I give up, she'll die. I don't want. He shuffled forward, head lowered, shoulders slumped in defeat, when he suddenly bumped into someone. Without even looking up, he muttered an apology. Sorry. Before he could walk away, a hand yanked him back, shoving him to the ground. You lowlife bastard. Can't you watch where you're going? You just bumped into Xander, and all you can say is sorry. Damon recognized the voice immediately, Marcus Fayjoy, a blue-haired noble who was always trailing after Xander Ravencroft, the third-ranked first-year student. Xander was everything Damon wasn't, wealthy, powerful, and gifted. Marcus, his ever-loyal lackey, was foul-mouthed and quick to throw his weight around. Are you deaf, you bastard? Do I have to teach you manners, you weakling? Marcus sneered. Damon remained silent. This wasn't the first time he found himself in this situation. Being beaten by Marcus and his gang was practically routine. Xander, aloof as ever, rarely got his hands dirty, leaving the job of tormenting weaker students to Marcus and his cronies. I'm sorry, Damon muttered, barely hiding the resentment in his voice. He got up and tried to walk away. Today wasn't a day he could afford to deal with Marcus. He had already endured enough, but he couldn't quit now. Grey, you bastard. Are you ignoring me? You dare to walk away without my permission? Marcus grabbed his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. Damon sighed inwardly. It was going to be one of those days again. The routine was always the same, Marcus would provoke him, Damon would resist, and a beating would follow. It never ended any other way. Turning around, Damon slapped Marcus's hand off his shoulder. Screw off. I don't have time for you today. Marcus's face twisted in fury, his cold smile barely masking the rage simmering underneath. "You really don't know when to give up, do you, Grey? Looks like someone's going to the school healer again." Damon took a defensive stance, bracing himself for the inevitable beatdown. It was always the same script: resistance, followed by punishment. Marcus lived for tormenting the weak, and no one was weaker than Damon. But for some reason, Damon never backed down, and that infuriated Marcus more than anything. "You really don't know your place, do you, Grey? Fine, let me remind you." Marcus lunged forward, but before his fist could connect, Xander's voice cut through the tension. "That's enough." Xander's tone was cold, detached. "I came here to check my score, not watch you crush an insect." Damon gritted his teeth. The casual dismissal, the way Xander looked at him as if he were nothing more than a bug, it gnawed at Damon's insides. "I want to be stronger." Marcus, ever obedient, nodded and backed off. He wouldn't dare disobey Xander. Damon walked away, his fists clenched tight, frustration and anger swirling in his chest. He hated them. Hated them more than anything. But more than that, he hated his own weakness. He hated being treated like an insect. And that was why he would never bow his head to them. Never. "I am not an insect. I am not an insect. Xander Ravencroft, I swear I'll make you pay for looking down on me," Damon muttered under his breath, each word laced with defiance. His hands clenched into fists, trembling with the rage of an ant daring to challenge a towering giant. But deep inside, he knew the bitter truth: an ant could never topple a giant. As long as that gap in strength remained, as long as fate had decided who would stand above and who below, his defiance meant nothing. He would always remain what they saw him as, an insect. The reality of it gnawed at him. No matter how much he cursed the heavens or swore vengeance, his rage alone would never bridge the insurmountable divide between him and those who looked down on him. With that weight hanging over him, Damon exited the academy building, his resentment festering in his heart like a slow poison. The lively chatter of students faded behind him as he stepped away from the bustling halls, leaving the populated areas in search of solitude. His pace quickened, his head lowered, as he walked toward the distant forest on the outskirts of the academy grounds. He couldn't let anyone see the tears welling up in his eyes, tears of frustration, helplessness, fury and resentment. We are not asked to be born, we are forced to exist. Today was a horrible day, tomorrow will be worse. In the end, it will all come to pass. All things fade. These words had taken root in Damon Grey's heart, a silent mantra he had discovered etched into a broken stone slab, half buried in the roots of an ancient tree. He had stumbled upon them during the darkest hours of his life, words that had appeared when he thought surrendering to despair would be easier than pressing forward. Though the epitaph was fragmented, the part he could read had clung to him, and in those words, he had found his resolve to live rather than succumb. The first line struck him as a brutal truth: we are not asked to be born. The circumstances of his birth were beyond his control, a decision made by others, leaving him as little more than a pawn to fate. Noble or commoner, blessed or cursed, one's birth defined one's lot in life. For Damon, it was a life marred by hardship and insignificance. The second line mirrored his every waking moment: today was a horrible day, tomorrow will be worse. Every day was a struggle, a cycle of suffering he had been born into as a poor, orphan commoner, helpless against the injustices of those more powerful than him. Yet, in the end, it will all come to pass, all things fade. This final line offered him a faint glimmer of solace. If everything was temporary, then so was his pain. His anguish, no matter how consuming, was not eternal. And somehow, that thought kept him alive, even if it was just an excuse to avoid surrender. Clinging to these words, Damon found the strength to push forward, enduring each day with a flicker of hope. He had managed to scrape by, eventually making his way into the academy, yet here, surrounded by those who looked down on him, it seemed his despair only deepened. His hardships did not vanish, they merely took on a different form, and his hope began to fray. As he walked into the dense forest, hot tears traced down his face. He bit his lip until he tasted blood, barely feeling the sting, his mind locked onto that grim mantra like a twisted prayer to any god willing to listen, his heart simmering with resentment. "I am not an insect," he repeated under his breath, each step weighted by frustration and anger. He reached a secluded clearing within the forest. The area, scattered with a training dummy and several basic weapons he'd taken from the academy grounds, had become his private sanctuary. Here, he trained alone, away from the prying eyes of his peers, who saw him as little more than a spectacle, someone to mock for his lack of strength. Damon approached the weapons rack and picked up a wooden training sword, his vision blurred by tears. Moving towards the training dummy, he swung at it, each strike harder than the last, as if he could shatter his frustration through sheer force. His hands grew raw, his skin breaking open, but he continued, until his sweat mixed with blood, until his arms ached, and until he could no longer lift the weapon. Falling to his knees, he let the sun dip below the horizon, lost in thoughts of helplessness. Just as he lingered there, the crunching sound of footsteps on dry leaves snapped him from his daze. Several shadows fell over him, cast by figures standing in a tight circle around him. Before he could react, a boot swung forward, slamming into his stomach and sending him sprawling backward, gasping for breath. He clutched his abdomen, struggling to recover as he looked up to see Marcus Fayjoy, flanked by his usual followers, Lark Bonaire, Isaac Rigardi and a few others. They were lackeys of Xander Ravencroft, but today, it seemed Marcus was leading the charge. "I hate nobles," Damon thought bitterly, forcing himself back onto his feet. "Well, look who's here, the Academy's black sheep," Marcus sneered, his face twisted with disdain. "Did you think you'd get away with bumping into Xander without apologizing?" Damon's heart sank. He knew they were looking for any excuse to pick on him. Still, he held his ground, defiance sparking in his eyes despite the tremor in his voice. "I already said sorry. What more do you want from me?" Lark Bonaire stepped forward, a cruel smirk stretching across his green-haired head. "Oh, he thinks he can talk back," he mocked. "The Academy's shame, looking down on us, his betters." The circle tightened, Damon's gaze darting around for any chance of escape. But he had let his guard down too long, and they had surrounded him completely. Lark was the first to strike, swinging a fist that crashed into the side of Damon's head, sending him stumbling toward Marcus. Marcus took advantage, raising a hand and unleashing an ice blast at point-blank range, the freezing impact knocking Damon backward. He collided with Isaac, who grinned maliciously as he drew back his hand, channeling earth magic. With a quick motion, Isaac thrust his palm forward, and a stone-covered fist smashed into Damon's chest, forcing the air from his lungs and throwing him to the ground. Damon rolled instinctively, narrowly evading another icy blast as he scrambled to his knees, only for Lark to step forward, grinning as he delivered a vicious kick to Damon's ribs. The group laughed, their mocking voices echoing as they pinned Damon down, his arms forced behind him. He tried to struggle, but he was hopelessly outmatched. Lark knelt before him, sneering as he punched him squarely in the face, a sharp crack filling the air as blood streamed from Damon's nose. His vision blurred, his strength waning, but he clenched his teeth and held on to the final fragment of defiance left within him. Marcus laughed from behind Damon, his voice dripping with mockery. "Come on, Grey. Show us that shadow attribute magic of yours. Let's see if it's worth anything." Lark sneered, then drove his fist into Damon's face, the force jolting him backward. Damon fell hard, slipping from the other boys' grips as they chuckled, watching him crumble to the ground. Lark stepped forward, his lips curled in a smirk, and raised his leg, preparing to kick Damon square in the head. But Damon moved just in time, ducking low, and with a surge of desperation, he buried his fist in Lark's crotch. Lark's face went pale, his smirk disappearing as he collapsed to his knees, agony etched across his features. Damon staggered to his feet, his breath ragged, and without a second thought, he turned and dashed into the forest, the dimming light of the setting sun casting long shadows behind him. For a brief moment, Marcus was stunned, watching Lark writhe in pain on the ground. But his surprise quickly morphed into fury. "Get up," he snapped at the others, his eyes blazing with anger. "After him. Don't let him get away." The group scrambled, rallying to Marcus's command, their footsteps echoing through the forest as they surged after Damon, their shouts cutting through the dusk. The forest grew darker as the last rays of sunlight faded, but Damon kept running, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he scanned the shadows for somewhere to hide. Behind him, angry voices echoed through the trees, each shout tinged with malice. He could hear Marcus, urging the others on with vicious excitement, and worst of all, Lark's enraged voice, still raw from the blow Damon had delivered to his crotch. "If they catch me, I'm dead." Damon pushed himself further into the dense woods, stumbling over a protruding root and crashing face-first into the dirt. His bones ached, his eyes still stinging from earlier tears, and his palms, raw from the relentless training, burned as he struggled back to his feet. His entire body was battered and bruised, a reminder of the beating he had already taken, but he knew stopping was not an option. If he had one talent, it was running away. And if that was all he had, then he was going to give it everything he had left. With a deep, shaky breath, he ducked low under the branches and kept running, his vision blurred as exhaustion set in. He paused briefly, leaning against a tree to catch his breath. "I lost them, phew." He let out a relieved sigh, but as the adrenaline faded, the pain surged back, making him wince. He straightened, ready to sneak his way back and maybe find a healer. But just then, an icicle whizzed past his face, grazing his cheek. Startled, he looked up to see Marcus and the others closing in. "Found him. Quick, after him." Marcus's voice cut through the forest, and Damon didn't bother looking back, he bolted deeper into the shadows. "Don't lose sight of him. He's good at hiding," one of them shouted. "Grey, stop running, or you'll only make this worse for yourself." Damon's mind buzzed with fear, but he knew there was no turning back. If they were going to catch him, he'd make them work for it. He tore through the trees, every step bringing him closer to the ominous boundary that marked the edge of the Academy's protection. One of the boys hesitated, eyeing the edge of the forest. "He's running towards the barrier." Marcus's face twisted in frustration. "Grey, stop now, and I won't kill you. But if you run outside the barrier, the first monster you meet will." Damon's heart pounded even harder, knowing the danger of crossing that line. The barrier kept countless deadly creatures at bay, monsters that the Academy's students only faced under close supervision. And yet, he'd rather take his chances with the unknown than face whatever fate Marcus and his gang had in store. Ducking under a branch, he sprinted forward, unaware of just how close he was to the barrier until he saw the faint distortion in the air. For a split second, he slowed down, but Lark's furious voice echoed from behind, reminding him of the beating that awaited him if he stopped. Without a second thought, Damon plunged through the barrier. He stumbled, feeling as if he'd passed through a wall of icy water, but quickly regained his footing and ran. Behind him, the boys skidded to a halt at the barrier, hesitating, until Lark, filled with unrestrained rage, charged through with a roar. "Damon! You're dead! Idiot!" Marcus cursed, but his pride refused to let Damon escape. With a growl, he followed, prompting the others to fall in line. Damon's pulse raced as he heard them still pursuing him, his lungs burning as he struggled to keep going. He could only vaguely recall stories about this part of the forest, where only the professors dared tread, but fear pushed him forward, his legs moving out of sheer instinct. But his strength was fading, and soon he stumbled to a halt, barely avoiding a steep drop. Before him was a deep ravine, about 14 meters down, a river churning in the darkness below. He turned, desperate, but his pursuers were already upon him. "Bastard! I'm going to kill you." Lark's voice rang out before his fist slammed into Damon's face, knocking him to the ground and dangerously close to the edge of the ditch. Damon barely had time to brace as Lark followed with a series of kicks, each one brutal and unrestrained. A blast of wind magic cut through the air, sending sharp pain through his skin as he felt blood trickle down his face. He coughed, tasting blood, his head spinning as Lark's relentless assault left him breathless. "That's enough, Lark." Marcus finally called out, his voice cold and impatient. Lark, panting with fury, stepped back. Marcus approached Damon, who was lying on the ground, barely conscious, his vision swimming. Marcus grabbed a fistful of Damon's hair, lifting his head just enough to meet his gaze. "Beg, Grey," Marcus sneered, his lips twisting into a cruel smile. "Beg, and it will all be over." Damon's vision was blurred with blood, but he managed a defiant smile, blood staining his teeth. "Go, fuck yourself." Marcus's face darkened with rage. "Beat him until he begs," he snarled. And so, they closed in again, fists ready. The other boys joined in, laughing cruelly as they tossed Damon around like a ragdoll, ignoring his pained groans. Lark, the worst of them all, stomped hard on Damon's leg, and a sickening crunch echoed through the night as the bone broke. Damon screamed, his voice lost under their mocking laughter. After a few more minutes of brutal kicks and punches, Marcus finally raised a hand to call them off. But Lark didn't stop, his eyes blazing with fury as he pressed his foot down harder. Marcus stepped between them, shoving Lark back. "Enough, Lark," he snapped. Marcus crouched down, gripping Damon by the hair and forcing his bloodied face up to look at him. "You know, Grey, I really don't like you." Marcus sneered, his voice low. "But what I hate most is your attitude, someone as weak as you should know to bow their head. But not you. You walk through the halls like you own the place. You talk to your betters and look them right in the eye, no respect at all." With a sudden, violent motion, Marcus slammed Damon's head into the ground. Damon groaned in agony, blood streaking down his face as Marcus stood and looked him over, his mouth twisting in disgust. Damon struggled to sit up, swaying as he looked around at Marcus, Lark, Isaac, and the others, his vision blurring from the pain. With a defiant glare, he spat out a bloody tooth and rasped. "You bastards, go to hell." Marcus's expression darkened, ready to strike again, but Lark beat him to it. With a flick of his hand, he blasted Damon with a gust of wind magic, sending him hurtling backward into a dark, shadowed ravine below. Marcus's eyes widened in horror. What have you done?" "You just killed him." He rushed to the edge, peering down into the darkness for any sign of Damon, but the ditch was too deep, the shadows swallowing everything. Panic set in as he clenched his jaw, gripping his head. "Damn it, we need to leave now. If anyone asks, we were never here." Lark was still trembling with rage, but the other boys scrambled back, fear gripping them. Marcus glanced over his shoulder, his voice urgent. "Let's go. Now." Leaving Damon to his fate, they disappeared into the night. The ditch wasn't that deep, but Damon's body rolled painfully down a rocky slope. He hit the bottom with a sickening splat and a series of painful crunches as his ribs bore the impact. He groaned, his vision spinning as he struggled to stay conscious. Looking up, he could barely make out the moon through the branches above, casting a dim, haunting glow. He could hear their voices fading as the other boys fled, abandoning him. "Wait, no, don't leave me here, wait, stop," he thought desperately, but he couldn't even choke out the words, his throat filled with blood, his voice too weak to scream. As silence settled over the ditch, an eerie sound stirred the air, something shifting in the darkness nearby. Damon's heart pounded faster, fear slicing through the fog of his pain. He was outside the barrier, monsters sometimes lurked here. Though he hadn't gone far, he knew he was vulnerable. His eyes widened in terror as he strained to see, the moonlight barely illuminating the pit. In the shadows, something moved, a viscous, inky blackness shifting slowly toward him, almost blending with the darkness around it. The creature was formless, a mass like black slime that crept closer with a horrifying, unnatural grace. Damon trembled, a primal fear overtaking him as the formless being slithered closer. He tried to scream, tried to call for help, but only a faint, choked sound escaped his lips. No, please, no, someone, please. The creature loomed over him, silent and menacing. His thoughts screamed for mercy, yet no sound escaped as it inched closer, his entire body locked in terror. The moon cast a ghostly light, and his heart thundered as the creature halted directly above him. Without warning, it sank down into his shadow, merging with the darkness beneath him. A surge of agony tore through his body as the entity seeped deeper into his form, but he was too weak to cry out. He could feel it burrowing into his very essence, a writhing blackness settling into his soul. Tears spilled from his eyes as he lay helpless. Is this really how I'm going to die, in a ditch? The pain was overwhelming, his mind fading as he clung to his last thoughts. I'm sorry, Luna. He finally managed a faint, pain-laced whisper. The creature seeped deeper, its presence merging with his own until his consciousness began to blur, sinking into darkness. As the last trace of the creature entered his shadow, an overwhelming exhaustion overtook him. Yet, in that final moment, an oath sparked to life in his mind, fueled by a burning hatred and resentment. If I had a second chance, I swear, I'll make them pay. As his last spark of awareness flickered out, he heard a strange, metallic chime. Ding! System initialization has begun. The morning sun pierced through Damon's barely open eyes, casting harsh rays that made him squint. For a moment, he lay there in a daze, touching his face in disbelief. I'm alive. I didn't die, he whispered, his voice thick with astonishment, his words almost breaking as if they would release the tears he held back. He scanned the area. The strange, dark, viscous creature that had attacked him in the ditch the night before was nowhere to be seen. He could scarcely comprehend what had happened, but before he could gather his thoughts, something floated before him, a black panel with white text. It read: System initialization complete. Do you wish to proceed? Y/N. Damon's brows knit together in confusion as he muttered, proceed. As soon as he spoke, the words flickered, and a voice echoed in his mind. Welcome to the living shadow system, individual Damon Grey. Your shadow is alive. Feed your shadow, devour souls, level up, gain skills, complete quests, and grow stronger. Do you wish to view your current stats? Y/N. The voice rattled on as if it expected him to be familiar with these terms. Hesitantly, Damon whispered. Yes. The screen shifted, revealing his stats in intricate detail. HP, 50/50ths. Mana, 30 of 30. Strength, 9. Agility, 12. Speed, 25. Endurance, 10. Class. Shadow, 100. Shadow hunger levels, 0%. Shadow level, 1. Condition, shadow is full. Attributes, Umbra. Skills. No skills acquired. Locked. Damon stared at the screen, bewildered, his mind racing as he tried to make sense of it all. The voice had said his shadow was alive. Could that possibly be true? He quickly looked down, and there, cast upon the ground, was his shadow. A sigh of relief escaped him. Phew, thank the goddess. I thought my shadow was stolen. In this world, certain monsters had the power to rob people of their shadows or even kill by striking through them. He'd heard tales of such horrors lurking on the demon continent, Centros, though rare in Soltheon, where he lived. But as he let his gaze linger, his shadow moved. Not him, just the shadow. Damon felt a jolt of terror as he stumbled backward. His shadow merely stayed in place, a slight shift in its posture as if it were rolling its eyes at him. What is happening, my shadow? His mouth went dry as he whispered in shock. He remained cautious, never taking his eyes off it, then, swallowing hard, he slowly approached. But the shadow, as if annoyed, rushed back and attached itself to him like any ordinary shadow. Damon flinched, but his shadow acted normally, mirroring his every movement. Breathing hard, he forced himself to calm down. With a wary glance around, he picked up a stick, prodding at the shadow. It was nothing more than his own shape on the ground. A sudden realization dawned. His shadow was gesturing, as if pointing to something. Damon looked in the direction it pointed and noticed the stats panel hovering before him. "You want me to look at this?" he murmured. The shadow nodded in affirmation. Damon's nerves calmed, just slightly, but he kept his guard up. Glancing at the panel, his eyes locked on the HP 50/50ths section. At his confusion, the panel expanded. HP 50/50ths, health points. Your total health points, HP, represent your physical vitality. When HP drops to 0, you will perish. Physical injuries, magical attacks, or overuse of certain shadow abilities and skills can deplete your HP. Use healing items or abilities to restore HP when it falls below safe levels. Current status, your HP is at its maximum, indicating you are in good physical health. The explanation jolted Damon, as he suddenly realized something obvious, something he should have noticed the moment he woke up. My injuries, they're gone. He patted himself down, shrugging off his academy jacket, his hands tracing over his body in search of any wounds. He probed his mouth with his fingers, checking for the tooth he'd lost in the fight. It was there. In disbelief, he lifted his shirt, scanning his torso, but there wasn't a single scar, not even a mark from his past fights. I don't have a single injury. Damon lifted his white shirt again, glancing down and inspecting his body. Not a single scar remained from the past, a fact that unsettled him. His fingers trailed along his skin, feeling smoothness where there once were wounds and reminders of hardship. Today felt strange, though he couldn't quite tell if it was for better or worse. Shaking his head, Damon tried to shrug off the thought. Focus. There were more important things to examine. Mana, 30/30ths, magical energy. Mana is your energy pool, used to cast magical abilities, including those drawn from the system. Shadow-related abilities and some skills will deplete this pool. Keep a close eye on it during battle, as running out of mana may leave you vulnerable. Current status, full mana allows for optimal casting of abilities. Spend wisely. Note, you have an unusually low mana pool. Leveling up is highly recommended. Damon felt a stab of bitterness. He'd always known his mana level was abysmal, the Academy's tests had confirmed that. A pitiful 30, the lowest in the Academy's history, which had made him an easy target for bullying. The next lowest mana pool was 656, between him and that student lay an insurmountable gap. But, the voice said I could level up. No, it called itself the system. He paused, a hint of hope stirring. But how do I level up? The system didn't respond this time. With a sigh, he moved to check his other stats. Strength, physical power. Predictably, his strength was rated low. Agility, a mix of dexterity and reflexes. The system rated him as average here, though it didn't sound nearly as dismal as his mana. Speed, his movement speed, slightly above average, but nothing remarkable. Endurance, a measure of stamina and durability. Damon knew he could take a beating after everything he'd endured. Still, the system classified him as below average. Finally, he reached the section on class. Class, no class assigned. At present, you have no formal class assigned. Once you unlock a specialized combat or magic class, you will gain access to class-specific skills and perks. The system may allow for an unconventional class in the future. Current status, undefined. As you explore the depths of your shadow abilities and level up, a class may be discovered or created. Damon's breath hitched. I can gain a class. The words gave him a glimmer of hope. People in this world could awaken up to 7 classes over their lifetime, but he'd never thought he'd awaken even one. Shadow, 100, Shadow Energy. Shadow energy is the primary resource for utilizing the abilities of the living shadow. It regenerates through certain actions such as consuming life force and souls. Shadow energy is spent when manipulating shadows or using certain skills, and it's critical to maintain this resource, or risk weakening your shadow and death. Current status: your shadow energy is full. This is ideal for activating and sustaining shadow abilities during combat or exploration. Warning: shadow energy must be kept at a stable level. Damon read over the description, not fully grasping it. Still, the idea of wielding shadow abilities intrigued him. He pushed on, reaching the next, most unsettling stat. Shadow hunger level, 0%, Shadow's appetite. The hunger level represents the shadow's need to consume flesh and souls. As you use your abilities, the shadow's hunger will increase, urging you to feed it. Neglecting this hunger can lead to dangerous consequences, such as losing control over your actions or the shadow taking over. Be mindful not to let the hunger grow too high. Note: when shadow hunger reaches 100%, HP will begin to decline until individual perishes. 0% to 20% hunger, safe range. The shadow is under control. 20% to 50% hunger, increased temptation to feed. Minor stat boosts. 50% to 80% hunger, loss of partial control. Significant power boosts. 90% to 100% hunger, shadow becomes ravenous, fully takes control. Immediate risk of losing your humanity. Current status: the shadow is currently sated, leaving you in full control. Damon's face drained of color as he read the words. Feed my shadow, but with what? Flesh. What type? The system remained silent, offering no answer to his questions. Damon glanced down at his shadow, frustration edging his voice. How do I even go about feeding a shadow? His shadow responded by mimicking a thoughtful gesture, placing a hand under an imagined chin, as if it were pondering the question itself. Damon sighed, giving his cheeks a quick slap to regain focus and composure. He moved his gaze to the next stat. Shadow level, 1. Your shadow level reflects your control and power over your shadow. You can level up by feeding it and completing specific challenges or quests, which will grant you stat points to enhance HP, mana, and other attributes. Level up requirements. Souls consumed, 0/3. Damon's eyes widened. Souls. He had to devour souls. But he still didn't know how. Sitting on the ground, he spent a few minutes piecing together what he could. So, souls were necessary to level up, and maybe the flesh was just fuel for the shadow itself. He cast another glance at his shadow, noticing that it now looked at him with an expression that could only be described as annoyed, as if he were a clueless novice fumbling with a brand new system. Am I right about that?" he asked, half joking. The shadow shrugged, appearing thoroughly unimpressed. Damon scowled, deciding to stay silent. He turned his attention back to the system panel. Condition: shadow is full, current state. This condition means that the shadow has recently been fed and its hunger is sated. You retain full control over the entity, and no urgent feeding is necessary. However, as you engage in battles and use shadow abilities, this condition will shift based on the hunger level. Current status: safe. No need for immediate consumption. Damon exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as if he'd been on a roller coaster since morning. If it's full, then I don't have to worry about it for now. Taking a deep breath, he tried to steady his mind. There was a lot to absorb, and something about this system felt unsettling, perhaps even sinister. After all, he couldn't shake the memory of the strange monster that had attacked and fused into his shadow. Attributes: Umbra, Shadow Essence. The Umbra attribute represents your magical affinity and connection to the shadow entity. It governs how you interact with your powers and affects overall stats when using shadow-based abilities. As your shadow level increases, this attribute will evolve, unlocking new abilities and stat boosts based on the shadow's needs and your mastery over it. Current status: the Umbra attribute is in its initial stage, but it will grow with you. Further details will unlock as you progress. I guess this is my magic attribute, Damon muttered, rolling his eyes. Not exactly a shocker. But a shadow attribute? It's not really the most powerful thing. Can't help but wish I was born with something a little more normal, and, a decent amount of mana. No matter how much he learned, that weak mana pool weighed on him. His eyes drifted to the skills tab, which currently showed none available, but his curiosity kept him exploring. Skills, acquirable abilities. Skills represent both active and passive abilities you can acquire as you grow stronger. At this time, no skills have been unlocked. Your first few skills will likely involve basic active and passive abilities, with more advanced skills revealed as your shadow level increases. Skills offer combat advantages, mobility enhancements, or other utilities in battle and exploration. Current status: no skills acquired. Feed your shadow or level up to gain new skills. Damon's eyes narrowed. Skills. I can gain skills by leveling up and feeding my shadow. Everything always comes back to feeding this thing. Can I even still call it my shadow anymore? At the bottom of the interface, a new prompt caught his eye. Locked. Level up to unlock new system mechanics. New system mechanics. Does that mean the system hasn't shown me everything yet? Damon muttered, rubbing his chin. It's already healed me and let my shadow break free from its endless mimicry. What else can it do? He felt a pang of uncertainty. He needed to return to the academy, getting expelled wasn't an option. And there was Marcus and his group to think about. More importantly, he couldn't just stroll back with a shadow that had a mind of its own. What if the Temple's Inquisition gets word of this? He shivered. They might torture me for heresy, suspect I made a pact with a demon. The risk was low, but it wasn't non-existent. He had to find a way to make his shadow act normal. The system said I can control it if I have enough shadow energy, right? Testing that, he raised his hand toward his shadow. It lingered nearby, waving back at him. Damon gave a firm command. Stop. The shadow froze. He grinned, only to frown as it remained still, ignoring his movements. He bit his lip. Follow me. I mean, copy my movements. His shadow gave him a thumbs up and obediently began to mimic him. Damon moved around, jumped, and ran back and forth. To his relief, his shadow mirrored him like normal. He let out a deep breath. Praise the goddess. Satisfied, he pointed at a rock in the distance. Go over there. The shadow zipped across to the rock, leaving Damon without a shadow as he stood in the sunlight. I see. I should keep this secret for now. If anyone finds out, maybe I can pass it off as first-class magic. Or just say I awakened a new spell. Better to keep things under wraps until he learned more about the system, and his shadow. Damon called it back, and to his relief, it returned quickly. He still needed to test his abilities, but for now, he had more pressing matters, like washing the grime from his face. Noticing his torn academy uniform, he was surprised to see the fabric mending itself. That's material from the magic continent for you, he thought. The academy's uniform, made in Arona, possessed unique properties like self-repair, quick cleaning, and drying. Damon had never been to Arona, the famed continent of magic and technology. He'd lived his entire life on the war continent, Solthean, and likely wouldn't leave it. He walked to the nearby river. Cautious now that he was beyond the academy's protective barrier, he stopped at the water's edge, peering into the blue depths. Seeing nothing unusual, he scooped up some water and splashed it over his face. He glanced at his reflection, and froze. My eyes. Damon just stared into the water, his expression blank as he processed what he saw. The reflection staring back was that of a gloomy young man, his face contorted in shock and confusion. His mouth quivered. He widened his eyes, leaning closer to the water to make sure he wasn't imagining things. But there was no mistake, something was very wrong with his eyes. He gasped, his breath quickening. What happened to my eyes? His irises had turned pitch black, so dark that he couldn't tell where the irises ended and the pupils began. It was as if they'd merged into one void, swallowing the once blue color entirely. He pressed his hands against his eyes, prying them open wider, hoping he was just seeing things. But no matter how hard he stared, the blackness remained. What do I do? What if someone notices? He stopped himself, forcing a wry smile. Who's even going to notice? Nobody cares about me. I don't even have friends. Saying it out loud felt hollow, a sad truth for a boy his age. Ever since it had been revealed that he possessed a pitiful mana pool of only 30, he was seen as too insignificant to be worth anyone's attention. Add to that his tendency to butt heads with the nobles, and even the commoners who managed to pass the harsh entrance exams avoided him. And then there was his own personality, a bit gloomy, naturally introverted. He sighed at his reflection, but then shook his head to brush off the pang of loneliness. He hadn't come to the academy to make friends, anyway. Right, I'm here for the 1 million zenny. He reminded himself. It was all for the money that could keep his sister alive. Standing up, he grabbed his academy jacket from the ground, dusted it off, and pulled it on before scanning the ravine for a way out. But something unusual caught his attention. The system's screen was following him. He blinked in surprise. How do I make this disappear? Am I going to have this following me around? What if everyone sees it? Before he even finished speaking, the system panel blinked out of existence. It disappeared. His shadow, watching the whole thing, slapped its own head in exasperation. Damon's mouth twitched as he saw even his shadow looking disappointed in him. You wouldn't happen to know how to make it reappear, right? The shadow seemed to give him a look of disgust, though it had no face, its posture was enough to convey disappointment. Can't rely on you, can I, unless... Damon felt himself relax a little, no longer as wary of his own shadow, though he still kept his guard up. He decided to try something. System, open. The panel flickered into existence again, though his shadow seemed annoyed by the exact phrasing he used. Ignoring it, Damon whispered, disappear. The screen vanished, and he tried again. System. It opened. Close. It closed. For the next few minutes, he tried different words to open and close the system panel, finally realizing it wasn't the words that triggered it, but his thoughts. He didn't need to say anything, he just had to think about wanting it open or closed. Satisfied, he exhaled. At least one thing's in my control. With that done, he glanced at his shadow, which looked so bored and annoyed it could die from sheer impatience. Damon smirked, feeling a smug sense of triumph. Alright, let's head back to the academy, and act normal around other people. In response, the shadow snapped to attention, giving him a sharp salute. Damon didn't recognize the gesture, after all, the military salute in his world was different, but he could tell it was a sign of acknowledgement. That was good enough. Damon took in his surroundings, scanning the forest. After some walking, he found where the ravine ended and climbed up a hill, stopping at the top to gaze out at the dense forest stretching far ahead. This was outside the academy's protective barrier. The further one ventured, the more dangerous it became, goblins, kobolds, trolls, ogres, and all manner of terrifying creatures lurked out there. He knew this was no place for someone like him. Turning back, he walked toward the Academy's barrier. It didn't take long to cross into familiar grounds, where he spotted tracks left by Marcus and his group. Those idiots left me for dead and didn't even bother hiding their tracks. He muttered, amused by their carelessness. If I were in their shoes, I'd have covered my tracks and left a few hollow clues to mislead any investigations. He shook his head. He wouldn't be in their shoes, but he'd make sure they regretted what they did. After all, the goddess of doom was also the goddess of judgment, and by her hand, he would see them punished. Resolute, he continued out of the forest, eventually reaching the academy grounds. Passing by his secret training spot, he saw faint bloodstains still marking the ground from when he'd been beaten up. Ignoring them, he made his way to his dorm. Surprisingly, despite his status as the weakest and a commoner, his dorm was in the academy's finest building. Passing by other students heading to class, no one paid him any mind. The dorm building he lived in was known as the Halls of War, or simply, the War Halls. Named after the war continent Solthean, it was a tribute to the goddess of doom and war. The building resembled a grand castle. Damon had never known such luxury until he moved in here. Not surprisingly, he was the only commoner in the dorm, a fact owed to his unique scholarship, a golden ticket recommendation that allowed him to bypass the entrance exams, gain a place in the best dorm, and receive a million zeni scholarship fund. Entering the lavish hall designed for the wealthiest noble lineages, he took the side stairs up to his floor. Reaching his dorm, he stepped inside. The spacious room was more like a suite. After a quick bath to wash off the grime, he changed into a fresh uniform. A flicker of anxiety washed over him. What if someone noticed something strange about him? What if they saw his eyes? But no one did, and his shadow stayed obedient, avoiding any unwanted attention. He walked into the main building, hoping to make it to class on time. But as he hurried down the hall, a voice called out to him. "Damon Grey, see me in my office at once." Damon froze at the sound of that voice, cold, strict, and unmistakably imperious. His legs felt a little weak as he turned to face the source. "Arg, seems my luck runs out here." He slowly turned around, meeting the gaze of a man in his 30s. The man had long dark hair and a stern, no-nonsense expression, his pale gray eyes carrying an air of unyielding authority. Dressed in black, he looked every bit as dark and foreboding as his reputation. This was Professor Cale Blackthorn, the strictest professor in the academy. Damon had a gnawing feeling the man held a particular dislike for him. Professor Blackthorn specialized in dark magic, which, theoretically, should have made him a good mentor for Damon, whose shadow attribute aligned with it. But the moment Cale learned Damon's mana pool barely reached a paltry 30, he dismissed him entirely. Cale's cold gray eyes narrowed, piercing Damon like a dagger. This can't be good. An ominous feeling settled in Damon's gut, as if whatever awaited him in Blackthorn's office was bound to be unpleasant. "Follow me, Damon Grey," Professor Cale said, already turning to lead the way. Damon frowned, trying to find an escape route. "I have a class right now, maybe I can come later," he ventured. Cale didn't even pause. "I've already spoken to your professor for elemental manipulation. You've been excused." Biting his lip, Damon knew he was out of excuses. Whatever fate awaited him, he had no choice but to follow. "Ah, goddess be with me," he muttered under his breath, reluctantly trailing behind. As they walked, Damon's eyes flitted across the halls. Students greeted Professor Cale with respect, and those who knew his reputation glanced at Damon with pity. Others, recognizing Damon as the Academy's outcast, shot him disdainful looks, some even smirking, as if reveling in his misfortune. He ignored them, knowing they'd never amount to more than spectators in his life. If mocking him gave them a sense of purpose, he thought, then so be it. This was the nature of most mortals, he mused, they needed to see someone worse off to feel better about their own lives. And, for now, he was their favorite target. They soon arrived at Professor Kale's office, a grand space lined with shelves packed with books, rare ingredients, and the parts of exotic monsters, likely collected for research. The furniture was elegant and tasteful, befitting a noble of the Blackthorn family. Damon didn't have time to appreciate the view, his heart was pounding so hard it might leap out of his chest. He kept his expression calm, though his mind raced, considering every possible excuse and defense he might need. If it came to it, he was even willing to beg. "Take a seat," Kale commanded, gesturing to a chair in front of the desk as he settled into his own. Damon nodded and sat down, forcing himself to stay alert despite the comfortable chair. He couldn't afford to let his guard down, not here. The moment he was seated, Professor Kale tossed a stack of papers onto the desk. The sheets scattered across the table in front of him, each one stamped with his name. Kale leaned back, his cold eyes fixed on Damon. "Do you see this, Damon Grey? This is your score, your cumulative scores since you enrolled in the Academy." Damon bit his lip. He didn't need to look, he already knew the scores were abysmal. Kale continued, voice dripping with disdain. "Since you enrolled, you've shown no improvement whatsoever. Every test proves your incompetence." Picking up one of the papers, Kale read from it. "Mana assessment, student Damon Grey possesses a mana pool of 30. Not just low, record-breaking. You've set a new low in the Academy's history. And that's not all. Your physical assessment scores were equally dismal." Kale clenched his jaw, barely concealing his irritation. Let's set aside physical capability for a moment. Not everyone has the strength to contribute to the goddess races through martial might or powerful magic. But let's review your theoretical scores. He picked up another paper and scanned it, his expression darkening further. "You don't even know the basic terms. You're nothing but an ignorant commoner, without a shred of foundational knowledge." Kale's face reddened slightly as a vein pulsed at his temple. Taking a slow breath, he went on. "Someone like you should never have been allowed to cross the gates of our glorious Aether Academy. Yet here you are." Kale shook his head, disgust evident in his tone. "The only reason you're here is because of a golden ticket, one you're entirely undeserving of." Damon kept his head lowered, silent as Kale tore into him. He didn't argue, every word stung with truth. "When you showed up with a golden ticket, the Academy had its doubts. We wondered how someone so lowly could come by such a thing. After investigating, we discovered the source, and it was surprising, to say the least." At this, Damon looked up, his curiosity piqued. He'd always wondered about the ticket himself. All he knew was that it had somehow come into his family's possession and was included in the inheritance left for him and his younger sister, Luna. A golden ticket was as prestigious as it sounded, a literal golden ticket granting the holder admission to Aether Academy, the world's most esteemed institution. Along with it came a scholarship fund of 1 million zeni each semester. The ticket, issued only once a year to the best graduating student, served as a recommendation of sorts. If the recipient chose to pass it on, the beneficiary would inherit its privileges, gaining automatic entrance to the Academy without any examination. He raised his head, feeling a flicker of hope. Who would bestow such an invaluable gift on him? What connection could they possibly have with his family? Kale continued to glare at him. "It's mind-boggling that someone of such standing would waste the golden ticket on you. Someone like you will never amount to anything." Damon's fists clenched, his shadow beneath him flickering erratically in response to his rising frustration. But he kept silent, swallowing down his anger. "You've shown no improvement, failed every evaluation, every test. Your performance in this first quarter is rock bottom," Kale spat, his voice laced with scorn. "By the glory of the goddess, I can't fathom why someone as exalted as Sarah's blade would give you her golden ticket, only for you to come here and disgrace her name." At the mention of that name, Damon's breath caught in his throat. His anger evaporated, replaced by a wave of shock that settled heavily in his chest. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Sarah's blade. He whispered, stunned. Across the 9 continents of Aetherus, from the central continent ruled by demons to the other 8 governed by the goddess races, there was hardly a soul unfamiliar with the name Sarah's blade. For demons, she was a feared adversary, for the goddess races, she was a revered hero. Sarah's blade was a prodigy from the war continent of Soltheon, born into a mid-level noble household. By age 3, she could wield a sword, by age 5, she had defeated someone who had awakened their first class. At 6, she awakened her own class, a unique one not shared by the masses. That was merely the beginning. By 10, she had reached her second-class advancement. At 11, she'd already slain numerous monsters and was hailed as a prodigy. By 14, she entered the academy, quickly becoming its top student, her talent dazzling the entire world. She achieved her 4th-class advancement at 15, and by graduation, she was stronger than most of the professors. They said she was blessed by the goddess of doom, a warrior of unparalleled power. But her legend didn't stop there. After her record-breaking graduation, she joined the war against the demon continent of Centros. At the time, the demons were steadily advancing in a war that had raged for centuries. The goddess races were losing ground, until Sarah's arrived. Her feats on the battlefield became legendary, and over the years, she reached the 5th-class advancement. With her power, she was instrumental in forcing the demon continent into a truce. Even Damon, who'd grown up far from glory, knew the name Sarah's blade. She was a myth, a legend, and somehow, his golden ticket had come from her. My goddess. Sarah's blade, Damon whispered, his frustration momentarily forgotten as he stared, wide-eyed. Kale's expression barely softened. Correct. The Sarah's blade was the original owner of your golden ticket. As for how it came to be in your hands, that's beyond me. Kale sighed, glancing at Damon with barely contained disdain. It seemed she gave it to a young couple named Grey. He sneered. And somehow, that couple birthed a failure like you. It pains me to think that the eminent name of Sarah's blade is associated with someone of your caliber. Your very existence tarnishes her legacy. Damon lowered his head, his hands visibly trembling. He felt the weight of Kale's scorn pressing down on him, filling him with a suffocating shame. Kale reached into his pocket, retrieving a brooch with the Academy's crest. Made of silver, it bore a rune for probation, inscribed in stark lettering. Kale pushed a sheet of paper toward Damon, his gaze laced with contempt. I'm giving you a chance, he said. Fill this out, and drop out of the Academy voluntarily. The paper slid toward Damon, and his heart sank, his face turning pale. He bit his lip until he tasted blood. Kale watched him, unfazed by his distress. Sign it and leave on your own accord. That's better than being expelled and thrown out without any dignity. If you have even a scrap of respect for Sarah's blade, you'll do this much for her legacy. Your failure reflects on her name as well. Damon held the paper, fingers brushing against the pen on the table. But he hesitated, a memory flashing in his mind, his sister, Luna, her pale hair splayed around her as she lay in bed, struggling to live as pain racked her body. Luna. He whispered, his emotions swirling into a storm of rage and frustration. How could he even consider giving up? He hadn't come to the Academy for fame or honor. He was here to earn enough to save his sister. If Kale Blackthorn wanted him gone, he'd comply, if Kale was willing to pay his sister's medical expenses in return. But since that wasn't happening, Damon owed him nothing. Sarah's blade, huh, he thought bitterly. Yeah, right, she can kiss my ass. Gripping the pen, he glared coldly at the paper, defiance burning in his gaze. Kale's patience was growing thin. Well, get on with it. I don't have all day. No, Damon muttered, his tone cold and lifeless, a dead look in his eyes. Kale's expression hardened. What did you just say? I said no. I won't sign it. Cale's eyes went icy. Do it. Now. Damon didn't flinch. I said no. Despite the tension knotting his stomach, he kept a calm facade, though anger simmered beneath his calm exterior. Cale sighed, his patience finally snapping. Very well then. He tossed the brooch in his hand toward Damon, who instinctively caught it. The silver brooch had the Academy's crest with a rune for probation etched on it. Since you won't leave with dignity, the Academy will force you out. Cale's voice held a cruel satisfaction. Congratulations, Damon Grey. You are now officially a probationary student. When you inevitably fail the mid-semester evaluation, I'll be here to personally kick you out. Damon's hand shook, his fingers digging into the brooch as Cale continued. I've seen what you're worth, a failure and nothing more. You'll never amount to anything. Damon's shadow flickered erratically as his rage swelled, his voice cold and cutting. Some educator you turned out to be, Professor. Cale frowned, but Damon pressed on, his voice steady, fueled by a lifetime of frustration. You say I'm a failure. Yeah, you're right. I've failed countless times, and I've given up plenty, too. But I'm still here. Still standing. Call me a failure all you want, but saying I won't amount to anything. That's where you're wrong. You don't get to decide what I can or can't do. His eyes burned with defiance. You have no idea what I've been through just to make it this far. And if I go out, I'll go out kicking and screaming, knowing I gave it my all. Damon's voice rose, his anger spilling over. Yes, I'm a failure, but failure is the crucible I've been forged in. He stood, his glare locked onto Cale. I'm not getting expelled. I'll pass that mid-semester evaluation. And when I do, I'll look you dead in the eye and say. He leaned forward, his voice a low, fierce whisper, screw you. Cale's gaze remained cold and unyielding. With your pathetic amount of credits, even passing won't be enough. You'll need to place in the top 10 to stay, and we both know that isn't happening. Your words are nothing but a dog barking. With a dismissive flick of his wrist, Cale tossed an envelope toward Damon. Now, get out of my office. Damon caught the envelope, his dark eyes flashing with cold fury. He clenched the brooch in his hand and left without another word. Damon stormed out of Professor Cale's office, his hands trembling with barely contained rage. He strode through the hallways, which were mostly empty since most students were in class. If any of them had known that he had talked back, and even made a rude remark, to the Academy's most feared professor, they'd likely think him insane. But Damon didn't care. Not about Cale, and certainly not about the prestigious Sarah's blade. None of that mattered. All he cared about was his sister's life, and that came down to one all-encompassing problem, money. There's nothing that money can't buy, he thought bitterly. If you can't buy something with money, it simply means you don't have enough, or you don't know where to find it. I need more zenny. He muttered under his breath. The Academy's scholarship provided him with some relief, but even 1,000,000 zenny wouldn't be enough to cover what he needed. He couldn't leave or get expelled, but he had no idea what to do next. Ah, curses. He bit his lip, the weight of his burdens pressing down on him until he felt he might burst. He'd talked big in Cale's office, fueled by his anger, but deep down, he knew how hopeless he felt. Taking a deep breath, he chanted his usual mantra, a quiet whisper to himself. Today was a horrible day, tomorrow will be worse. Repeating it a few times, he let out a long sigh and found a nearby fountain, sinking down onto the bench beside it. What do I do, how, can I? His voice trailed off, heavy with exhaustion. Just then, his shadow flickered, moving strangely, as if waving at him. Damon blinked, watching as it gestured, attempting to communicate. After a moment, he understood, it was pointing toward the system. Damon shook his head with a faint smile. Right. How could I forget about that? Summoning the system panel, he scanned his stats. Most were unchanged, except for two. Shadow energy had dropped, and even more concerning, shadow hunger had increased to a new level. Alarmed, he checked his condition panel, and relief washed over him when he saw the result. Condition: shadow is full. He sighed, remembering that high shadow hunger could be fatal. I really don't like the idea of perishing, he muttered, glancing down at his shadow, which had returned to behaving normally under the sunlight. Now what? What do I feed you? Flesh to feed you and souls to level up. He frowned. Souls might be hard to come by, but flesh. Well, that's doable within the academy, we'll start there. Just after class. Damon's voice trailed off as he suddenly remembered. Class. His first class, element manipulation, was probably over by now since he'd been late to begin with. But if that was over, it meant. Reaching into his pocket, Damon pulled out a small book bearing the Academy's seal on the back. He opened it, and the pages glowed like a digital screen. This was the Academy Pager, a device with various functions, much like a modern smartphone. Scrolling through the schedule, he groaned. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, just my luck. He closed the pager and stood up, glancing at his shadow. Come on. We have practical multi-attribute combat class next. He sighed heavily. It was one of his least favorite classes. While the theory behind using magic attributes in combat was tolerable, he hated the practicals. This was the class where students showed off their power, and he was always the weakest. And, to top it off, he was late. Reluctantly, he walked down a flight of stairs, through a long hallway, and reached an elevator. He stepped inside the enchanted device, pressing the button, and felt the slight drop as it descended. Soon, he arrived at the ground floor, where a massive vaulted door awaited him. Pushing it open, the sunlight spilled in, stretching his shadow across the polished floor. Damon walked past a maze of carefully cultivated flower beds until he reached the Academy's open training grounds. All around, students were launching elemental magic at training dummies or dodging attacks fired from hulking, metallic golems. Standing off to the side was the instructor, a beastkin man with brown hair, wolf ears, and a build that radiated both power and control. His sharp blue eyes observed the students with an air of calm authority, his arms crossed as he silently assessed their performances. Damon hesitated, his heart pounding as he took in the scene. He took a deep breath, looking down at his shadow, and nodded. It's now or never. He walked slowly toward the students, keeping his head low and his breathing steady, hoping the beastkin professor wouldn't notice him amid the chaos of other students taking their practicals. Damon's steps were careful, each one weighted with a mild sense of unease as he neared the weapons rack. Just as he was about to blend in with the rest, the professor's deep, booming voice cut through the noise. You are late. Damon froze. The entire training ground fell silent as the professor's voice echoed, commanding instant attention. All the other students halted and turned to look at him, each with a different expression. He didn't need to look up to feel their stares piercing through him. Instead, he frowned and raised his gaze slowly, his expression dark and unyielding. The shadowed look in his black eyes only made him appear more foreboding, casting an unapproachable aura that matched the gloom he radiated. Meeting the professor's gaze, Damon maintained an icy, defiant stare. The professor, unaffected, nodded slightly. You, what is your name? Damon's heart pounded in his chest, threatening to betray him, but he held firm, his face a mask of cold resolve. Grey. Damon Grey. The professor's eyes narrowed, clearly recognizing the name. Yes. You're that Damon Grey. Damon's expression darkened further, feeling his irritation rise. These bastards are all the same, looking down on me, huh? He crossed his arms, determined not to let this professor belittle him, especially after what he'd just endured with Cale Blackthorn. So what if I am, he replied, his tone cold and defiant. A few gasps sounded among the students, surprised by his audacity. Marcus and Lark, among them, exchanged shocked glances, clearly not expecting to see Damon standing there, defiant and very much alive. The professor's eyes hardened at Damon's response. His voice grew louder, and a trace of his aura leaked into the air, pressing down with an invisible weight. "You are late. Go stand in the corner." Damon felt his knees weaken as the professor's aura bore down on him, leaving him faint. But just as the pressure threatened to overpower him, his shadow moved erratically beneath him, almost as if it absorbed the brunt of the impact, sparing Damon the worst of it. He managed to maintain his cold exterior, though his body trembled under the strain. As he walked to the corner, his shadow wobbled instead of his legs, taking on the weakness he'd hidden from the others. His expression remained icy and grim, undeterred by the professor's display of power. The beastkin professor raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Damon's seemingly unaffected response to the aura. On the other side of the training ground, an elf girl with striking white hair watched him with a curious glint in her eyes. Damon, for his part, maintained a calm facade as the professor announced the continuation of class. Slowly, the other students' attention returned to their training, allowing Damon to stand unnoticed in the corner of the grounds. He let out a quiet sigh of relief, casting a quick glance at his shadow. It weakly raised a hand to give him a thumbs up, bending over like an old man, its shape quivering as if coughing. Damon shot it a concerned look. Are you okay?" Talking to one's own shadow would be considered madness by most, but Damon wasn't like most people. Not all shadows had a mind of their own, so he figured he wasn't crazy. Or at least he hoped so. His shadow wobbled unsteadily but puffed out its non-existent chest, striking a pose as if to say, "Piece of cake." Damon smirked. "Thanks. You really saved me back there. Would have been embarrassing to act all high and mighty, only to end up on my knees. Especially with so many girls watching. I could die of shame." The shadow waved a hand dismissively, as if to say, "Nah, no big deal." Damon nodded but quickly furrowed his brow. "Now act normal. Before someone notices." The shadow seemed offended, hesitating before grudgingly returning to its regular, motionless form. Damon sighed with relief, thankful no one had seen him talking to his own shadow. To look more inconspicuous, he pulled out his pager and started scrolling through it, pretending to be absorbed in something. "I really hate this class," he muttered quietly, though he knew his shadow was listening. His gaze drifted across the field and landed on a girl with radiant golden hair, a sword in hand, exuding a glow that seemed to light up the world around her. Her eyes were a luminous gold, marked with a symbol resembling the sun. That's the number 1 first year, Evangeline Brightwater. She has a light attribute, one of the more powerful ones, so, yeah, nothing special, he said with a touch of sarcasm. She's number 1, after all. A bitter smile crossed his face. Not like she's just my age, with more power and status than me. He shook his head, forcing his gaze away. Whatever. The shadow stirred slightly but stayed in place as Damon continued. Apparently, she only cares about fighting someone stronger than her, but no one among us first years can match her. Maybe Sylvia Moonvale. He glanced at his shadow, still holding his pager to maintain the appearance of scrolling through it, before looking toward an elf girl with long white hair and steely gray eyes. That's Sylvia Moonvale. She's from Iorvas, the verdant continent. From the looks of it, she's probably noble, most of them are. You don't become the second seat by being a poor commoner. He sighed, a softer tone in his voice. She has a lunar attribute, like my sister. Seeing her really reminds me of Luna. It kinda pushes me to hold on, but it also makes me wish Luna had a chance to shine too. The shadow stayed silent, almost as if listening, as Damon's thoughts grew heavier. His gaze shifted again, this time hardening as he looked across the training ground. That guy over there is Xander Ravenscroft. Damon's voice grew colder, a hint of resentment underlying his words. Xander Ravenscroft was tall, well-built, with a confident air. His brown hair and piercing blue eyes radiated charm and presence. Damon couldn't help but feel a pang of inadequacy. Xander was the sort who always seemed to attract attention, and he did so effortlessly. He has a gravity attribute and comes from Solthean, just like me. Oh, and Evangeline too, I guess. Pretty sure Xander has a crush on her. I mean, it's kinda obvious. The shadow shifted, as if asking him a question. Huh? Me, a crush? Damon let out a snort. Humph, I don't have a crush on anyone. Wait, actually, I do. I have a crush on money. That last line lifted his mood a bit, and he let himself chuckle, feeling a bit of the tension ease away. Damon turned his gaze toward a beastkin girl with dark hair streaked with white highlights and animal ears perched atop her head, a trademark of her kin. She struck a training dummy with her claws, sending off sparks of electricity. That's Leona Veilfire. She's from the wild continent, Lothria. Her attributes called the Storm attribute. She's ranked 4th. He trailed off, eyeing her with a mix of curiosity and caution. He continued introducing the top 10 students in his class to his shadow, almost as if giving a newcomer a rundown of the group. His descriptions were laced with occasional side comments, a mix of admiration and sarcasm as he assessed each one. While Damon talked, the professor called an end to the training session. It's time for today's practicals to conclude, but since we have a bit more time, I'll let 2 of our top students demonstrate a duel using elemental magic. Watch closely and learn. He nodded toward Evangeline and Sylvia, gesturing for them to step onto a makeshift stage. The 2 girls stood opposite each other, unarmed but brimming with intensity. Damon sighed, barely glancing up as they readied themselves for combat. Instead, he kept his attention fixed on his pager, scrolling through it aimlessly. Watching their duel wouldn't help him, not when he'd already seen them fight countless times before. To him, they were just reminders of what he lacked. He kept his head down, absently scrolling, as the sounds of battle began to fill the air. He caught glimpses of flashing light and felt the bursts of energy, the clash of light and lunar magic igniting the field. His shadow reacted to the flashes, shifting slightly in agitation, but Damon ignored it, eyes firmly on his pager. The sounds grew louder, the gasps of students around him more intense than usual, signaling that today's duel was particularly fierce. But Damon stayed nonchalant, almost tuning out the spectacle. Hey, watch out, the professor's voice cut through the noise, too late. Without even lifting his head, Damon's shadow moved instinctively in sync with his body. He dodged a beam of light, shifting to the side just in time, then ducked another, feeling the heat graze past him as he leaned away from the next. Finally, he sidestepped, avoiding the last flash by mere inches, as it seared the ground behind him. The training grounds fell silent, students and professors alike staring in shock. Damon remained still, his eyes still on his pager, expression unbothered, as if nothing had happened. It took a moment for him to process it all, his mind finally catching up to his reflexive dodges. What just happened? The realization of what had just happened finally caught up with Damon. He stood there, holding his pager in one hand and an envelope from Kale in the other. His gaze drifted to the scorched mark on the ground, where a beam of light had seared the earth just inches away from him. His face went pale. That could have been him. Sensing every eye on him, Damon kept his expression tightly controlled, masking his fear with a hardened glare. His dark eyes held a glint of anger, a front to conceal the panic bubbling inside. His gaze shifted to Evangeline Brightwater, who stood frozen, her expression a mix of unease and shock. It was clear she hadn't meant for her attack to go astray. Beside her was Sylvia Moonvale, who met his stare coolly, while the other students remained silent, processing what they'd just witnessed. Damon's heart pounded as if it might burst, but he maintained his composure, unwilling to show any weakness before his peers, especially not to the nobles. With an exaggerated sigh, he looked toward the professor and lifted his pager. "Your time is up, Professor. I have another class to get to." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and walked off the training grounds, ignoring the murmurs that followed him. He could feel their stares, heavy on his back. "Don't look back, keep walking," he reminded himself, teeth gritted against the tension in his chest. The professor called something after him, but Damon was too rattled to register it. He simply kept walking until he reached a quiet spot beneath a tree, finally letting out a long, shaky breath. Looking down at his shadow, he murmured, "Oh, my goddess, praise the Lady of Doom, mistress of fate. Bringer of death. I almost joined her today." His heart continued to hammer as his shadow shifted beside him, waving dismissively as if to reassure him. Damon chuckled, feeling a surprising surge of gratitude. "Thank you, may the goddess reward you. You really saved me back there," he whispered, patting his chest. He couldn't explain it, but he was certain his shadow had reacted to Evangeline's light magic and allowed him to dodge what could have been a fatal attack. He sighed in relief, muttering to himself, another close call with the healers, because of a noble. Damn them. His shadow seemed to agree, mimicking a fist as if cursing out the nobles itself. Damon smirked. "Still, thank you. I don't know what you are, but I'm grateful. Even if you might be dangerous, you still saved my life." He tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Now, let's get through the day and find you some food." Opening his system panel, he noticed his shadow's energy level had dropped further, with a new status update. Condition: Shadow is mildly hungry, he read aloud, then touched his own stomach as it growled in unison. "Guess I'm a little famished too. Let's finish the next class and then get something to eat, for me." At this, his shadow raised a hand in exasperation, and Damon chuckled, shaking his head. "Come on, relax. I'll sneak into the dorm's kitchen storage later and swipe a whole cow for you. Trust me." His shadow crossed its arms, clearly unimpressed by the promise of a whole cow. Damon rolled his eyes, still scrolling through his pager. "Ah, not eating breakfast is catching up to me," he muttered, checking his schedule. "Let's see, next up is a theory class. Great, it's the history of the demon wars." His stomach grumbled again, but he ignored it, talking to his shadow to distract himself. "So, the demons and goddess races have been at war forever, though it always feels like the class is just propaganda for the goddess race. Don't worry, it's almost like listening to a story, with a bunch of dates thrown in." As they walked, his shadow continued to make subtle, nearly imperceptible gestures in response, keeping him company in the silence. Damon's mind was plagued with worries, yet there was a strange comfort in knowing he had someone, something, to confide in, even if it was just his shadow. It was the smallest solace, but it made the solitude easier to bear. Perhaps that's why people kept pets. In his case, he was just a loner, talking to his shadow. Nothing unusual about that, right? "Oh, right," he muttered to himself, remembering the envelope Professor Blackthorne had given him. "I forgot to look at this." He glanced down at his shadow. "What do you think is inside?" "Couldn't be my results, he already threw those at me. Probably has something to do with me being a probationary student now." Finding a secluded bench beneath a tree, Damon settled down and carefully opened the envelope. As he scanned the contents, his brow furrowed. Cale Blackthorne, that bastard. The envelope contained a list of regulations he was now subject to as a probationary student. Most of the rules were tedious, but one line stood out, making his stomach twist. He was required to wear a probationary student brooch on his uniform, prominently displayed for all to see. Damon's heart sank. It was a blatant act of shaming, a way to mark him as lesser than his peers. They might as well have slapped a sign on him reading thief and paraded him naked around the campus square. His lips quivered. He had almost been in a decent mood, but this was a cold reminder that good things didn't come his way. Lowering his head, he pulled the brooch from his pocket, its insignia gleaming in the sunlight. He considered not wearing it, but Kale would no doubt use that as an excuse to make his life even harder. He sighed, voice barely above a whisper. At least I still have the privileges of a golden ticket student. The weight of it pressed on him, his chest tightening with each breath. His shadow waved gently, as if to console him. Yeah, I'm fine, he muttered, brushing himself off as he stood. Let's get to class. I'm sure everyone else has already beaten me there by now. Damon hurried through the Academy's main building, mentally cursing the time he'd wasted reading over Professor Kale Blackthorn's letter. By the time he entered the History of the Demon Wars classroom, it was nearly full. Ironically, despite being the first to leave, he was now the last to arrive. Relieved to find the professor absent, he slipped through the door and hugged the shadows along the wall, moving as quietly as possible to avoid drawing attention. The classroom's tiered seating allowed him to climb to his usual spot at the very back, safely distant from the nobles clustered toward the front. As he settled in, he let out a breath, grateful no one had noticed him, especially after the spectacle from the last class. Glancing at his shadow, he whispered. Looks like we made it. The faint light cast his shadow along the wall, gesturing back as if responding. Are you asking if I like this class? Damon murmured, a faint smile breaking his usually gloomy expression. I actually do. It's pure theory, so mana levels don't matter. Plus, the professor's a commoner like me, and well, he seems like a nice guy. Never talked to him, but still. His shadow moved faintly as if listening, and Damon felt his stomach grumble, distracting him. Could really use some food right about now. Almost on cue, the system notification appeared in his vision. Shadow, 49. Shadow hunger levels, 26%. Condition, shadow is hungry. With a sigh, Damon noted the rise in shadow hunger. I'll feed you later, he whispered to his shadow, though it crossed its arms as if less than impressed with him. Trying to ignore his own hunger, he shifted his attention back to the class. Below, he noticed Lark Bonaire sitting with Marcus Fayjoy and the others, all of them gathered around Xander Ravenscroft like loyal satellites. Marcus shot occasional glances his way, his expression a mix of anger and apprehension, while Lark looked at him with cold fury, as if Damon had wronged him without fair retribution. Damon met Lark's glare, his mind drifting back to the memory of being pushed down a ravine by that same group. The seething resentment made his blood boil. He wanted payback, and he wouldn't forget. Xander, however, seemed oblivious, or maybe he simply didn't care. Damon's eyes narrowed, watching the boy who remained serene and unaffected by the tension around him. The door swung open, and the professor finally entered. Professor Chrome was a kind-looking old man, with a long white beard, glasses perched on his nose, and a pristine white robe accented with gold trim. His gentle presence radiated warmth, as if he were everyone's grandfather. Ho ho ho, well, hello everyone. Settle down, class is about to begin. He greeted, his jovial tone melting the tension in the room like a warm breeze. Damon found himself actually enjoying Professor Chrome's lecture. Despite his usual lack of regard for others, he had a rare respect for this particular teacher. Professor Chrome was living proof that even commoners could rise to prominence. Some said he'd even rejected a position at the imperial court to teach here, choosing instead to guide the Academy's next generation of fighters against the demon races. The professor launched into the lesson, recounting centuries of the demon wars, detailing famous demon lords and the goddess race heroes who had fought against them. Damon found the topic intriguing, though he grew slightly irritated by the occasional propaganda about the goddess race's supposed superiority. The Academy's contradictions amused him. Here they boasted of supremacy, while in other classes, they emphasized the sheer terror of demon speed, strength, and lethality. Even a lesser demon, a being near the bottom of the hierarchy, could easily rip a human to shreds. Typical Victor's history, he thought. I'm sure the demons have their own stories, just as exaggerated. Professor Crome continued, occasionally calling on students to answer questions, correcting them warmly if they missed the mark. Damon listened, feeling his stomach growl, a hollow, insistent reminder of his hunger. He stifled a yawn, which must have caught the professor's attention despite his spot in the far back, alone in the shadows. "Ah, yes." The young man at the back, Professor Crome, called out cheerfully. "Can you tell us what you know about the legendary demon Lord Ashcroft?" It took Damon a second to register. He blinked, realizing the professor's expectant gaze was on him. His shadow raised a hand as if nudging him to get up. Damon rose, his expression as gloomy as ever. Though his hunger made it hard to focus, he recounted the familiar tale of Ashcroft, a name known across the world, a figure more myth than mere history. "Ashcroft," he began, "is known as the Demon Lord of Domination. He's said to be the strongest demon lord that's ever existed. Long ago, the goddess races called Centros home, it was the heart of all things. But Ashcroft took it over in the name of the demon races." He felt the attention of the entire class on him now as he continued. "Ashcroft conquered Centros, renaming it the Demon Continent. His power and ambition made him a real threat, and he aimed to conquer all the known world. When he set foot on Soltheon, he devastated everything. It was only when he reached the temple of the goddess that he was finally stopped. In that temple, he spoke taboo words before her statue." Damon's stomach growled, loud enough that he winced, but he kept going. They say that as he uttered those words, the statue glowed, and Ashcroft was erased from existence. The demon armies retreated after that. But it wasn't the end. The demons prayed to their god, and he gathered what remained of Ashcroft, leaving them with a prophecy. "The Dominator shall return." Taking a deep breath, Damon finished. To this day, the demons await Ashcroft's return. Of course, later historians have debunked this as just a fairy tale, saying someone like Ashcroft could never have existed. With that, Damon sat down, feeling the weight of everyone's stares, but he ignored them, his mind now preoccupied with his own gnawing hunger. Professor Crome, however, looked pleased, his eyes twinkling with interest. "Well done, young man," he said warmly. "And yes, many say it's just a myth, but myths, as we know, often hold grains of truth." The professor's gaze lingered thoughtfully on Damon before he turned back to the board to continue the lesson. The class finally came to an end, and Damon bolted from his seat as if sitting on pins and needles. Without so much as a backward glance, he rushed out of the room, making a beeline for the cafeteria. Hunger clawed at his insides, and he felt as though he could eat an entire feast. The cafeteria was sparsely populated when he arrived, allowing him to grab a seat in a corner without much trouble. Wasting no time, he piled his tray high with twice the amount of food he usually consumed and ate with uncharacteristic gusto. The first spread disappeared quickly, but even as he swallowed the last bite, his stomach growled in protest. Frustrated, he returned for more servings, several more, in fact, until the sheer volume of his consumption began to draw stares. By now, the cafeteria had filled with students, and Damon's voracious appetite became the subject of murmured conversations. Even the beastkin, known for their ferocious hunger, watched him in disbelief. A human eating this much? It seemed impossible. Damon continued until his stomach felt bloated, almost painfully so, yet the gnawing hunger refused to subside. He took another bite, feeling like he might throw up from how full he was, but his stomach growled again, sending a wave of frustration through him. His head felt light, his vision blurred for a moment, shifting into black and white before snapping back to normal. The sensation left him unsettled, his mounting irritation bubbling just beneath the surface. He stood for what felt like the 8th time to clear his table and head back for more. Each serving grew larger than the last, but it didn't matter. The hunger remained. When he reached the counter, he grabbed a new tray, ignoring the maids who offered to serve him, he preferred to do it himself. As he moved, distracted by his hunger, he bumped into someone. Sorry. Damon muttered gloomily without looking up, but his apology barely left his lips before the other person's voice rang out, sharp and angry. The tone alone made Damon's blood boil. In a blur of rage, he raised the tray and smashed it into the face of the person he had bumped into, Lark Bonaire. Damon's heart surged with sudden, uncontrollable anger, and before he could think, he followed up with a powerful kick that sent Lark flying into a service trolley. The maid pushing the trolley let out a startled yelp as Lark collided with it, spilling food everywhere. Damon moved as if to strike again, but the commotion had drawn too much attention, and he hesitated. He blinked, shocked by the sheer force behind his actions. His strength had caught him off guard. Glancing down, he saw his shadow behaving normally, yet something about it made his tired eyes narrow in suspicion. Lark, covered in food and seething, scrambled to his feet, ready to retaliate. "I'll kill you for this, Grey." He spat, his voice dripping with venom. Before Lark could charge, someone stepped in, grabbing his arm and holding him back. Damon glanced up to see Marcus Fayjoy, who wore a strained expression as he tried to calm his friend. "Let it go, Lark," Marcus urged. "Not here." "Let me go." Lark shouted, his voice echoing through the now silent cafeteria. "I'll kill this bastard today." Damon's dark eyes grew colder at the threat, and his lips parted, ready to retort, but another voice cut through the tension like a blade. "That's enough." The cold, aloof tone belonged to none other than Xander Ravenscroft. His mere presence silenced the room, and his piercing gaze made Lark stiffen. "You're causing a scene. This behavior is unbefitting of a noble." Lark froze, his fury doused by Xander's disapproving glare. Muttering under his breath, he shot Damon one last, icy glare before stepping back. Damon glanced at Xander briefly, then turned away, his voice low as he muttered. "Not if I kill you first." Leaving the cafeteria, Damon's stomach still churned with hunger despite the absurd amount of food he had consumed. The gnawing sensation persisted, an unrelenting ache that followed him as he exited the Academy's main building. He cast a weary glance at his shadow, his frustration spilling over. "Why? Why am I still so hungry?" he demanded. The shadow stirred, shrugging its shoulders in response. Then, with a pointed gesture, it tapped its non-existent stomach as if to say, "You're not the only one." Damon held his temple, his exhaustion mounting as he tried to soothe the persistent ache of hunger. "Right, sorry. I'll find you something to eat later, just hold on a little longer." His voice carried a weary edge, but he felt a flicker of determination to keep his strange companion satisfied. Afterward, he headed to the library, spending some time poring over books to familiarize himself with the concepts his classmates already seemed to know by heart. He flipped through pages on dangerous herbs and wild flora, hoping the knowledge might one day be useful. The gnawing hunger, however, was a constant distraction. His stomach growled incessantly, forcing him to miss a few classes as he finally gave up and retreated to his dormitory with a small stack of books in hand. The dormitory hallways were deserted, most students still attending their lessons. Damon moved quickly and quietly, wary of the head maid catching him. He could already hear her sharp tone reprimanding him for skipping class, and he wasn't in the mood for a lecture. He ascended to the higher floors where his room was, unlocking the door with his pager before slipping inside. He collapsed onto the bed, drained. His stomach felt full to the point of discomfort, yet the hunger hadn't waned. It gnawed at him like an unrelenting beast. As his eyes fluttered shut, he caught a glimpse of his shadow moving freely about the room. He clutched his stomach, muttered something incoherent, and finally fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, the room was cloaked in darkness. Damon groaned and fumbled for his pager, its faint glow illuminating the screen. Midnight. He'd been asleep for hours. The darkness didn't bother him, oddly enough, it felt soothing, almost like a second skin. Still, out of habit, he tapped the light switch on the wall. The sudden brightness stung his eyes, but his attention was quickly drawn to the far corner of the room. His shadow stood there, arms crossed, radiating displeasure. Its stance was practically screaming annoyance. Damon scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Sorry. I overslept, I didn't mean to. And shouldn't you have woken me up? The shadow's form tensed, its fists balling up as it began a dramatic display of complaints. It gestured wildly, stomping its foot and pacing along the walls and ceiling, as if trying to express just how frustrating its day had been. Damon sighed, already feeling a strange sense of familiarity with the peculiar entity. Yeah, I get it, he muttered, holding his head as the lightheadedness from his hunger returned. Despite everything, he cracked a small smile. I was feeling hungry myself. And hey, it's late enough now that the head maid is probably asleep. Let's head to the dorm kitchen. There's a pantry and a cold room, you can have your pick of the meat. The shadow paused its rant, its arms relaxing as it stroked its chin thoughtfully. After a moment of deliberation, it gave a slow, reluctant nod. Damon chuckled softly, shaking his head. All right then, but we have to be discreet. Can't let anyone catch us. Quietly, Damon opened the door to his dorm room. His shadow slipped seamlessly back into its usual place, clinging to him as if it had always belonged there. Together, they stepped into the dimly lit halls. Damon silently made his way down the dimly lit halls, half afraid the head maid would appear out of nowhere. The war halls carried an eerie stillness at night, shadows stretching across the walls and corners in a way that would unsettle most people. Yet, Damon found himself oddly comforted by the darkness. Where others might see obscurity, Damon saw clarity. To his eyes, the mild darkness was as vivid as daylight. Every detail of the lavish carpets, intricate marble floors, and towering walls of the dormitory stood out. Still, he kept his footsteps light, careful not to disturb the quiet or alert anyone to his presence. The other students were likely already asleep, exhausted from a demanding day of classes and activities. The war halls, reserved for the Academy's elite, had an air of exclusivity. The uppermost floors housed top-performing students like Xander Ravenscroft, Evangeline Brightwater, Student Council President Lilith Astronova, and the more accomplished seniors. These floors were pristine and spacious, a testament to the privilege and prestige of their residents. Damon, by virtue of his golden ticket, had been granted access to these floors despite his unconventional scores. Below these heights, the floors accommodated nobility and students with excellent academic credits, but none matched the luxury of the upper floors. There were other dormitories scattered throughout the academy, but none had the same aura of excellence and intimidation. Damon had never ventured out this late before. Most nights, he collapsed into his bed after grueling days, often too tired to do anything but sleep. On his hardest days, when trials piled up, he would drift off with tear stains still drying on his cheeks. His struggles had left him gloomy, hardened, and weary. Yet tonight, something about the emptiness of the halls and the strange comfort he felt in the darkness gave him a semblance of calm. As he reached the elevator, he paused. Using it would be quicker, but it was also risky. If the head maid found out, he'd be in for a nightmare. Among the student body, Professor Cale Blackthorne was a figure of fear, but for Damon and others in the war halls, the head maid was the true terror. Her wrath was legendary. Turning to his shadow, Damon whispered. "Don't go anywhere. We just have to sneak down a few floors. As long as the head maid doesn't see us, we're golden." The shadow gave him a playful thumbs up and exaggerated a tiptoeing motion, earning a wry smile from Damon. Despite the unnerving day he'd spent with this peculiar entity, its antics had started to endear it to him. It was strange, but the companionship felt genuine. Still, Damon couldn't ignore the gnawing fear deep in his gut. The changes to his body were unpredictable. His insatiable hunger weighed on him, no matter how much food he consumed. Worse, his vision occasionally shifted, the world losing all color and plunging into stark black and white. Every symptom seemed linked to the shadow's hunger, an ominous connection he couldn't fully understand. Its hunger is affecting me too, Damon thought grimly. He had been keeping an eye on the shadow energy stat in his system. It was dropping steadily, and the shadow's hunger was growing more demanding. He glanced at the shadow again, its form twitching slightly as if restless. "I'll feed you soon." Damon muttered softly, more to himself than to his companion. With a deep breath, he began descending the stairs, the faint sound of his footsteps echoing in the quiet, empty halls. The journey down the lower floors was uneventful. Damon moved as quietly as a mouse, his soft footsteps barely audible against the cold marble floors. The halls were eerily silent, and shadows loomed in every corner, yet he felt no unease. The darkness had become strangely familiar, even comforting. He passed by the dining halls, their grandeur muted in the dim light. Finally, he reached the kitchen. Pushing the door open, he entered cautiously, confident that no one would be there at this hour. The sound of munching broke the silence, a feral, almost desperate noise of someone devouring food. Damon's senses heightened as he turned toward the source. His sharp vision pierced the dimness, landing on a figure seated at a table. Before he could fully process what he saw, the figure turned, and Damon found himself face to face with the source of the noise. Her features were immediately distinguishable, black hair streaked with white highlights, sharp animal ears perched atop her head, and a lean, athletic frame that spoke of raw power and grace. Her physique was striking, her toned body complemented by curves that would have made most men stumble over their words. She was Leona Veilfire, the Beastkin girl. She didn't seem to notice him at first, too focused on shoveling food into her mouth as if it might disappear at any moment. Damon stared at her, his exhaustion adding to his disbelief at the scene. Suddenly, his stomach growled, a deep, guttural sound that echoed in the still kitchen. The noise was deafening in the quiet, and Leona froze mid-bite, her golden eyes snapping toward him. Who's there?" she demanded, her voice sharp. "Show yourself." Her gaze narrowed, her frown deepening. "I can see you. Make yourself known." Damon noticed the faint crackle of sparks forming around her hands. She was poised to strike, her body coiled like a predator ready to pounce. Despite knowing he was no match for her strength, his pride as a teenager wouldn't let him back down easily. He quickly glanced around and spotted the light switch near the door. How convenient. Without hesitation, he reached for it and flicked it on. The room flooded with light, and Damon instantly felt the comfort of the shadows slip away. His own shadow returned to behaving normally, no longer stirring unnaturally. Leona blinked against the sudden brightness, and when her eyes adjusted, she took in Damon's disheveled appearance. Her expression softened, and the tension in her posture melted away. Food still smeared her mouth as she relaxed back into her seat without a word. Damon averted his gaze, his eyes falling on the other doors in the kitchen. Two of them led to the pantry in the cold room, his intended destination. But with Leona sitting there, watching, he couldn't exactly sneak off unnoticed. Leona, however, didn't seem in any hurry to leave. She casually continued her feast, completely unbothered by his presence. "Guess I'll have to eat something until she's gone," Damon thought. His hunger was too overwhelming to wait her out. He wandered the kitchen, checking the usual spots where the maids stored leftover pastries and prepared meals. To his shock, every shelf, every container, was empty. Not a single scrap of food remained. How is all that food gone, he wondered. The maids always cooked in excess to cater to the whims of the elite students, yet now, there was nothing. His shadow, ever the silent observer, pointed directly at Leona. "No, it can't be," Damon thought, staring at her incredulously. "I mean, she's a beastkin, but no one eats that much, right? Not to mention she's a girl, there's just no way." Yet the evidence was irrefutable. Plates and bowls surrounded her, and she was still eating with gusto, even humming a little tune between bites. He sighed heavily. "Guess I'll have to cook." At least the raw ingredients were untouched. The kitchen was enormous, fully stocked with an array of supplies, and the pantry offered even more if needed. Damon gathered everything he could use, setting the ingredients on the counter. Leona glanced at him, her golden eyes curious, but she didn't stop eating. Damon got to work, prepping the meal with methodical efficiency. His knife sliced through vegetables with precision, and within minutes, his ingredients were ready. Despite his exhaustion and ravenous hunger, he moved quickly, determined to cook enough to satisfy the unrelenting void in his stomach. No matter how much he ate, his hunger never seemed to wane, a troubling realization he tried to ignore. With his prep complete, Damon lit the stove and began to cook. The rhythmic sounds of chopping, sizzling, and stirring filled the kitchen, blending with the soft hum of Leona's continued feast. The kitchen was massive, far more extravagant than what one would expect from a dorm kitchen. Outfitted with state-of-the-art gadgets imported from the magic continent of Erona, it was a place designed for luxury. Damon, however, barely knew how to use any of it. Such opulence was far removed from the life of a commoner, and he felt out of place even standing there. The only thing he recognized was the stove, and that was only because it looked simple enough to operate. He had seen the maids light it a few times before, and that knowledge proved sufficient. He started with something straightforward, stir-frying meat and vegetables. Tossing them in a pan, he added a mix of seasoning and spices, letting the aroma fill the air. It wasn't complicated, and Damon found the process surprisingly manageable. Next, he cooked rice, a lot of it. He wasn't planning on holding back tonight. A hearty soup with generous chunks of meat followed, its simmering broth adding another layer to the kitchen's intoxicating smells. Finally, he noticed some pre-sliced potatoes, likely prepped by the maids earlier. Grinning at his luck, he fried them to a golden crisp and whipped up a rich tomato sauce to pair with them. The kitchen soon became a storm of activity, the clatter of pots and pans blending with the hiss of sizzling oil. The air grew thick with the mouth-watering aroma of Damon's efforts. Seated at the table, Leona Veilfire paused in her feast, her sharp senses drawn to the enticing smells. Her chewing slowed, and though she continued to eat, her previous enthusiasm waned. The food she had devoured moments ago now seemed dull in comparison. Leona's golden eyes flicked toward Damon occasionally, watching as he moved with surprising efficiency for someone who claimed no familiarity with a luxurious kitchen. Her mouth watered despite herself, and she cursed her treacherous appetite for betraying her pride. Meanwhile, Damon worked tirelessly, barely able to keep up with his own hunger. His stomach grumbled incessantly, so he began eating as he cooked. Whatever finished first went straight into his mouth. But his cooking outpaced his eating, and before long, he had a mountain of food prepared. Finally done, Damon glanced around for a place to eat. The counter with its fancy high stools seemed unwelcoming, and the idea of retreating to the dining area was unthinkable. No way. If the head maid catches me in there, I'm dead. That left only one option, the table where Leona Veilfire was sitting. His face twisted into a grimace at the thought. Sharing a table with a noble wasn't appealing in the slightest. He could already imagine her looking down on him with disdain, her nose wrinkled in disgust. But then another thought pushed through his reservations. This isn't her table. It's Academy property. All students are equal here. With those words to steel his resolve, Damon picked up the first tray of food and set it on the table. After several trips back and forth, he finally had his entire feast laid out. The spread was immense, the faint smoke curling upward carrying an irresistible aroma. One might think it was prepared for a large party of adventurers, yet it was all meant for one ravenous teenager. Adding the remnants of Leona's meal, the table looked more like the aftermath of a banquet. Leona kept her eyes fixed on her own food, or at least, she tried to. Despite her best efforts, her mouth watered, and her gaze kept drifting to Damon's dishes. The smells were maddening, her beastkin senses heightening her awareness of every savory detail. Sitting so close to Damon's food was torture, as if she could almost taste it just by breathing. Damon, for his part, made a deliberate effort to avoid looking at her. He didn't want any trouble with any self-entitled noble. But the truth was, he found it hard to focus because she was stunningly beautiful, and to make things worse, she was still in her pajamas. The realization had only dawned on him while he was cooking, and now it nagged at the edge of his thoughts. His stomach growled, louder this time, breaking the silence. Without further hesitation, Damon dove into his meal like a beast unleashed. He started with utensils but quickly abandoned them, shoveling fries, chunks of meat, rice, and stir-fried vegetables into his mouth with his hands. Leona stopped eating entirely, her golden eyes sparkling with a strange curiosity as she watched him devour his food. Her mouth watered, and for a moment, she seemed entranced. Then she shook her head as if snapping herself out of a daze and returned to nibbling on her pastries and cold sausages. Compared to Damon's flavorful dishes, her meal seemed bland and lifeless. Meanwhile, Damon was lost in his own frenzy. His lips glistened with grease, and he attacked his food with such intensity that even the stir-fry was not spared. But his body reached its limit before his hunger could fully subside. He leaned back, his stomach bloated and his movements sluggish. Despite the mountain of food he had consumed, his stomach still growled faintly. Standing up, he glanced down and saw his shadow flickering tiredly, almost as if it shared his exhaustion. But Damon couldn't eat another bite. The thought of food made him nauseous. He needed fresh air, or he'd risk losing everything he'd just eaten. He scanned the kitchen and chose the garden door. The dining room door was off-limits, too risky with the headmaid potentially nearby. He didn't even consider the dorm back entrance, it was undoubtedly locked at this hour. The garden door creaked open, and Damon stepped outside. The cool night air brushed against his face, offering immediate relief. The garden was serene, filled with vibrant flowers, a scattering of fountains, and carefully trimmed green shrubs adorned with rose vines as a barrier from the outside. He walked to the nearest fountain, holding his hand over his mouth as waves of nausea hit him. Sitting on the fountain's edge, he tried to steady himself. His shadow danced erratically at his feet, shifting between lethargy and strange bursts of aggression. Damon took deep breaths, trying to calm the unease building in his chest. Fear gnawed at him, not just from his shadow's unpredictable behavior but from the isolation he felt. He trusted no one, neither in the academy nor beyond its walls. He couldn't share his plight with anyone, he was all alone. Just stay calm. Bury it all and keep a cool head. After several minutes, his head cleared, and he felt stable enough to return. Pushing open the kitchen door, Damon froze. Leona Veilfire was gone, and so was the rest of his food. That damn beastkin ate my food. He shook his head. He wasn't going to eat it anyway. At least she's gone. With the kitchen finally empty, Damon moved quickly. He made his way to the cold room. It was time to feed his shadow. The Academy's kitchen was massive, outfitted with every amenity imaginable, especially in War Hall, the dormitory reserved for royals, nobles, and the Academy's elite students. Among its many features was the cold room, a vast space kept frozen to store a variety of meats. Damon pushed open the heavy door and was met with an imposing sight, large vaulted doors, each one radiating an icy chill. He hesitated in front of them, his hand hovering over the handle as he debated whether to proceed. His stomach growled loudly, and his shadow flickered erratically on the floor, its movements almost agitated. Gritting his teeth, Damon clenched the handle and yanked the doors open. A blast of cold air rushed out, sending a shiver through his body as bright white lights illuminated the interior. The cold room was enormous, the walls coated in frost that shimmered under the lights. Rows of processed animal carcasses hung from metal hooks, cows, goats, and other creatures, their forms preserved in the biting cold. Crates filled with smaller cuts of meat were stacked neatly in the corners. The air was thick with the scent of raw flesh, sharp and metallic. Damon stepped inside cautiously, his shadow extending itself across the frosty floor, moving independently as if surveying the room. His head throbbed, and a wave of fatigue washed over him, even though he'd spent the entire day sleeping. "Hey, come on over here," Damon called to his shadow. The shadow retreated from its wandering and stopped in front of him, its vague form quivering slightly. "Let's go for that one. It's big enough and should be good to eat," Damon said, pointing at a frozen cow carcass, its head already removed. The shadow slithered toward the cow, circling it with a curious energy. Then, it stopped. Damon waited. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Nothing happened. Frustration bubbled up inside him. "What? Why aren't you eating?" The shadow shook its head, a gesture that seemed both annoyed and reluctant. It pointed at the cow with a tendril-like limb, its movements deliberate. Damon's patience snapped. "What do you mean you can't eat that?" The shadow crossed its arms, as if it were just as frustrated as he was. Damon pressed his fingers to his temples, massaging away the throbbing pain as he took a deep breath to calm himself. "Okay, fine. No problem. If beef won't work, there's mutton, fish, and plenty of other options." He pointed toward a hanging sheep carcass. "Eat that." The shadow glided over to the sheep, circling it in the same manner as before. Once again, it refused to eat. Damon's lips pressed into a thin line, his body trembling, whether from the cold, his own gnawing hunger, or sheer irritation, he wasn't sure. He tried directing the shadow to other meats, pork, fish, and even crates of small game. But no matter what he offered, it wouldn't eat. Worse, the hunger emanating from the shadow seemed to grow stronger, and Damon realized with a sinking feeling that he was being affected by it too. "That's why I can't get full, no matter how much I eat." A shiver ran down his spine as he recalled the system's warning: if your shadow is not fed, you will perish. His heart sank, and his breathing quickened. What do I do? Oh, goddess, what do I do? Fear gripped him. He dropped to his knees on the icy floor, clutching his head. His thoughts spiraled as he struggled to find a solution. What do I feed it? Am I going to live like this? Will I die? The horror of his situation weighed heavily on him. He could feel it pressing down, suffocating him. As he sat there in despair, his shadow moved closer. A tendril rose from the floor and waved at him, catching his attention. Damon looked up, his face pale. The shadow gestured to its chest and flexed as if mimicking strength. Damon stared at it, his brows furrowed. It's trying to tell me something, to be strong. To not panic. Roughly guessing the shadow's intent, Damon forced himself to take a steadying breath. Okay. I'll figure this out. But as he looked around the cold room, surrounded by countless pounds of meat the shadow wouldn't touch, a nagging doubt remained: what if I can't? Damon smiled faintly, his lips trembling as he fought back the lump in his throat. His chest tightened, and tears threatened to spill, but he swallowed them down with sheer willpower. Yeah, thanks, he murmured, directing his words at the shadow. This isn't the time for a mental breakdown. I need to keep a cool head. So, you can't eat beef, maybe you have a different diet. Souls and flesh, right? I just need to figure out what kind. With that resolve, Damon snapped himself out of his despair, his mind shifting gears as he began considering a plan of action. He stood up, brushing off his knees. I need to monitor my state and document everything I find. The system panel should give me accurate measurements. Leaving the cold room, Damon flicked off the lights and walked back to the kitchen. The fluorescent lights clicked off, casting the area in darkness as he climbed the stairs to his room. Once inside, he activated the system panel again, his tired eyes scanning through the information with a sense of urgency. The interface displayed a detailed breakdown of his shadow's hunger. Hunger levels. 0% to 20% hunger, safe range. The shadow is under control. 20% to 50% hunger, increased temptation to feed. Minor stat boosts. 50% to 80% hunger, loss of partial control. Significant power boosts. 90% to 100% hunger, shadow becomes ravenous, fully takes control. Immediate risk of losing humanity. Damon sighed, his shoulders slumping. His hunger was already at 49%. He was dangerously close to the next threshold, where he'd lose partial control of the shadow. Sitting down in a soft chair, Damon stared into the darkness of his room. His voice was low, edged with unease. I can't sleep. What if my shadow goes berserk while I'm unconscious, and kills me instead? The shadow reacted immediately, clutching its chest as if scandalized, its form rippling with an almost offended energy. Damon rolled his eyes, dismissing the theatrics. I don't have time for this, he muttered, pulling out his pager and setting a timer. He kept the system panel open, its glowing interface a constant reminder of his precarious state. I need to know how long it takes for the percentage to change, he said, jotting down notes. If I can figure out the timing, I'll know how long I have. Despite the weight of exhaustion, Damon forced himself to move to his study, where a stack of books from the library waited for him. He pulled one open and flipped to the first page. I'll use this time to read, he decided, while observing my shadow and documenting any changes to my body. The pager will help me track everything. Lost in his research, Damon noticed the absence of light in the room. The darkness didn't matter, he could see perfectly, even without illumination. That was the first change he documented. But hunger gnawed at him, pulling his focus away. His concentration faltered, and his eyes felt heavier with each passing second. Eventually, his head dipped lower, resting on the table. Fatigue overtook him, and he fell asleep. The darkness gave way to the light of the morning sun, creeping through the edges of the drawn curtains. The rays grew stronger as the sun climbed higher, painting the room in golden hues. Yet Damon did not stir, his face buried in the crook of his arm. A sharp knock broke the silence. When no response came, the door creaked open, the measured clicks of heels echoing against the hardwood floor. His name was called out again, but he gave no response. Damon Grey. The stern voice of the headmaid pierced through the haze of sleep. A firm hand shook his shoulder, jostling him awake. Damon Grey, wake up, her stern voice called. Damon Grey. Wake up now. Sleeping this late when you have a class is unbecoming of a student. Groggy, Damon blinked his eyes open, struggling to focus. The figure of the head maid stood over him, her sharp features outlined in the dim light filtering into the room. As Damon's vision adjusted, a wave of horror surged through him. The world around him had shifted, colors died into shadows, and every detail was unnaturally vivid, as though he could perceive the faintest movements in the air itself. Wah, Damon stammered, his voice trembling. The headmaid frowned, her gaze piercing. Are you quite all right, Damon? Damon gripped the edge of the table, his breath hitching. What is happening to me? Damon stared at the headmaid, his widened eyes betraying the fear and confusion clawing at his mind. But it wasn't fear of her, it was the visceral, gut-wrenching shock of a world stripped of color. The room, the sunlight, even the headmaid herself, all of it had faded into stark black and white. The only exception was the headmaid's chest, where a vibrant, golden glow pulsed faintly, alien in this monochrome existence. His hands trembled as he took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. The headmaid remained unaffected by the change, her stern demeanor unchanged. She was a tall, composed woman with long black hair braided neatly down her back and sharp amber eyes that always seemed to pierce through him. Her uniform was pristine, marked by a brooch displaying the Academy's crest, a small detail Damon would never have noticed before, but now he could see it with startling clarity. Damon Grey, are you all right? Matilda's voice was firm, though her eyes narrowed as she caught Damon staring. The golden glow captivated him, drawing his gaze with an almost magnetic pull. His mouth hung open, and to his horror, he felt the unmistakable wetness of drool trailing from his lips. Yes, Miss Matilda. I'm fine, he muttered, forcing himself to tear his eyes away from her chest. The room's monochrome state remained overwhelming. The sunlight streaming through the windows lacked its usual warmth, appearing cold and colorless. Yet somehow, Damon still knew the original colors of everything, the polished mahogany of his desk, the navy curtains swaying lightly by the window. His vision was unerringly sharp, even the dew droplets on the window frame, reflecting faintly distorted images of the outside world, were startlingly clear. What is happening to me, he thought, his mind racing. A quick glance at the system panel still floating in front of him made his stomach drop. His shadow hunger had climbed to dangerous levels. Matilda's voice broke through his daze, irritation evident. Damon Grey, stop staring into the distance and get up. You have 15 minutes to get ready. After that, you'll have 5 minutes to eat before heading out. That gives you a total of 20 minutes. Now move. Her sharp tone jolted him. Why yes. I'll be ready, he stammered, scrambling to his feet and bolting toward the bathroom. Matilda, frowning slightly, glanced around his room, noting its spotless condition, a testament to the maid's efficiency. She turned to leave, but paused just before closing the door, her brows furrowed. Did the color of his eyes change? I'm certain he had blue eyes before. The thought lingered as she walked away, her memory of Damon's peculiar black eyes gnawing at the edges of her mind. In the bathroom, Damon slammed the door shut, his breaths coming in short, shaky bursts. His gaze flicked toward his shadow on the wall. At first, it seemed normal, mimicking his movements as it always did. But then it glitched. It wasn't his imagination, the shadow flickered erratically, its edges warping and distorting. One moment it was there, the next, it seemed to blink out of existence for a fraction of a second before returning, weaker than before. Its usual playful gestures were absent, replaced by a feeble stillness that was deeply unsettling. Damon's breath caught in his throat. He called up the system panel, dread pooling in his stomach. Shadow hunger levels, 80%. Condition, shadow is starved. A deep, hollow ache flared in his stomach as if on cue. His body felt heavy, the heat of hunger radiating from the pit of his being. He shook his head weakly, trying to push the feeling aside. Get it together, he muttered to himself. He quickly washed up, the cold water doing little to refresh him. Once done, he dressed in his clean academy uniform, carefully pinning the brooch given to him by Professor Cale Blackthorne to his chest. Before stepping out, Damon glanced at himself in the mirror. His black eyes stared back, void of their former blue hue, heavy dark circles under his eyes. With a sigh, he adjusted his uniform, ensuring it fit neatly and avoided drawing unnecessary attention to his appearance. I need to avoid crowded areas. He thought grimly as he exited the bathroom and headed downstairs, his mind already racing with the complications of his new reality. Damon stepped into the elevator, his fingers trembling slightly as he pressed the button for the ground floor. The soft hum of the machinery did little to calm the storm brewing within him. As the doors slid open, he strode forward, intent on leaving the building, when a maid called out to him. Her voice, polite yet firm, pulled him from his thoughts. Reluctantly, he followed her down the hall toward the dining room. As they walked, Damon couldn't ignore the faint golden glow radiating from her chest. It was the same as what he had seen in the headmaid, a warm, ethereal light that stirred something primal within him. His mouth watered involuntarily, and the faintest scent of something delectable wafted through his senses. The hunger clawed at him. For a brief moment, an uncontrollable urge to attack flared in his mind, a dark whisper urging him forward. No. He shook his head sharply, forcing himself back to reality. The maid led him to a small table where a modest breakfast had been arranged. She lowered her head respectfully before speaking. You did not eat breakfast yesterday. The head maid insists you do so today. Her tone softened slightly. She also said she is willing to forgive your absence from the dorms the night before. Damon blinked, momentarily distracted. He could hear her heartbeat, the rhythmic pulse of her blood coursing through her veins. The golden glow of her soul captivated him, but he forced his gaze downward, unwilling to let her see the hunger in his eyes. The maid stepped back after delivering her message, bowing slightly before leaving the room. Her absence gave him the clarity to process her words. How did she know, he wondered, his brows furrowing in confusion. As the head maid, it was Matilda's duty to oversee all the students in the war halls, even someone like him. But Damon couldn't shake the question of why she cared so much about his actions. His stomach growled, interrupting his thoughts. With a fatigued expression, he wolfed down the food in front of him. It was gone in moments, consumed with such ferocity that it startled even him. Yet the hollow ache in his gut remained. No matter how much he ate, it wouldn't make a difference. This insatiable hunger wasn't physical, it stemmed from something far darker. His eyes flicked to the faint golden light he could see emanating from others' chests. Each glow whispered of sustenance, and he couldn't deny the truth any longer. I know what my shadow wants, he thought grimly. And it's not good. Pushing the empty plate aside, Damon stood abruptly. Dark circles hung under his eyes, and his once sharp gloomy gaze was dulled by fatigue. Without a word, he left the dining room and exited the dormitory, the brisk morning air greeting him as he stepped outside. As he reached the academy's main plaza, a sudden jolt of awareness hit him like a lightning strike. His breath caught in his throat, his senses sharpening in an instant as the world around him seemed to ripple. Something was wrong, terribly wrong, and the shadow inside him stirred with a chilling anticipation. Damon stood frozen in place as students moved past him, their chatter blending into a dull hum. His breath hitched, and his pupils dilated, the black of his eyes expanding unnaturally as if they sought to consume all light. A long trail of drool leaked from his parted lips, unnoticed as his gaze locked onto the crowd. In his monochromatic world, the vibrant glow of their souls was unbearable, radiant, tantalizing, and beckoning him to devour them. Beneath his feet, his shadow began to writhe unnaturally, tendrils of darkness curling and coiling like smoke, inching toward the ground around him. It reacted violently, a predator denied its prey, its erratic movements mirroring Damon's own inner turmoil. He took a slow, deliberate step forward, his hand reaching out toward a nearby student. The glow radiating from their chest was irresistible, pulling him forward like a moth to a flame. His eyes darkened further, and a predatory glint appeared in his gaze. Inches from touching the student, Damon froze. A surge of clarity hit him like a splash of cold water. Ah! He collapsed to his knees, clutching his stomach as if trying to contain the ravenous hunger clawing at his insides. A few passing students stopped, glancing at him with concerned expressions. The weight of their stares was enough to jolt him into action. He forced himself to his feet and bolted, his steps unsteady as he fled the plaza. Behind a detached building, Damon finally stopped, leaning heavily against the wall as he caught his breath. His chest heaved, his heart pounding in his ears. His shadow, normally mischievous and animated, had changed. It twitched erratically, its movements weak yet feral, as though gathering its strength for a desperate attack. Damon collapsed onto the ground, his legs giving out beneath him. He raised his head weakly, his body trembling with a mix of fear and exhaustion. Despite the terror gnawing at his mind, his thoughts felt unnervingly calm and cold. I know what it wants, he realized, his gut twisting in revulsion. His shadow wasn't satisfied with scraps or ordinary sustenance. It craved souls, vital, powerful souls from beings like humans, elves, beastkin, and other races with potent life forces. Arg! A guttural groan escaped his lips as a wave of hunger-induced pain racked his body. Time blurred as he sat there, clutching his sides, his breath shallow and uneven. Occasionally, his vision would black out, plunging him into brief moments of unconsciousness. He glanced at his pager, using it to record the durations of his blackouts. It wasn't much, but it gave him some semblance of control over his spiraling state. His enhanced senses only made things worse. Through his shadow, he could perceive the movement of people and objects by the way they disrupted the light and darkness around them. The constant influx of sensory data was overwhelming, and each time he lost focus, it felt as though his consciousness expanded to encompass all the shadows around him. It was disorienting. Painful. Maddening. Hours passed, and by the time he emerged from his stupor, it was already lunchtime. He hadn't attended a single class, but the chatter of students and the unmistakable mention of lunch and cafeteria reached his ears, pulled in by his heightened hearing. Food. Food. The word slipped from his lips in a low, groggy mutter. He staggered to his feet, his movements sluggish and jerky, like a reanimated corpse. He joined the flow of students heading to the cafeteria, blending into the crowd as best he could. His head hung low, his mind clouded by hunger so intense it bordered on madness. Hungry, food. He muttered under his breath, his voice hoarse and strained. The sun bore down on him as he walked, every sensation heightened to an unbearable degree. The warmth of the light, the sound of footsteps, the faint rustle of leaves, it all pressed against his senses like an unrelenting tide. Yet none of it mattered. His mind was consumed by one thought, one driving need. Hunger. In this bizarre state, Damon arrived at the cafeteria, a lavish and bustling space packed with students, each seated at their respective tables. The academy cafeteria was distinctly segregated. On the first floor, long communal tables were designated for commoners and underprivileged students. The second floor featured more exclusive round tables, reserved for the wealthy and middle-level nobility. But the pinnacle of luxury lay on the third floor, an area enclosed by transparent glass walls. This elite section required scanning one's pager to access. From outside, students could see the opulence within, a deliberate display of privilege reserved for upper nobility and elite students. Entry here required either status, an abundance of academy privileges, or both. Damon, however, had neither status nor favor among the elite. Yet he still ate there, every day, defiantly claiming his place among the nobles. His justification? A golden ticket, an academy privilege that granted him access to this hallowed ground. This boldness earned him scorn and bullying from the upper class, but Damon didn't care. Even in his current hunger-driven haze, his stubbornness endured. Without hesitation, he approached the glass doors, a small, bitter smirk tugging at his lips as the thought of smug nobles flitted through his mind. A hungry man was also an angry man, and Damon was both. Pulling out his pager, he swiped it against the sensor, the doors opening with a mechanical hum. He stepped through, ignoring the disdainful stares that burned into his back. Ordinarily, he would head to the counter and serve himself, but today, he lacked the energy. His legs felt like lead, his mind fogged by starvation. Collapsing into a chair, Damon reached under the table and pressed a small button, summoning a maid. The woman approached promptly, her steps hesitant as she noticed his trembling form. He didn't even look up at her, keeping his head low as his body quaked under the strain of his hunger. "Food," he growled, his voice low and feral. The maid bowed quickly, a flicker of fear crossing her face at the raw, primal edge in his tone. "What would you like to eat?" she asked cautiously. "Food. Now." "Yes, yes, right away." She hurried off, returning moments later with a service trolley laden with dishes. Damon didn't wait for her to finish setting the plates. As soon as they hit the table, he began devouring the food, shoveling it into his mouth with wild abandon. "More," he demanded between bites. "More, more." The maid yelped, nodding frantically. "Yes, right away." She rushed back and forth, bringing more and more food to Damon's table. But no matter how much she provided, it was never enough. Damon ate like a ravenous beast, his table manners non-existent, food spilling onto the table and floor. His frenzied behavior quickly drew the attention of the other students, most of whom were nobles. What a beast! Who let such a savage creature in here? Disgusting! The murmurs grew louder, but Damon ignored them. He didn't care what they thought. As long as they didn't touch him, he would let it go. From her table, Leona Veilfire watched with sparkling eyes. The beastkin had a substantial pile of food before her, but her interest was wholly focused on Damon. The more Damon ate, the more despair filled him. No matter how much he consumed, the gnawing hunger remained, a void that nothing could fill. Frustration built within him, bubbling over into raw rage. With a guttural grunt, Damon suddenly stood and, with a surge of monstrous strength, hurled the table several meters across the room. It crashed into the counter, shattering glass and scattering food everywhere. The cafeteria fell silent, the other students staring in shock at the display of raw power. Damon's eyes glowed with a mad frenzy as he glared at the room, his breathing ragged. Every person in his line of sight appeared as prey, glowing with an unbearable light. Food, food, there's food everywhere. He swallowed hard, fighting the primal urge threatening to overtake him. Forcing himself to turn away, he bolted from the cafeteria, running blindly through the academy until he reached a deserted hallway. He staggered to a stop, leaning heavily against the wall. Hungry, so hungry. He muttered, his voice barely audible. As he stumbled forward, his shoulder collided with someone. Get the hell out of my way, he snapped, shoving the person with enough force to send them crashing into the wall. When Damon looked up, his eyes widened. Standing before him was a blinding source of light, brighter than any soul he had ever seen. His stomach twisted painfully, his mind clouding. He had no control now. The hunger consumed him entirely, and he lunged forward, his instincts fully taking over. Evangeline Brightwater froze in her tracks, the radiant light around her intensifying with an almost blinding fury. Her piercing gaze locked onto him, a mixture of anger and indignation flickering across her elegant features. How dare you? Evangeline had missed her usual trip to the cafeteria. She had been summoned by Professor Cale Blackthorne and had just finished her errand, now walking briskly through the halls with a stack of papers in her hands. Her attention was focused on the documents, her sharp mind processing the professor's instructions. As she turned a corner, she felt herself collide with someone. The impact caught her off guard, and before she could react, she was shoved forcefully into the wall. Ah, she gasped, the sting of the cold stone shooting up her back. The suddenness of it all left her shocked and furious. No one had ever treated her with such blatant disrespect. She pushed herself off the wall, anger blazing in her emerald eyes, and turned to confront the offender. When her gaze locked on his face, recognition flickered in her mind. She didn't know his name, but she remembered him. He was the boy who had effortlessly evaded stray shots during her battle with Sylvia Moonvale. There had been something strange about him then, something elusive. But now, as she looked at him, she felt a chill crawl down her spine. His eyes were pitch black, his lips twisted into a snarl, and the way he stared at her was anything but human. His gaze was feral, cold, and unervingly predatory. Almost on instinct, she straightened, her voice laced with indignation. How dare you? Before her words had fully left her lips, he lunged forward. The movement was so sudden that Evangeline's mind blanked for a second. Her body tensed to defend itself, but just before he reached her, he stopped. He froze in place, trembling violently, his hand clutching his head. Sorry. Damon whispered hoarsely, his voice a faint rasp. He didn't even look at her, his face contorted with pain and frustration. Evangeline blinked in confusion, her anger momentarily replaced by unease. She studied him, noting the way his shadow seemed to writhe unnaturally beneath his feet, dark tendrils rising and sinking back into the ground as if alive. To her shock, he began to back away, his movements rigid and strained. He was trying to leave. Her anger flared once more. He shoved me and thinks he can just walk away without an explanation. Wait. She snapped, stepping forward and grabbing his shoulder to stop him. That was the moment everything unraveled. The instant her hand made contact, Damon stiffened. The sensation brought forth a flood of memories, times he'd been mocked, beaten, and humiliated by Marcus and his gang. A spark of rage ignited within him, consuming his fragile restraint like oil poured onto an open flame. His body trembled violently, and his eyes darkened further as shadows began to rise around him, swirling chaotically. Evangeline's hand slipped from his shoulder as Damon let out a low, guttural growl. Before she could react, he turned on her, grabbing her arm with terrifying strength. Without hesitation, he pulled her into a throw. Evangeline felt the air rush around her as her body was launched through the corridor. Reacting instinctively, she twisted midair and landed on her feet, her boots skidding slightly against the floor. The papers she had been carrying scattered around her like fallen leaves, forgotten as her narrowed gaze locked onto Damon. "What is wrong with you?" she demanded, her voice sharp but steady. Damon didn't respond. His body trembled violently, his breaths ragged and shallow. The shadows around him grew thicker, coiling upwards like snakes, their tips almost brushing his feet. Evangeline's eyes narrowed further as she assumed a defensive stance. Whatever was happening to him, it wasn't normal. She clenched her fists, magic sparking faintly at her fingertips. If he attacked again, she would be ready. Evangeline had already passed the point of patience. Any thought of a peaceful resolution vanished as her golden sun-marked eyes narrowed with cold determination. She extended her hand forward, her voice steady yet filled with anger. Beams of light erupted from her palm, shooting faster than a human could ever hope to react. The attack should have ended things immediately, but Damon's shadow-infused instincts granted him an unnatural edge. The dark tendrils entwining his feet reacted to the energy shift, enabling his body to move with almost inhuman precision. Damon weaved through the beams effortlessly, his movements fluid and calculated. Evangeline's eyes widened slightly, momentarily betraying her surprise. He dodged. She thought, her mind racing. Most opponents would have attempted to block the attack using their magical attributes, but Damon had evaded it, a feat that required extraordinary speed and reflexes, especially against light magic. Her expression hardened, and she muttered under her breath, her voice steady but carrying an edge of disbelief. "So, he's faster than I thought." Small orbs of light began forming around her as she prepared her next move. Light magic, brilliant sparks. The orbs shot forward in rapid succession, a blinding barrage of light aimed directly at Damon. Each projectile streaked through the air like an artillery shell, their glow scorching the walls and floor upon impact. Damon's feral snarl deepened. His shadow expanded, tendrils fusing into his body, granting him an animalistic grace. He twisted his frame unnaturally, dodging the projectiles with a bone-chilling ease. His movements were fluid yet erratic, like a beast unbound by the limits of human anatomy. He darted between the walls, ceiling, and floor, his agility surpassing anything Evangeline had seen. Her gaze sharpened further as she adjusted her attacks mid-cast, altering the trajectories to box him in. "Let's see how long you can keep this up," she muttered, her voice filled with cold determination. "He's fast," she thought, her frustration mounting. Not as fast as Leona Veilfire, but his agility outclasses even her. "This isn't normal." Damon growled again, his eyes locked onto her. He moved seamlessly from 2 legs to 4, his shadow morphing his body further. The floor beneath him cracked as he launched himself forward, dodging the relentless barrage and closing the gap between them. Evangeline realized the distance was shrinking too quickly. Gritting her teeth, she molded her light magic into a glowing blade. Light magic, radiant blade. The blade shimmered with power as she swung it down in a wide arc, sending a streak of destruction across the ground. Damon, however, slipped past the strike with unnerving ease, his shadow-enhanced reflexes allowing him to evade even this close-range attack. She swung again, but this time, he deflected her sword with a calculated strike of his hand, pushing the blade to the side. Evangeline didn't hesitate, unleashing a concentrated beam of light magic directly at him. Damon ducked and then sprang forward, his foot slamming into her with a flying kick. She crossed her arms in time to block the blow, though the impact sent her skidding back several feet. Her heart raced as she regained her footing, gripping her radiant blade tightly. Damon showed no signs of stopping. He charged forward, his movements unpredictable. Evangeline swung her sword with practiced precision, but each strike was either dodged or countered. He's reading my moves. No, it's more than that. He's anticipating them, she realized, frustration creeping into her thoughts. Damon's attacks were wild yet strangely calculated, blending primal instincts with unnatural flexibility. His punches and kicks came from impossible angles, twisting his body as though he had no bones. Evangeline feinted to the left, hoping to catch him off guard, but he saw through it. His foot connected with her temple in a precise kick, and before she could recover, his palm struck her diaphragm, forcing the air from her lungs. She stumbled back, gasping for breath, her vision blurring for a split second. The next thing she registered was Damon launching another flying kick. This time, it hit with full force, and darkness claimed her vision as her body crumpled to the ground. Damon stood over her, his breathing heavy and erratic. Drool dripped from his mouth as his shadow writhed uncontrollably. His eyes were glazed, his consciousness buried beneath the primal hunger consuming him. He moved closer, his hand reaching for her neck. The temptation to crush the light she radiated was overwhelming, almost instinctual. But just as his fingers brushed her skin, his body jolted violently. Damon gasped, clutching his head as clarity returned in a crashing wave. His knees buckled, and he stumbled back, trembling uncontrollably. "No, no," he muttered, his voice hoarse and filled with panic. He turned abruptly and bolted down the corridor, his footsteps echoing as he fled. He stumbled several times but forced himself onward, fear overtaking his every thought. He didn't stop running until he reached the busy plaza, his head low as he darted toward the forest. Unbeknownst to Damon, a figure watched him from the windows of an adjacent building. Lark Bonaire's lips curved into a sinister smile as his eyes followed Damon's retreating form. "Found you, Grey," he murmured, his voice dripping with malice. With a casual flick of his wrist, he opened the window beside him and leapt out, using wind magic to steady his descent. His movements were precise, calculated. He slipped between buildings and trees, evading the gaze of wandering students as he pursued Damon into the forest. Damon's breathing was ragged as he sprinted through the outskirts of the academy, his thoughts a chaotic blur. His body moved on instinct, his legs carrying him toward the familiar refuge of the forest, a place he often used as his training ground. The path to his destination quickly disappeared under his feet as he veered off course, the dense canopy of trees swallowing him whole. The sunlight filtering through the leaves created a patchwork of light and shadow on the forest floor, a sight that might have been serene under any other circumstances. But to Damon, it was a tormenting labyrinth. His black and white vision, heightened by his shadow affinity, overwhelmed him with sensory input. The shadows from the trees were alive, pulsating with strange energy, bombarding him with fragmented images and sensations. The sheer volume of information crashed over him like a tidal wave. He stumbled, his knees hitting the ground with a dull thud. A pained grunt escaped his lips as his world spun uncontrollably. His hands trembled as he tried to push himself upright, only to collapse again after a single faltering step. Crawling to the nearest tree, he slumped against its rough bark, his chest heaving. "Stop, please, make it stop." His voice was barely a whisper, a desperate plea to the shadow that had once been his ally. But the shadow offered no solace. Where it had once been a loyal extension of his will, it now writhed on the ground like a living thing, its erratic movements reflecting the chaos in Damon's mind. He clutched his head tightly, his fingers digging into his scalp as he tried to block out the flood of perceptions. The shadows around him whispered, their voices indistinct but maddeningly persistent. Each inanimate shadow seemed to carry its own distinct presence, a cacophony of stimuli that drowned out his thoughts. Why won't it stop? Damon's anguish deepened, his body trembling as he fought against the overwhelming sensations. Then, amidst the chaos, a sound reached him, faint but distinct. Footsteps. The steady rhythm of someone approaching echoed in his heightened perception. Though still distant, his shadow-filled vision painted a vivid image of the intruder, Lark Bonaire, running confidently through the forest. Lark's soul radiated a faint glow that caught Damon's attention, a beacon amidst the shadows. Damon's throat tightened, his hunger surging uncontrollably at the sight of that light. His teeth clenched as he fought the urge, his hands gripping his head even tighter. No, no, not again. He whispered, his voice trembling with dread. The footsteps grew louder, each step reverberating in Damon's distorted senses. It wasn't long before Lark emerged from the trees, his gaze locking onto Damon's collapsed form. Damon sat slumped against the tree, his body shuddering as he muttered incoherent pleas. His once sharp eyes were now clouded with confusion and fear, his shadow twitching erratically at his feet. Lark's lips curled into a slow, calculated smile as he observed the scene. There you are, Grey. I've been looking for you since yesterday, Lark Bonaire's voice rang out, sharp and mocking. He strode toward Damon confidently, summoning a whip formed of wind magic with a casual flick of his hand. You didn't really think you could kick me and just run away, did you? Lark sneered. You're so lucky Lord Xander stopped me back then. Ha, ha, ha. Damon sat slumped against the tree, his head lowered and hands clutching his temples. Shadows flickered erratically around him, twitching like living things. His voice was weak, almost a whisper. You should run. I won't be able to stop it if it reaches 90%. Lark paused, narrowing his eyes at Damon's muttering. To him, it sounded like defiance, as if Damon were issuing a challenge even in his weakened state. For someone as weak as you, Grey, you sure have a big mouth, Lark said, stepping closer. After I'm done with you today, you'll never raise your head to your betters again. Damon raised his head slightly, his expression hollow. His eyes darted briefly to the side where a glowing system panel flickered in his vision. Shadow hunger levels, 89%. The warning burned into his mind, yet his voice came out soft and desperate. Run away, just go. It's hungry. Lark's expression turned colder, his irritation mounting. Still mouthing off, huh? Today, no one will save you from me. He raised his leg and kicked Damon in the side, sending him sprawling onto the forest floor. Damon landed in a heap, dry leaves sticking to his clothes. He didn't even try to dodge, lying still where he fell. Lark's lips curled into a cruel grin. Oh, now you're pathetic. Let's make this lesson stick. He followed up with another kick, this one driving into Damon's stomach. The force made Damon cough, but he remained limp, his body barely reacting. You dare to kick me in the groin, me, Lark Bonaire. Lark spat, his voice rising with rage. After I threw you into that ravine, you should have stayed dead. But no, you came back, insulted me in front of Lord Xander, and now you think you're someone. You deserve to die. With a sadistic laugh, he raised his whip and brought it down on Damon's back. The wind magic sliced through Damon's shirt, leaving thin lines of blood on his skin. Damon's eyes grew colder, his body trembling, not from the pain of Lark's strikes but from the overwhelming flood of sensory information assaulting him. His head pounded as shadows whispered incoherently around him, drowning out everything else. His voice was barely audible as he muttered, I'm so tired. I'm so hungry. And then, it happened. Ding. The sound echoed in Damon's mind, cutting through the chaos. Shadow hunger levels, 90%. Shadow has become ravenous. All stats are drastically amplified. A sudden surge of power coursed through him, and his shadow twisted violently, wrapping around his body like a living entity. Damon's form disappeared as the shadow consumed him entirely, reshaping his body into a monstrous figure. His hands elongated into razor-sharp claws, his mouth filled with jagged teeth, and his eyes vanished, replaced by the void of pure darkness. He stood, a hulking shadowy creature radiating an aura of malevolent hunger. The transformation was instantaneous. Lark took a step back, his bravado melting into wide-eyed terror as he stared at the abomination before him. G. Grey. What's happening? He stammered, his voice trembling. The shadow creature tilted its head, emitting a low, guttural growl that resonated through the forest. Its movements were erratic yet deliberate, exuding raw, predatory power. Driven by instinct, Lark lashed out with his wind magic, sending a slicing gust toward the creature. But the attack dissipated against its form, utterly ineffective. The shadow struck back, its clawed hand darting out and grabbing Lark's arm. With a sickening crunch, it crushed the bones in his wrist. Arg! Lark's scream echoed through the forest as he crumpled in pain, his right arm hanging mangled at his side. The shadow released him, letting his body drop, but its dark form trembled with sadistic laughter at his agony. Lark, realizing his attacks were futile, scrambled to flee, activating wind magic to propel himself away. But the shadow was faster. With an inhuman speed, it darted between the trees and appeared above him. A clawed hand slammed Lark's face into the ground, dragging him across the forest floor. His face scraped against rocks and roots, leaving him bloodied and broken. He tried to scream, but the shadow pressed him down, cutting off his voice. Then, with terrifying strength, it lifted him and hurled him into a tree. The force splintered the trunk, leaving Lark gasping in a pool of his own blood. "Why you, monster?" Lark croaked, trying to crawl away. "I'll report this to the Inquisition. I swear on the Bonaire name." The shadow stepped closer, its claws carving through nearby trees as it advanced. "I am hungry," it whispered, the voice guttural and alien. Lark froze, his bravado evaporating into pure terror. "G. Grey. Please, don't do this," he begged, his voice cracking. "I'm a noble. I'll pay you millions of zenny. Spare me. I swear, I'll never bother you again." The shadow didn't respond. Its void-like maw opened wide, jagged teeth glinting before it clamped down on him. Lark's screams were cut off as the shadow devoured him whole, leaving no trace behind. For a moment, the forest was silent. Then the shadows receded, melting away from Damon's form. He collapsed to his knees, trembling as he regained control of his body. "You have slain Lark Bonaire. You have received 5 attribute points. You have acquired the skill 5x. Your shadow is full." Damon's breath caught in his throat as the notifications faded. Tears streamed down his face, and his voice cracked with anguish. What? The forest was eerily silent, the stillness pressing on Damon like a weight. His breaths came in shallow gasps as he glanced around, willing himself to calm down. The situation was dire. If he were implicated in the death of Lark Bonaire, his life at the Academy, and possibly beyond, would be over. The Academy prided itself on being neutral ground, where students enjoyed a degree of diplomatic immunity. Its own rules superseded external laws. But Lark wasn't just any student, he was a noble. A simple fight would have been excused, but this was different. Damon hadn't just killed him, he had consumed him in an act that would be deemed both inhumane and monstrous. The very thought sent a shiver down his spine. Tears that had spilled moments ago dried instantly as cold reality settled in. The Temple Inquisition. The rumors Damon had heard about their methods made his stomach churn. "If I get caught, it's all over," he whispered to himself, biting down on his lip until the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. His mind raced, consumed by fear and the desperate need to cover his tracks. The guilt of killing Lark was shoved aside, replaced by a primal survival instinct. He began formulating a plan, forcing himself to think logically. The scene was littered with evidence: claw marks on the trees, blood stains, a broken tree trunk, torn fabric, and Lark's pager lying on the ground. Damon took deep breaths, his hands trembling as he assessed everything. No mistakes, he reminded himself, knowing that any slip-up could spell doom. He decided against heading directly to the academy. Instead, he moved toward the barrier at the edge of the forest, breaking a few branches along the way to simulate the chaotic retreat of a monster. He carefully placed strips of Lark's torn clothing on shrubs and hung the pager on a snapped branch. Each step was deliberate, leaving no trace of his involvement. Circling around, Damon crossed the barrier into the wilderness beyond. He made his way to a nearby river, its cool water sending a shiver through his body as he waded in, letting the current wash over him. No scent, no tracks, he thought, emerging soaked and chilled but resolute. Back within the safety of the academy's barrier, Damon headed toward the secluded forest where he often trained. Here, he was meticulous, leaving no tracks or signs of his passage. Arriving at the clearing, he hung his academy uniform on the weapons rack. The enchanted fabric, damaged by Lark's wind whip, was already mending itself, a testament to its craftsmanship from the magic continent of Erona. That, at least, was one less thing to worry about. But the gnawing anxiety wouldn't leave him. He didn't know how long it would take before someone noticed Lark's absence. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Turning to a training dummy, he let out a guttural yell, punching it with all his might. Why? Why did this have to happen to me? His voice cracked with anguish. As sunlight filtered through the canopy, Damon's shadow stretched long on the ground. It twitched, shifting unnaturally. He froze, his breath catching as he noticed it scratch its head in what seemed like an apologetic gesture. "Go away," he shouted, his voice filled with raw emotion. The shadow flinched, retreating behind a training dummy. From its hiding spot, it peeked out cautiously, almost like a child afraid of scolding. Damon glared at it, his body trembling with a mixture of anger, fear, and helplessness. For now, the forest was silent once more, but Damon knew the reprieve wouldn't last. Damon collapsed onto his rear, his chest heaving as he fought to suppress the fear threatening to overwhelm him. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to think rationally. I didn't leave any traces. I should be fine. I just need to act dumb if anyone asks. Lark probably didn't tell anyone he was coming after me, or Marcus and his group would have been with him. No one else knew he was here but me. Despite his efforts to stay calm, the fear gnawed at him, creeping in every time he let his guard down. He couldn't risk returning to the academy in broad daylight, someone might spot him, and suspicion would follow. The scene he'd left behind pointed to a monster attack, but the nagging thought of being suspected kept him frozen. I need to distract myself, Damon muttered, but the thought of training felt impossible in his current state. Instead, he opted for the next best thing, checking his system panel. With a flicker of thought, the translucent screen appeared before him, displaying his stats. He scanned the familiar numbers, his heart steadying as his mind focused on something tangible. HP, 50/50ths. Mana, 30 of 30. Strength, 9. Agility, 12. Speed, 25. Endurance, 10. Class. Shadow, 100. Shadow hunger levels, 0%. Shadow level, 1. Condition, shadow is full. Attributes, Umbra. Skills. 5x. Locked. His stats hadn't changed much, except for a few notable differences. His shadow energy had returned to full, resting at 100%, and the hunger level was now 0%. Damon grimaced, recalling the moment his shadow had devoured Lark Bonaire. His theory seemed correct, his shadow fed on intelligent creatures. He tapped on the shadow level tab, revealing a submenu. Shadow level, 1. Your shadow level reflects your control and power over your shadow. You can level up by feeding it in completing specific challenges or quests, which grant stat points to enhance HP, mana, and other attributes. Level up requirements. Souls consumed, 1/3. Damon stared coldly at the words. The requirement for leveling up was clear, souls. He had gained 1 from killing Lark Bonaire. His chest tightened, but before guilt could take hold, something else caught his attention. At the top of the screen, a small icon blinked, a number 5 with a plus sign. Damon focused on it, revealing another menu. Attribute points. Attribute points are gained by feeding the shadow or completing quests. These points can be distributed to empower any specific stat. Available points, 5. His eyes gleamed. So I can use this to increase any stat, he murmured. He thought for a moment, then decided. All points to mana. The instant he confirmed his choice, his mana stat shifted. Mana, 35/35, plus 5. A wave of warmth washed over him as the new mana coursed through his body. Damon gasped, feeling the energy surge. It actually worked. My mana really grew. I can feel it. For a fleeting moment, his fear and worries vanished, replaced by the euphoria of growth. Damon had spent years trying to grow stronger through training, but the results had always been incremental at best. Now, he had gained power in an instant. And all I had to do was kill 1 person. He whispered, a smile creeping across his face. The rush of power eclipsed the moral weight of what he'd done. Lost in his exhilaration, he didn't notice his shadow until it returned to its place beneath his feet. It shifted unnaturally, its edges darkening, as if mirroring his smile. But as Damon continued to grin, the shadow seemed to frown, its form twisting with an almost worried expression. Damon's eyes flickered down, his smile faltering. Narrowing his gaze, he muttered. The system isn't all good, but it rewards me for my actions. He paused. Speaking of rewards, I also got a skill. He focused on the skills tab, and the moment the information materialized, his breath caught. His eyes widened in disbelief as he read the description, the words sending a shiver down his spine. The system panel revealed the skill tab, and as Damon carefully read through the details, he felt an involuntary thrill rise within him. The description of his newly acquired skill exceeded his expectations. It was an active skill. To ensure he wasn't imagining things in a desperate bid to distract himself from reality, Damon forced himself to calm down and reread the skill description, his eyes scanning the words with precision. Skill, 5x. Description. The warriors of the Sky Continent, Voldrin, embodied freedom and limitless growth, their achievements inspiring the concept of boundless potential reflected in this skill. Effect. 5x amplifies a chosen stat by 5 times its base value for 5 minutes. Type. Active. Cooldown. 10 minutes. Damon couldn't help but feel impressed. The skill's potential was immense. He paused, considering the reference to Voldrin, the northeastern continent known for its flying cities, airships, and nomadic lifestyle. Their strong sense of independence and freedom was legendary, as was their worship of both the unknown god of the demons and the goddess of doom. This duality had once branded Voldrin as heretical, though the temple had rescinded its judgment centuries ago. Parts of Voldrin have supposedly been taken over by demons recently. Damon mused. The truce between demons and the goddess's race made such rumors more intriguing than concerning, but he pushed the thought aside. What truly captivated him now was the skill's ability. 5x amplifies a chosen stat by 5 times its base value for 5 minutes. He glanced at his stats again, his attention drawn to his mana. It had always been a source of shame, far too low to perform adequately in class. Even after adding the 5 attribute points earlier, raising his mana to 35, it still felt insignificant. But now, with this skill, everything seemed different. 5x to mana, Damon muttered, eager to test the skill. A sudden surge rippled through his body as mana swelled within him, flooding his system like a rushing tide. The intensity far surpassed the warmth he'd felt earlier. Empowered, he smiled, momentarily free of his fears and doubts. HP, 50/50ths. Mana, 175/175, 5x. Strength, 9. Agility, 12. Speed, 25. Endurance, 10. Class. Shadow, 100. Shadow hunger levels, 0%. Shadow level, 1. Condition, shadow is full. Attributes, Umbra. Skills. 5x. Locked. His mana had soared to an impressive 175. For the first time, Damon had a tangible amount of energy to wield, an advantage he had never experienced before. The implications were not lost on him. The skill might not seem overwhelming now, but as his stats grew, multiplying any of them by 5 could make him an unstoppable force. If I keep increasing my mana, this skill alone could make me an enemy no one would dare to face. His excitement bubbled over. Deciding to test his newfound strength, Damon recalled what he'd been taught in elemental class. He focused on his shadow attribute, channeling the energy into his hand. Slowly, a ball of shadow magic formed, pulsing with raw potential. Damon's smile widened. His power, long dismissed as weak, finally had substance. Pointing his hand toward a nearby tree, he unleashed the shadow ball. It shot forward, dark energy crackling as it struck the tree. With a loud crack, the tree split, part of it collapsing under the force. Damon stared at the damage, his chest heaving with exhilaration. For the first time, he felt like he truly mattered in this world, a dangerous force in the making. This is only the beginning. Damon smiled, his chest rising with exhilaration. Ha ha ha, it worked. I did it, he exclaimed, fists clenched triumphantly. He looked down at his shadow, a grin still plastered across his face. Did you see that? I did it. My power isn't useless anymore. I did it. The shadow beneath him seemed to respond, clapping its hands in a soundless gesture of celebration. For a moment, the animosity he had felt toward his shadow dissolved in the thrill of his newfound strength. The guilt and anguish of killing Lark Bonaire were momentarily forgotten, buried beneath his euphoria. Glancing at his mana, Damon frowned as realization struck. The single shadow ball he had unleashed had drained 50 mana points. No wonder I couldn't do this before, my normal mana pool could never handle it. That one attack cost more than my pitiful 30 mana could hold. He clenched his fist, determination flaring in his eyes. But now I can get stronger. I can earn attribute points and increase my power even further. With renewed vigor, Damon formed another shadow ball and then experimented with other techniques. However, his enthusiasm quickly drained his mana to 0, leaving him exhausted well before the 5-minute duration of his skill expired. Despite the fatigue, he couldn't sit still, his excitement undiminished. Damon eagerly awaited the cooldown period to end so he could explore the skill's potential in other stats. After 10 minutes passed, Damon rose and approached a nearby training dummy. He tried lifting it with one hand but failed miserably. Alright, let's see how this works with strength, he muttered. Activating the skill, 5x, he focused on his strength stat. Strength, 45, 5x. A surge of raw power coursed through his body, his muscles responding with newfound vigor. Damon grabbed the dummy again, this time lifting it with little effort. The sheer strength amazed him. This is incredible. He whispered, a smile tugging at his lips as he tested his enhanced strength with various exercises. Once the cooldown reset again, Damon turned his attention to other stats. With every activation of 5x, his abilities soared to unimaginable levels. When he boosted his speed, the effect was astonishing, his movements blurring as he darted around the training ground. However, his endurance couldn't keep pace with his newfound velocity, and he exhausted himself well before the 5-minute timer expired. Finally, Damon turned to his most unique stat, shadow energy. Already at 100, the boost pushed it to an overwhelming 500. Yet, to his frustration, he felt no noticeable difference. Why? What does it mean? Why can't I feel anything, he wondered, but he shook his head. It doesn't matter for now. I'll figure it out later. By the time Damon finished his tests, the sun had set, and darkness blanketed the training ground. He returned to where his academy uniform hung, finding it dry and freshly mended. After slipping into the pristine clothing, he waited a little longer for the night to deepen. Then, he made his way back to the academy. Damon's steps felt lighter as he approached the war walls, though a subtle unease lingered. The intense hunger he had felt that morning was gone, his shadow satiated from its grisly feast on Lark Bonaire. Yet, the memory of that act weighed on him, twisting his heart with unease no matter how hard he tried to suppress it. Sneaking into his room undetected, Damon sighed in relief. He shrugged off his academy jacket, ready to collapse into bed. But as he placed the jacket on his chair, he froze. His hand instinctively went to his chest. The brooch was gone. A chill ran down Damon's spine. If I left it at the scene of the crime? The thought was like ice in his veins. It would be glaring evidence. Damon stared out through the window, his thoughts a storm of uncertainty. He considered returning to the forest where he had killed Lark Bonaire, but the idea quickly soured in his mind. If I go back, I'll just make more mistakes, leave more evidence. His brooch's absence gnawed at him, but it wasn't incriminating evidence by itself. There was no clear link between him and the gruesome death. Everything about Lark Bonaire's demise pointed to a monster, a creature with claws and power far beyond Damon's own. As long as I stick to that story, I'm fine, he muttered under his breath. In fact, I just need to act like I know nothing at all. I never saw Lark Bonaire or anyone else. In the world beyond these walls, nobles wouldn't need hard evidence to act against him. As a lowly commoner, they could have him arrested, tortured for answers, or worse, with only a shred of suspicion. But here, within the bounds of Aether Academy, things were different. The academy was more than just a school, it was a fortress of neutrality. Damon clenched his fists, drawing some comfort from his unique status. As a student of Aether Academy, he was granted a form of diplomatic immunity. No noble, no matter how powerful, could touch him without the Academy's consent. This sanctuary extended to all students, regardless of their origins, because Aether Academy was a melting pot of cultures and nations, drawing youths from every corner of the world of Aetherus. The Academy was nestled within Soltheon, the war continent, specifically in the Empire of Valfarin. Its proximity to Valerian, the imperial capital, lent it an air of prestige. Located on neutral ground known as Aether's Sanctuary, Aether Academy stood as a beacon of unity amid a fractured world. Here, young warriors trained to combat the demonic scourge that plagued the land. Although the current ceasefire provided a fragile reprieve, the Academy's purpose was clear, to prepare its students for the endless war that could reignite at any moment. Damon exhaled deeply, the tension in his chest easing slightly. As long as he remained a student, his status as a commoner mattered little within the Academy's meritocratic system, at least on the surface. He knew segregation lingered in subtler forms. Nobles still found ways to exert their influence, but Aether Academy offered a rare opportunity where talent could overshadow bloodline. Although segregation still exists, he thought grimly. Graduating from Aether Academy wasn't just an achievement, it was a gateway to greatness. For commoners and nobles alike, graduating meant access to unparalleled opportunities. Positions of power, influence, and unimaginable wealth awaited those who completed their training. Even the Empire's elites aspired to graduate, and the Academy welcomed all who showed the talent and resolve to survive its rigorous trials. It was a brutal proving ground where not everyone made it to the end. Students often died during their training, but those who endured left their mark on the world, their names etched into history. Damon's resolve hardened as he thought about what graduation would mean for him. The scholarship funds the Academy provided were a lifeline, but it was more than just money keeping him here. If I make it to graduation, every door of opportunity will open for me. I just have to survive. For Damon, survival wasn't just about staying alive. It was about playing the game, making the right moves, and ensuring that his past stayed buried, along with Lark Bonaire. Damon clenched his fists, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and defiance. The Academy wouldn't want Lark's death to become public knowledge, not yet. It would compromise their independence, their image. He spoke aloud to steady his thoughts. Which means they won't make it public right away. Even if the Academy decided to address the matter, they would spin it into a narrative that wouldn't tarnish their reputation. Damon's mind raced, analyzing every possible angle. Lark's powerful family, the temple's potential involvement, the political ramifications, he lacked crucial information, and it gnawed at him. He gritted his teeth, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. For now, I just need to lay low. No need to change my routine. Damon made up his mind. He'd feign ignorance if the matter of his brooch came up, brushing it off as an innocent loss. He took a deep breath, attempting to steady the turmoil within him. I don't regret it, he thought fiercely. Lark Bonaire deserved what he got. He oppressed me, mocked me, treated me like I was less than dirt. His teeth clenched so tightly that he tasted blood. This is justice, he muttered, his voice trembling with both conviction and doubt. I only destroyed my oppressor. He raised his head, steeling himself. My shadow will need more if I'm going to survive. I need power, and I can't get it through normal means. The thought of Luna crossed his mind, her image rekindling his resolve. Even if not for myself, I have to do this for her. He walked to the window, staring into the darkness. I must stay ahead of them at all times, he whispered. The brooch's disappearance still loomed over him, but his fear was slowly being replaced by an icy resolve. He would do whatever it took to survive in this merciless world. His thoughts shifted to the upcoming mid-semester evaluation, a trial that loomed like an executioner's blade. If I don't make the top 10, I'll be expelled. That bastard Professor Cale Blackthorn will make sure of it. Damon's fists tightened. I can't let that happen. I need to figure out where my shadow's next meal will come from, and find a long-term solution to feed it. I need to be ready. The clock was ticking, and Damon knew the Academy's investigation might uncover something eventually. Still, he had time he'd use wisely. I'll use this system and my shadow to the fullest, he vowed, glancing at the dark figure at his side. The shadow responded, nodding its head in silent applause before giving him a thumbs up. Damon's lips twisted into a grim smile. You're not exactly my ally, are you? But you're not my enemy, either. So help me. Help me become stronger. Help me seize my fate. Help me devour to gain strength. The shadow swirled around him in a silent, sinister affirmation. Damon stood silently in his dorm room, the suffocating fear replaced by cold, unyielding resolve. The night deepened, but Damon didn't rest. He sat at his desk, pulling out a stack of books and opening them in the dim light. His eyes scanned the pages hungrily. Knowledge is one of the keys to open the door of power, he murmured, his voice low and determined. With that, Damon began to read, immersing himself in the darkness of the night and the knowledge of the world, preparing himself for the trials ahead. Damon saw the first light of dawn creeping through his window, casting a pale, golden glow across his room. His face remained buried in the books he'd borrowed from the library, where he'd been reading tirelessly through the night. The darkness that had shrouded the room earlier was no hindrance to him now, thanks to his newfound vision that rendered light unnecessary. Even in the absence of illumination, he could clearly see every word on the pages, every corner of his room. As dawn brightened the space, Damon's gaze shifted toward his shadow. It had spent the night skidding across the room, flitting from corner to corner like a restless sentinel on patrol. He yawned, exhaustion setting in after a sleepless night. I can't afford to miss class again, he thought, rubbing his eyes. Missing yesterday had already put him on edge. Another absence might start drawing attention, and that was the last thing he needed. Still, the nagging worry crept in. His absence could implicate him, couldn't it? No, he muttered, shaking his head. I can't let myself second-guess everything. If I do, my heart will give out long before they catch me. He clung to the belief that there was no evidence tying him to Lark Bonaire. There couldn't be. He had been too careful. Damon walked into the bathroom and washed up. The cold water splashing against his face helped chase away some of the lingering fatigue. Afterward, he dressed in his crisp, clean uniform, neatly folding and tossing his soiled clothes into the laundry basket. The maids would take care of it on laundry day, as always. As he stepped into the hallway, his eyes caught a flash of red hair. There, walking down the corridor, was a stunning girl with striking crimson locks that shimmered even in the dim morning light. Her posture and gait were regal, exuding confidence and authority. Damon didn't even need to see her face to know who she was, Lilith Astronova, the second-year student council president. What's she doing on this floor? He muttered under his breath. Second years had their own floor, far removed from his. There was no reason she should be here. But Damon shook his head, dismissing the thought. Not my problem. Except is she here to investigate? Narrowing his eyes, he turned in the opposite direction, took the elevator down, and headed for the dining hall. Breakfast was light, barely enough to stave off his hunger, but it didn't matter. He wasn't in the mood to eat anyway. Finishing quickly, Damon left for his first class of the day, potion brewing. When he arrived, only a handful of students were present. Perfect. Damon found a quiet corner where he could blend into the background, avoiding any unnecessary attention. As he sat, his ears perked up, hoping to catch whispers of rumors or clues about Lark Bonaire. Most of it was mundane chatter, the typical gossip that floated around the academy. But then, a name caught his attention. Lark. Damon's eyes shifted toward a group of students. It was Xander Ravenscroft and his friends. Their voices were hushed, just out of earshot. I can't hear them, Damon muttered, irritation creeping in. His unease grew. I killed Lark Bonaire, what if they know? His shadow, which had been idly shifting nearby, suddenly waved at him. Damon blinked, startled. You want to listen in on them? The shadow nodded, its form quivering in anticipation. Damon hesitated, biting his lip. It felt risky, but he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. Fine, he whispered. But don't get caught. The shadow saluted him before slithering under the desks, blending seamlessly with the natural shadows cast by the morning light. It moved unnoticed, positioning itself beneath Xander's group. Damon's heart raced, his palms clammy with anxiety. Don't get caught. Don't get caught. The shadow merged flawlessly into the room's inanimate darkness, becoming nearly invisible. Damon forced himself to breathe steadily, trying to look nonchalant as the class filled up. Eventually, the professor arrived, and the shadow slipped back to Damon's side. Leaning closer to it, Damon whispered. Well? Do they know he's dead? The shadow shook its head. Damon exhaled, relief washing over him. So they don't suspect me? The shadow shook its head again, then gestured with a series of movements that Damon instinctively understood. They noticed he didn't come back last night, Damon murmured, piecing the information together. And they haven't seen him this morning either. The shadow continued to gesture. They tried calling his pager, but he didn't pick up. So they reported his absence to the academy, just in case he got into trouble. Damon's chest tightened. How thoughtful of them, he muttered bitterly. Then, narrowing his eyes, he added. Let me guess, reporting it on such short notice was Xander Ravenscroft's idea, wasn't it? The shadow nodded. I figured as much. That bastard, he's not stupid. No, it's more like he has excellent judgment. Damon's gaze locked onto Xander, a simmering resentment bubbling beneath his calm exterior. He always causes problems for me, even without meaning to. His voice was laced with venom. I hate him, even more now. He sighed, slumping slightly in his chair. How could I not hate someone who treats me like I'm less than the dirt beneath his feet? The professor began the lecture, but Damon's mind remained elsewhere, his thoughts entangled in schemes and strategies for staying ahead of those who might stand in his way. The professor droned on and on, his monotone voice blending into the background as Damon half-listened. He jotted down the important parts of the lecture, but his mind kept wandering, preoccupied with thoughts of Lark Bonaire. Lark was dead, and no matter how much Damon wanted to dismiss it, the weight of that reality bore down on him. The guilt and paranoia gnawed at him, making it hard to focus. Class eventually ended, followed by the next, and soon it was lunchtime. During lectures, Damon couldn't ignore the subtle glances cast his way by Evangeline Brightwater. The number one first year, her reputation was as pristine as her golden hair and sun-marked eyes. But her attention unsettled him. Damon hadn't even noticed at first, it was his shadow that informed him, giving him a nudge and pointing her out. Each time her gaze lingered, it added to his unease. Why is she looking at me? He wondered. The cafeteria was crowded as always, the hum of voices and clatter of trays filling the air. Damon, however, didn't need to worry about finding a seat. He headed straight to the more exclusive section reserved for nobles and top-ranking students. When he arrived, he spotted Xander Ravenscroft and his group occupying a table near the center. Their laughter and animated conversation grated on his nerves, but Damon didn't stop. He walked past them, his gaze fixed on the table at the farthest corner, secluded and quiet, just the way he preferred. Reaching the table, Damon sat down. It was only then that he realized he hadn't grabbed any food. But the thought of weaving through the bustling cafeteria unsettled him further. Instead, he pressed a button discreetly embedded into the table, summoning a maid. When she arrived, he ordered something light. As he waited, Damon could hear the murmurs of other nobles nearby, their whispers sharp and cutting. Did you see what he did yesterday? One whispered. He's a beast, another scoffed. Damon ignored them, though their words rekindled the memory of yesterday's incident. His shadow had been hungry, ravenous, in fact, and he had lost control, acting in a way that was less than human. The aftermath had earned him disdainful looks and cruel remarks, but Damon refused to let their judgment affect him. His food arrived shortly after, and he started eating in silence, savoring the calm of his corner. But that peace didn't last long. The cafeteria gradually fell silent, the bustling noise replaced by an eerie stillness. Damon glanced up, his fork hovering midair, and found himself staring at Evangeline Brightwater. She stood directly in front of him, her flawless appearance almost glowing in the soft cafeteria light. Her expression was composed, but her eyes held a quiet intensity as she addressed him. "May I sit here?" she asked politely, her voice calm yet firm. Damon frowned, setting his fork down. He met her gaze, unflinching. "No, you may not." His tone was cold, leaving no room for negotiation. Evangeline Brightwater stepped into the bustling cafeteria, her presence commanding immediate attention. The vibrant hum of conversation began to quiet as her gaze swept across the room. She didn't falter, walking with the unshaken poise expected of someone of her stature. Her eyes sought out one table, at the far edge of the cafeteria, where a lone figure sat. Damon Grey. She had learned his name earlier after a brief inquiry. Something about him had caught her interest. As she made her way forward, the silence followed her like a wave. By the time she reached the center of the cafeteria, Xander Ravenscroft had noticed her approach. He turned to his group, gesturing for them to give him space. They complied without hesitation, leaving him standing at the now empty table. Xander stood to greet her, his confidence unwavering. "Lady Brightwater, would you like to have lunch with me?" he asked, a polite smile on his face. But Evangeline didn't even glance in his direction. She walked past him, her eyes locked on the table at the far corner. Damon's table. Xander blinked, stunned. The murmurs that rose among his group were quickly drowned out by the whispering of the other students. Evangeline stopped in front of Damon's table, her graceful presence a stark contrast to the dark-haired boy sitting alone. Damon didn't notice her at first, his focus on the food in front of him. He lazily stabbed a piece of food with his fork, only to pause and glance up. His black eyes met hers, and his expression hardened into a cold frown. Evangeline's gaze held steady, her intensity unwavering. "May I sit here?" she asked. Damon's tone was sharp, his response immediate. "No, you may not." Evangeline blinked, taken aback by his bluntness. In noble society, such a dismissal was unthinkably rude. Her hesitation lasted only a moment before she did something equally unexpected. Without a word, she took the seat opposite him. Damon's glare deepened. "By the goddess, what is wrong with this girl? Didn't I say no?" The cafeteria was abuzz now. Whispers filled the room as students gawked at the scene. Evangeline Brightwater, the #1 first year, sitting with Damon Grey, the one who barely scraped by in his classes. It was an unusual pairing that had everyone talking. "I don't need this kind of attention," Damon thought grimly. He had been doing his best to keep a low profile, and this was exactly the kind of spectacle he wanted to avoid. As if the situation couldn't get worse, he felt a sharp gaze drilling into him. He turned and saw Xander Ravenscroft glaring at him from across the room, his expression a mix of confusion and anger. Damon's lips twitched. "Ah, that's right. Xander has a crush on this girl, doesn't he?" Damon allowed himself a small, amused smile. It was short-lived, though, as he turned his attention back to Evangeline. "What do you want, Evangeline Brightwater?" he asked flatly. She straightened slightly, her composure unshaken. "Yes, Sir Damon, I wanted to talk about yesterday." His brow furrowed in confusion. "Sir Damon? What is up with this girl?" Her words gave him pause, especially the mention of yesterday. Could it be? No, she doesn't seem like she knows about Lark. So what could she possibly want? Evangeline waited for him to speak, but when he didn't, she hesitantly continued. "Yesterday, you. What about yesterday?" "Get straight to the point," Damon cut her off, his tone impatient. Evangeline reached into her uniform jacket and pulled out a small object, placing it on the table. Damon's eyes flicked down to it, and his breath caught. "You dropped your brooch yesterday," she explained softly. "I was trying to return it to you." The sight of the silver brooch, engraved with a rune of probation, made his heart lurch. For a moment, he'd feared he'd left it at the scene of Lark Bonaire's death. But no, he must have dropped it during his brief and vague encounter with Evangeline yesterday. A wave of relief washed over him, and he let out an involuntary sigh. He reached for the brooch and pinned it back onto his chest. "Is that all?" he asked curtly, his tone guarded once more. Evangeline blinked, caught off guard by his abruptness. She nodded slightly. "Yes. That's all." Damon didn't thank her. Instead, he leaned back in his seat, dismissing her with his cold demeanor. But as the cafeteria buzzed with whispers once again, he couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't the last time Evangeline Brightwater would insert herself into his life. And of course she wasn't done. Evangeline frowned. She had approached Damon with good intentions, yet he remained rude and standoffish. She sighed, deciding to brush it off. After all, he was strong, very strong. She had thought herself the strongest first-year student until the day he defeated her, and it wasn't even common knowledge that he possessed such power. Her gaze drifted to where Damon sat in a secluded corner of the cafeteria. He must be a very humble person who doesn't like attention, she thought to herself. If Damon knew her thoughts, he would have face-bombed at the absurdity. If anything, he felt anxious around her. The gap in power between them was astronomical, and he knew he stood no chance against her if it came down to a real fight. His words were nothing but bravado, a thin shield to protect his fragile pride. Why isn't she leaving? Damon thought irritably, watching her push a button to summon a maid. Evangeline ordered her lunch and then turned her attention back to Damon. Evangeline Brightwater, Damon said sharply. I believe you've already returned my brooch. You can leave now. You have no more business with me. Evangeline shook her head, her voice calm. I'm already here. I might as well eat. Besides, I still have something I want to ask you. Damon's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but think back to Lark, the guilt still fresh in his mind. Does she know? No, she couldn't, he reassured himself, though the doubt lingered. The maid returned with Evangeline's food, and she began eating. Damon's attention flickered to the students around them. All eyes were on their table, especially Xander Ravenscroft's. Oddly, seeing Xander seethe with jealousy brought Damon some satisfaction. Now then, Evangeline Brightwater, Damon said, his voice cutting through the silence. What do you want? Get to the point, I don't have all day. Evangeline lifted her glass to her lips, taking a small sip. Just call me Evangeline. We're classmates in the same year, after all. Damon sighed impatiently. I said don't beat around the bush. May I call you Damon as well, she asked casually. I mean, if you're on a first-name basis with me, it's only fair that I do the same. Damon groaned inwardly, his frustration mounting. I said get to the point. Since you clearly have no intention of talking, I'm leaving. He stood abruptly, leaving her behind, but her voice stopped him in his tracks. Wait, Damon, wait, she called, her voice loud enough to carry across the cafeteria. I wanted to ask you to be my partner. The room fell silent. Damon almost tripped over his own feet at her words. His face twisted in disbelief. Xander Ravenscroft's eyes widened in shock, and the entire cafeteria erupted into murmurs. Damon's mind raced. Partner? What is she talking about? This has to be some kind of misunderstanding. He considered walking out to avoid the scrutiny, but with so many eyes on him, his legs felt like lead. Reluctantly, he turned back and resumed his seat, masking his anxiety behind a cold expression. Explain yourself, he demanded, his voice flat but his nerves far from calm. Damon was a hateful, spiteful, and jaded person with a sour outlook on life. Yet, deep down, he was still just a teenage boy. And like any teenage boy, he wasn't entirely immune to drama, especially when the number one girl in his class suddenly asked him to be her partner. Of course, Damon wasn't stupid. He knew there was no romantic undertone to her request. Still, he couldn't help but wonder what her true intentions were. The attention from the rest of the cafeteria made him uncomfortable. Whispers and glances swirled around them like an irritating buzz, but Damon forced himself to keep a calm facade. The last thing he wanted was to embarrass himself further. Evangeline, in stark contrast, seemed unbothered by the attention. Her golden hair shimmered under the cafeteria lights, and her sun-kissed eyes were focused solely on him. With Damon seated again, she finally spoke, her voice soft but clear. I want you to be my sparring partner. Damon furrowed his brows, his expression darkening. Sparring partner? She caused such a commotion for that? But then, confusion hit him like a wave. Why would she want me? Doesn't she know I'm the weakest guy here? My mana pool barely scrapes 30. He stared at her, suspicion pooling in his black eyes. She's trying to humiliate me. That's it. Typical noble games. His lips pressed into a thin line as he chewed on his inner cheek. Or maybe, it's some kind of scheme. Why would someone like her want to associate with me of all people? Damon's sharp gaze swept over her, noticing the way her fork trembled slightly in her hand despite her outwardly composed demeanor. Why do you want me? He asked coldly, his voice laced with mistrust. Evangeline blinked, as if the question itself was absurd. Her golden eyes widened slightly before softening with clarity. Isn't it obvious? She said, her tone steady. You're really strong. You have incredible mastery over your body in combat. You dodged my light magic using only reinforcement magic. You also have the battle awareness to anticipate my every move. She delivered the explanation in one fluid breath, her words filled with admiration. Damon, however, sat frozen. Confusion twisted his features as her praise bounced around in his head. Reinforcement magic? I can't even use that. He glanced at her, his frown deepening. Mastery over my body? The only thing I'm good at is running away. What is she even talking about? Subtly, Damon's eyes flicked to the side, where his shadow stretched ominously along the floor. Anticipating her attacks. He thought grimly. It wasn't me. It was my shadow taking control when shadow hunger hit 80%. That's all. His chest tightened as he remembered the sensation of losing control, the primal, gnawing hunger that overtook him. Her light attribute had burned into his senses, a radiant beacon that made her different. Evangeline waited for him, her posture poised yet patient. Seconds stretched uncomfortably, her gaze unwavering, while Damon wrestled with his thoughts. Finally, he leaned back in his chair, his expression icy. You've got the wrong idea, Evangeline Brightwater. I'm not the guy you think I am. Damon sighed, his frustration barely contained as he addressed the persistent girl in front of him. Evangeline Brightwater. I hope you realize that I'm the Academy's weakest student. I can't help you. Someone of your strength level would destroy me in a spar or any type of training. His words were blunt, but he hoped the truth would make her reconsider. Without the temporary stat boost from his shadow hunger, he was, by all measurable standards, the lowest-ranked student in the Academy. But Evangeline wasn't swayed. Her confident demeanor remained unshaken, and she tilted her head slightly, misinterpreting his rejection as mere modesty. I insist, she said firmly. You're the only one among the first years who can spar with me evenly, and even surpass me. Damon's eye twitched, irritation flickering behind his calm expression. He was over this conversation. He glanced around the bustling cafeteria, his gaze landing on Sylvia Moonvale, an elf girl seated nearby who appeared far more interested in her meal than the growing spectacle. What about Sylvia Moonvale? She's ranked number 2, right? He suggested, hoping to redirect Evangeline's determination. Evangeline shook her head without hesitation. I'm stronger than her, she replied confidently. And her combat style doesn't suit me. Besides, elves are different from us humans. Damon sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Isn't she your friend? That's racist, he muttered dryly. Evangeline smiled at his comment, seemingly amused. You're a very forward person, she said with a hint of admiration. Damon shot her a deadpan look, his thoughts sharp and biting. I'm not. You're just reading into nothing. But, of course, his thoughts didn't reach her. Scanning the room again, Damon's eyes settled on Xander Ravenscroft, who was glaring daggers at him from across the cafeteria. A sly smile crept onto Damon's face as an idea formed. What about him? Damon said, gesturing toward Xander. Xander Ravenscroft. He's ranked number 3 among the first years, and he's human, just like us. Evangeline turned briefly to glance at Xander before shaking her head again, her golden hair shimmering in the light. Xander, who couldn't hear their conversation, visibly paled at her disappointed expression. He's much weaker than you, Evangeline said matter-of-factly. It doesn't matter who you point out among the first years. None of them are strong enough to match either of us. Damon kept his gaze fixed on Xander, who now looked ready to explode with rage. In that case, why not the second years? Damon continued, his voice tinged with sarcasm. The student council president, Lilith Astronova, is practically in a class of her own. Or there's number 2, Renata. Evangeline cut him off with a wave of her hand. No, she said with a small laugh. I'm looking to spar, not to die. Lady Astronova has already awakened her third class, and Renata is nearly on her level. None of the first years, including us, have had a class awakening yet. She picked up her glass and took a measured sip, her eyes glinting with resolve. That's why I want us to train together. Damon didn't respond immediately. His gaze drifted behind her to where Xander Ravenscroft was still glaring at him, his expression dark with simmering fury. Noticing Damon's distraction, Evangeline turned to see Xander approaching, his steps firm and deliberate. Lady Brightwater, Xander began, his voice filled with indignation. It is far beneath your standing to sit with this lowlife, let alone ask him to be your sparring partner. Surely you're unaware, but he is the last-ranked first-year student, and at record-breaking levels, at that. His voice rose with each word, drawing attention from nearby tables. Pointing at Damon's chest, Xander continued. Do you see that brooch? That's a probationary brooch, reserved for the absolute worst students. Only the most disgraceful failures have the dishonor of wearing it. Murmurs spread through the cafeteria like wildfire. A probation brooch? I didn't even notice it. I thought those were just rumors. How bad do you have to be to get one? Wait, isn't that the guy with a mana level of 30? No way. What's someone like that doing here? Damon heard every insult, every mocking whisper, but his face remained calm, his expression betraying nothing. Only his shadow betrayed his inner turmoil, quivering erratically with suppressed anger. Xander Ravenscroft. I will not forget this humiliation. Taking a deep breath, Damon finally glanced at Evangeline, his voice calm but laced with subtle defiance. Evangeline, he said, intentionally using her first name to enrage Xander further. Like I said before, I can't be your sparring partner. I am, after all, the Academy's weakest. Without waiting for her reply, Damon stood, his movements deliberate and composed. Ignoring Evangeline's calls, he walked out of the cafeteria, his expression eerily calm, leaving behind the murmurs and stares that had begun to suffocate the room. Damon Grey was a sore loser, with a massive ego and a pride far beyond his station, or so people claimed. It was a reputation he'd earned during his short, tumultuous life, and one he didn't entirely deny. But Damon had learned early on that bowing your head and begging didn't make the pain stop. It didn't ease the humiliation. The people who oppressed others found joy in seeing them grovel, and Damon had decided long ago that he would never give them that satisfaction again. He had bowed enough. He had begged enough. And yet, humiliation had followed him like a shadow. But at least now, when it came, he stood tall. Nobles. Every single one of them was the same in his eyes. They exploited the commoners simply because they could, knowing the oppressed would rarely fight back. The irony wasn't lost on him. The means of production lay in the hands of the common people, yet they were the ones eating scraps, when they ate at all. Damon knew what it was like to starve, to watch others waste food as if it were nothing. He knew what it felt like to eat crumbs that someone had deliberately trampled underfoot, savoring even that because it was all he had. He'd seen it all, the inhumane treatment, the casual cruelty. That was why Damon would always hold a negative bias toward nobles. And Xander Ravenscroft? He was the cookie-cutter image of everything Damon despised. They had never spoken before today. Hell, Xander had barely acknowledged his existence until now. But that didn't matter. Damon hated him for the simple fact that he was Xander Ravenscroft. And now, Xander had given him even more reason to hate him. Damon gritted his teeth as he made his way toward the library, his shadow trailing him like an obedient companion, its movements perfectly mimicking his. The library building loomed large in front of him, its grand doors a silent promise of refuge and knowledge. Just as Damon reached for the handle, a cold, sharp sensation exploded across his side. The impact sent him flying, his back slamming into the unyielding stone wall with a sickening thud. Air rushed from his lungs, and he coughed violently, groaning as pain flared through his body. Shaking off the haze, Damon struggled to his feet, his eyes locking onto a group of angry faces. Marcus Fayjoy stood at the forefront, his lips curled into a sneer. Xander Ravenscroft's lackeys. Marcus raised his hand, the faint glow of mana gathering as another ball of ice materialized in his palm. Damon frowned, his fists clenching. He wasn't in the mood for this, but it seemed they weren't going to give him a choice. You just don't know when to quit, do you? Marcus jeered, the ice orb in his hand glowing ominously. Surround him, Marcus commanded. The other boys quickly moved, forming a semicircle around Damon. Their actions didn't go unnoticed, as a small crowd of onlookers began to gather, murmuring amongst themselves. What's going on there? Are they planning to gang up on him? Someone call a professor, they can't fight here. Damon smiled coldly, his black eyes scanning his would-be attackers. They must be really pissed to try something like this in broad daylight. Not even the patience to wait until I was somewhere secluded. Getting picked on wasn't new to Damon, but having an audience for his humiliation. That was something new. He quickly assessed his chances. With his newfound skill, 5x, he could multiply his mana reserves fivefold. But even then, it wouldn't be enough, not against Marcus and his cronies. His other stats weren't worth mentioning either. His gaze shifted to his shadow, which lay still beneath him, its edges sharp and clear against the cobblestones. I need to get stronger. Damon's lips curled into a mocking smile as he straightened his posture. To what do I owe the honor, for a group of noble lords to grace a nameless commoner like me? Truly, I'm blessed, he sneered, his cold voice dripping with derision. Marcus's face twisted with rage, a vein on his forehead visibly pulsing. He took a deep breath, struggling to maintain his composure. You've crossed a line today, Grey, Marcus growled. You messed up. So, I'll be a nice guy and give you a friendly warning. Lady Brightwater is a noble, far out of your league. We don't know what dirty trick you used to mislead her, but someone like her is beyond the likes of you. If we see you anywhere near her again, you'll regret it. Damon wiped the streak of blood from his mouth, a remnant of Marcus's initial attack, and smiled defiantly. Would be a little hard when we're in the same class. And besides, shouldn't you be telling your lady that? If I remember correctly, she was the one who approached me. Marcus's face darkened, his anger boiling over. He turned and hurled a ball of ice magic at the wall, the impact sending shards flying. You never learn, do you? Fine then, we'll beat it into you until you understand. Damon's eyes grew colder, his body tensing as he prepared for the inevitable. Sure. I'd like to see you try. He quickly went over every possible outcome in his mind, and none of them favored him. But that didn't mean he would just stand there and take it. Marcus signaled to the others, their hands beginning to glow with the hues of their respective magic. Damon braced himself, knowing he was seconds away from being bombarded from all directions. That's enough. What is going on here? The cold, commanding voice of Professor Cale Blackthorn cut through the tension like a knife. Damon stiffened, his gaze snapping to the approaching figure. Any other day, he would have avoided Blackthorn like the plague. But now, he was glad the professor had arrived. Cale Blackthorn was a no-nonsense type of person, and Damon knew he wouldn't condone something like this, at least not openly. Marcus and his group paled at the sound of his voice, their bravado vanishing in an instant. Oh, good afternoon, Professor, Marcus said, forcing a smile. Nothing's going on. We were just giving Grey here a proper demonstration of what actual magic looks like. He glanced at his cronies, who nodded quickly. Isn't that right, guys? Yeah, Grey needed help. Yes, sir, we were just showing him some spells. Marcus smiled smugly. You heard them, Professor. Cale's eyes narrowed, his sharp gaze shifting to Damon. Blood stained Damon's lips, and his expression was colder than usual. Is that true? Cale asked. Damon's fists clenched, anger bubbling beneath the surface. What do you care? The thought nearly escaped his lips, but he swallowed it down. Instead, he stayed silent, his defiant glare speaking volumes. Sensing the tension, Marcus seized the opportunity to retreat. Well, Professor, since you're here, we'll take our leave. Without waiting for a response, Marcus and his group hurried off, eager to avoid further scrutiny. The crowd dispersed soon after, their curiosity satisfied. Cale stepped closer to Damon, his expression unreadable. For your own good, Damon Grey, take my advice and drop out. You don't belong here. You'll never make it at the Academy. Damon's jaw tightened, his nails digging into his palms. The professor's words were like a dagger to his pride. And I said go screw yourself, Damon whispered, his voice dripping with venom. Cale's eyes briefly flickered with something, amusement, perhaps, but he didn't respond. Instead, he turned and walked away, his robes billowing behind him. Damon's glare followed him until he disappeared from view. He knew Cale Blackthorn wanted him gone more than anyone else. The professor hadn't stepped in to protect him, he'd simply wanted to witness Damon fail. Cale Blackthorn wasn't an ally. He was just another noble. Damon didn't head straight into the library. Instead, he made a detour to the infirmary to have his injuries treated. It was a routine he had grown accustomed to, something he carried out almost mechanically. The healers worked quickly, their magic mending the bruises and cuts Marcus and his group had left on him. Once patched up, Damon returned to the library. He immersed himself in a few books, letting their words distract him from the day's frustrations. Eventually, he trudged off to his classes. The rest of the day was dominated by combat training, leaving little opportunity to speak with Evangeline Brightwater. Not that he wanted to. The hours passed quickly, but Damon's mood soured with each passing moment. Every glance at Marcus and his lackeys stoked the anger burning in his chest. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from the dark desire creeping into his thoughts. I've already killed Lark, he thought grimly. Might as well finish off the whole group. It was a dog-eat-dog world, and Damon had long accepted that as the truth. The strong preyed on the weak, and if he didn't fight back, he would be devoured. He clenched his fists, his nails biting into his palms. Their deaths wouldn't bother him. If anything, he'd lose sleep worrying about getting caught, not over the loss of their lives. That's how deep his anger ran. Once classes were over, Damon made himself scarce, slipping away before Evangeline could try speaking to him again. He had no patience for her noble politeness today. He arrived at the war halls early, long before the other students. His room awaited, filled with books he still needed to finish. Socializing was out of the question, he was an outcast, a lone shadow among a sea of faces that either ignored or despised him. Closing the door behind him, Damon sat down with one of the texts, his mind drifting between the words on the page and the events of the day. Hopefully tomorrow won't be like today, he thought. He didn't believe it, but the faint hope was enough to keep him going. He buried himself in his reading, pushing the anger down into the depths of his mind. If he was lucky, it would all fade away by morning. Somewhere in the forest on the outskirts of the academy, a red-haired young woman with striking emerald-green eyes walked through the thick darkness. Her presence radiated authority, and her curvaceous figure only enhanced her beauty, though it was the sharp intensity of her gaze that truly defined her. She was Lilith Astronova, the student council president. Despite being only a second-year student, she had risen to the prestigious role through sheer power and competence. Her exceptional skill and tenacity set her apart, earning her respect and fear in equal measure. Tonight, she had taken on an unusual task. A student, Lark Bonaire, had been reported missing by his friends. After investigating, she was convinced this wasn't just a case of someone sneaking off to party in Aether's sanctuary, the town nearest to the academy. Her inquiries had brought her here, deep into the forest. The academy had launched a discreet search, but Lilith, driven by her sharp instincts and an unshakable curiosity, decided to conduct her own investigation. The canopy of leaves above blocked most of the moonlight, casting the forest in almost impenetrable darkness. Lilith stopped for a moment and looked up. The second moon is already out. How quickly the days pass, she murmured to herself. Her mind replayed the last sighting of Lark Bonaire, a fleeting glimpse behind a building near the academy. From there, she had pieced together clues leading her to the woods. Yet, the search was proving tedious, and her patience was beginning to wear thin. Just as she was about to turn back, her keen eyes caught something unusual, a deep claw mark etched into the bark of a tree. She approached it cautiously, tracing the grooves with her fingers. What kind of creature made this, she wondered aloud. The marks didn't match anything she was familiar with. Lilith pressed onward, following faint traces of disturbance in the foliage until the rotten tang of blood reached her nose. It was faint but unmistakable. Reaching into the folds of her uniform, she retrieved a small crystal. Pressing her palm against it, she channeled her magic, causing it to emit a bright, fluorescent glow that banished the darkness around her. The illuminated scene made her emerald eyes widen in shock. A nearby tree was splintered as if something massive had been hurled into it. Blood-stained fragments of the academy uniform were scattered across the ground. She traced her gaze further, noting broken branches and scraps of torn fabric caught in the undergrowth. This uniform. It must belong to Lark Bonaire, she deduced. Lilith followed the trail of destruction. Crushed shrubs and snapped branches led her deeper into the forest until she spotted something snagged on a low-hanging branch, a pager. She plucked it carefully and examined it. An academy-issued pager, she noted, turning it over in her hands. Lark Bonaire was attacked here. Judging by the direction of the trail, the assailant likely came from beyond the barrier. Crossing the academy's protective barrier was no trivial matter, yet the trail ended abruptly as soon as she passed its boundary. Lilith scoured the area for further clues, but there was nothing, no more blood, no tracks, only silence. Lark Bonaire was killed, she concluded grimly, gripping the pager tightly. His body, taken by something beyond the barrier. Her thoughts darkened as she examined the invisible boundary separating the academy from the dangerous wilds beyond. But how did something breach the barrier unnoticed? Could this have been the work of a demon, she mused, before shaking her head. No, the academy's wards would have detected a demon immediately. And these claw marks? She glanced back at the tree. They don't match any demonic or monster species I know. Returning to where she first found the claw marks, Lilith bent down, meticulously studying the footprints left in the disturbed earth. She spotted Lark Bonaire's distinct shoe prints, alongside larger, inhuman tracks. However, her sharp eyes caught something peculiar, a second set of human footprints, nearly obscured by the chaos. Someone else was here, she muttered, narrowing her eyes. She retraced the trail from a new perspective, trying to piece together what had happened. Suddenly, the monster's tracks seemed to morph into human footprints. They weren't two separate beings, she realized, her breath catching. A human turned into a monster. Lilith replayed the sequence in her mind. Lark came here, following someone. That person transformed into a monster and attacked him. Afterward, they tried to make it look like they disappeared beyond the barrier, but, no, that's not right. They wanted us to think it was a monster from beyond the barrier. Clever. Her gaze lingered on the spot where the transformation had occurred. If it weren't for this mistake, I might have been fooled, she admitted, smiling faintly. Whoever you are, mystery man, you're smart. But not smart enough. You should have tried being more meticulous. With a wave of her hand, she erased the footprints, ensuring no one else would discover what she had uncovered. She searched the area one last time for any additional clues but found none. Satisfied, Lilith straightened up and pulled her pager from her jacket. Pressing it to her ear, she spoke with a calm, authoritative tone. Good evening. This is Student Council President Lilith Astronova. I've located traces of Lark Bonaire. Unfortunately, it appears he was killed, mauled by a monster that breached the barrier. I'll await your team's arrival for further investigation. Ending the call, she slipped the pager back into her pocket, her emerald eyes glinting with determination. Fine then, she murmured, gazing into the forest's depths. I'll find you myself, mystery man. Damon woke up with his head resting on his study table, his cheek pressed against the rough pages of an open book. The morning sun streamed through the window, bathing the room in warm light as he groggily pushed himself upright, rubbing his face with a frown. He scanned the room instinctively, searching for something most people wouldn't even think about, his shadow. Sure enough, he found it. It wasn't where it should have been, stretched obediently across the floor or walls. Instead, it lingered in a far corner, a formless patch of darkness curled in defiance of the sunlight. Hey, get over here, Damon commanded, his voice rough from sleep. The shadow obeyed, gliding across the floor like liquid night until it returned to its proper place beneath him. The sunlight streaming in elongated it unnaturally, casting it across the room. Small men cast large shadows, if the conditions are right, Damon muttered to himself, eyeing the distorted projection. The shadow waved at him in greeting, its edges rippling like smoke caught in a breeze. Yes, good morning to you too, he replied dryly. Stretching his arms, he yawned deeply before addressing it again. Now then, let's check the system window. Time to monitor our progress, especially regarding hunger. With a thought, a translucent interface materialized before him, the glowing text hovering in the air. HP, 50/50ths. Mana, 35/35ths. Strength, 9. Agility, 12. Speed, 25. Endurance, 10. Class. Shadow Energy, 73. Shadow Hunger Levels, 12%. Shadow Level, 1. Condition, Shadow is full. Attributes, Umbra. Skills. 5x. Locked. Shadow Energy is at 73, and hunger levels are at 12%, Damon muttered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. As I suspected, there's a strong correlation between the two, just as the system said. His eyes narrowed as he mentally calculated. If I'm not wrong, judging by the rate at which shadow energy depletes and hunger increases, I have roughly 72 hours before I'll need to feed. He glanced down at the shadow cast at his feet. Is that right? The shadow nodded, its form rippling faintly in confirmation. Thought so, Damon muttered. His gaze grew sharper as he recalled a particular incident. But there's a problem. On certain occasions, I lose shadow energy without realizing it. Like when you absorb the brunt of the professor's aura. That's why my energy dropped so drastically back then, wasn't it? Again, the shadow nodded, almost sheepishly this time. Damon sighed, remembering the moment clearly. A beastkin professor had decided to intimidate him for being late to class, unleashing a wave of pressure that should have overwhelmed him. Instead, his shadow had silently taken the hit, sparing him but at a cost. Yeah, well, thanks for that, I guess, he said begrudgingly. But next time, let me handle it unless it's absolutely necessary. I need to conserve energy for when it really matters. The shadow rippled in agreement, its edges smoothing out as if appeased. Shaking off the memory, Damon stood, stretched once more, and began getting ready for the day. As he threw on his uniform and slung a bag over his shoulder, his thoughts were already turning to the future. 2 days. That's all the time he had before his shadow's hunger would become a problem again. And this time, he needed to be ready. Damon attended his classes without drawing unnecessary attention to himself. He made no effort to avoid Evangeline Brightwater, but she didn't approach him either. Instead, she kept glancing at him during class, her expression unreadable, though she made no move to speak. However, Evangeline wasn't the only one with eyes on him. Xander Ravenscroft's piercing gaze alternated between Damon and Evangeline, as though he were piecing together a puzzle only he understood. Damon, too, kept his eyes on Xander's group, but for entirely different reasons. His motives weren't born of curiosity but of survival, a dark, desperate hunger brewing within him. Xander Ravenscroft himself was untouchable. He was not only stronger but also a scion of a powerful noble family, whose wrath Damon could not afford to invoke. That left Xander's lackeys, Damon's tormentors and bullies. His gaze flicked briefly to the system interface. Shadow Level 1. Souls consumed, 1/3. I need 2 more to level up, he thought grimly. He spent the entire day observing them but found no opportunity to act. His patience wore thin until he overheard their conversation. Apparently, they were planning to sneak out of the academy after curfew to party at Aether's sanctuary. Xander had instructed them to ask around about Lark Bonaire's whereabouts, a futile effort. Too bad they won't find anything, Damon thought with a cold smile. By the time classes ended, the day had passed faster than expected. Damon considered going to the library but realized he'd been neglecting his physical training. Training in the academy's designated spaces wasn't an option, too many eyes were watching. Instead, he decided to visit his usual spot in the woods. The location was uncomfortably close to where he had killed Lark Bonaire, not directly near it, but close enough to stir unease. Damon debated avoiding the area entirely until the voices of Marcus and his group searching for him left him no choice. For privacy's sake, the woods were his only option. When Damon arrived, he slipped off his uniform jacket and shirt, exposing his lean frame to the sun. His body wasn't bulky, but his muscles were defined, more so than he remembered. Damon attributed his improved physique to the subtle enhancements made by the system. He approached the weapons rack and deliberated before selecting a bow. If he was going to take on Marcus and his group, all of whom were individually stronger than him, he needed the skills of a hunter, someone who could kill beasts stronger than themselves. Knocking an arrow, Damon aimed at a target, only to miss. Undeterred, he pulled another arrow, adjusted his stance, and loosed it again. The process became mechanical, his shot sometimes hitting the target but more often missing. If I want to win, I can't face them head-on, he thought, frowning as another arrow sailed wide. Not without the boost from shadow hunger. But if I rely on that, I'll lose control and leave behind too much evidence. He paused, considering his plan methodically. I'll have to act before the hunger clouds my mind. Fight them while I'm weaker but still lucid enough to make smarter decisions. Damon fired another arrow, this time grazing the edge of the target. I could enhance my arrows with mana using the skill, 5x. Maybe even coat them in poison to weaken them. His thoughts settled on Aether's sanctuary. It wasn't just a town party venue, it was also home to vendors who dealt in all manner of goods. If he followed Marcus and his group, he could learn their route out of the academy without being caught and use the opportunity to procure what he needed. His lips curled into a cold smile. When they leave, I'll follow them. Who do you intend to follow? The sudden voice snapped Damon from his thoughts. He spun around, his heart freezing as fear surged through him. Standing there was a red-haired girl with piercing emerald eyes, her academy uniform pristine. Damon's breath hitched, sweat forming on his brow as recognition struck. Student, council president, he stammered, his voice faltering. Her gaze was sharp and cool. Damon's stomach twisted as he realized his moment of privacy had been completely shattered. Damon's heart pounded in his chest, but his face remained expressionless. He couldn't afford to let his eyes dart around in search of it, his shadow. Instead, he looked deliberately to the side, causing the student council president to follow his gaze for a brief moment. That gave him just enough time to glance down. There it was, attached to his feet like it should be, perfectly normal. He nearly sighed in relief. Thank the goddess it's here. He had feared his shadow might still be wandering elsewhere, refusing to settle. But there it was, mimicking his every move. The student council president, Lilith Astronova, furrowed her brows slightly as if contemplating something. Damon didn't know why she was there, but his mind raced through countless possibilities, none of them good. Especially if it was related to Lark Bonair's death. He bit the inside of his cheek to stay calm. She couldn't be here because of that. I'm overthinking something trivial, he reassured himself, though his heartbeat refused to slow. Putting on an awkward smile, he scratched the back of his head. Oh. Student council president, I didn't see you there. Lilith smiled faintly, her tone carrying an edge of amusement. Hello. I must have startled you, judging by how frightened you look. Damon chuckled nervously. Yes, you did. The forest, you know, wild animals and all. Can't ever be too cautious. Is that so? She replied coolly. She walked over to the weapons rack, her fingers brushing off the dust accumulating on its surface. These are Academy equipment. Did you get the proper permissions before bringing them here? Damon laughed nervously, rubbing his neck. Well. I didn't. Lilith sighed, her expression unreadable. I see. And your name is? Damon hesitated before answering. Damon. Damon Grey. I'm, a first year. Lilith's sharp green eyes flickered for a moment at his response. I see, Damon Grey. Damon noticed the brief change in her expression. Do you happen to know me, student council president? Lilith smiled politely. No, I don't. It's nice to make your acquaintance, Damon Grey. Likewise, he replied, trying to sound natural. She glanced at the training dummies and weapons scattered around. Well, I'll let this slide for now, but you should file the proper paperwork with the student council office. You can meet me there anytime, don't take too long, though, or I might change my mind. Damon quickly nodded, relief creeping into his voice. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your consideration. Lilith's eyes scanned the area as if searching for something amiss. Damon kept his expression neutral, but her gaze made his skin crawl. She wasn't done with him. Right, you still haven't answered my question from earlier, she said suddenly. Who were you planning to follow? Her voice was calm, almost gentle, but to Damon, it sounded like the voice of a demon. He felt the blood drain from his face. Oh, that? It's nothing much, he stammered, forcing a weak laugh. I've fallen behind on my classes, so I wanted to create a training schedule to catch up. Lilith's thin smile made it clear she didn't believe him. But as Damon calmed down, he realized she wasn't here because of Lark. She didn't know. I see, she said, her voice steady. Very well, then. I shall depart. I'll be expecting the paperwork, Damon Grey. She turned to leave, and Damon's body relaxed for the first time since she appeared. But then she stopped, glancing back over her shoulder. Do you know Lark Bonair? The name hit Damon like a hammer to the chest, his heart pounding painfully in his ribcage. Yes, I knew him, he replied reflexively before he could stop himself. Lilith's eyes flickered again at his response. She turned back to him fully, her gaze sharp. Oh, I see. So, you knew him, she said with a soft smile. That's good. Can you tell me what you knew about him? Damon froze, struggling to maintain his composure. Lilith's emerald eyes studied him intently. Awfully suspicious, Damon Grey. Speaking of Lark Bonaire in the past tense, this boy knows Lark is dead. Could he be? Damon, oblivious to his slip-up and the thoughts brewing in Lilith's mind, nodded slowly. He was too preoccupied with his own fears, wondering if he had left behind any evidence in the forest, knowing the murder had been far from perfect. Damon forced a polite smile, masking the unease creeping up his spine. Of course, Madam President. Lilith smiled back, her expression as poised as ever. I feel like you and I are going to be good friends, Damon, so please, call me Lilith. A cold sweat formed on Damon's back. He swallowed hard. Yes, Senior Lilith. She tilted her head slightly, her sharp green eyes locking onto his. Just Lilith is fine, Damon, she said softly as she stepped closer. Damon's instincts screamed at him to keep calm, but her proximity felt suffocating. So, you know Lark Bonaire, she asked, her voice light yet probing. What is he like? This time, she referred to Lark in the present tense, and Damon caught it. He straightened his posture, trying to sound nonchalant. Lark and I were classmates. We didn't really get along, and, honestly, I don't think he was a nice guy. So, I always tried to stay out of his way. That's the extent of my relationship with him. Lilith nodded slowly, her gaze never leaving his face. And where did you last see him, Damon? Can you remember that? Feigning a thoughtful expression, Damon tapped his chin. I think it was at the cafeteria. I accidentally bumped into him, and Lark got a bit upset. Now that I think about it, that was the last time I saw him. As the words left his mouth, Damon widened his eyes as though a realization had struck him. Wait, why are you asking all these questions? Is Lark in trouble? Did he do something? He let his voice rise slightly, a hint of fear slipping in. Did something happen to him? Lilith blinked at his reaction, momentarily taken aback. I can't tell if he's genuinely worried or lying. He's either an excellent actor or just channeling the fear he's feeling now. Shaking her head, she softened her tone. Oh, no. He's fine. There's no problem. Lark was just called back by his family for a personal matter. Damon exhaled audibly, a look of relief washing over his face. Thank the goddess, he muttered. I thought something terrible had happened to him. We may not have gotten along, but it would have still bothered me if something had happened. You see, I never got to properly apologize for what happened at the cafeteria. I feel so guilty. Lilith observed him carefully, her expression neutral, though her thoughts swirled. My goddess, what a convincing performance. I can't tell if he's a masterful liar or just that honest. Damon Grey, the Academy's weakest student, the one who got a golden ticket from Sarah's blade, there's something about you I can't quite place. She shook her head inwardly, still unsure. Without any concrete evidence, Lark Bonaire's death remained officially attributed to a monster attack, something that couldn't possibly connect to a first-year like Damon. After asking a few more routine questions, Lilith smiled lightly and took a step back. Well, Damon, thank you for your time. Don't forget to file that paperwork. Damon nodded quickly, forcing a warm smile. Of course. Have a great day, Lilith. As she turned and walked away, Damon waved her off, his hand trembling slightly until she disappeared from view. Lilith's expression darkened as she moved out of sight. I'll get to the bottom of this, Damon Grey. There's a darkness in your heart. I can feel it. As she walked away, Damon's eyes grew colder. I slipped up, however my words aren't anything conclusive. Next time I'll be ready for you, Lilith Astronova. Lilith Astronova left Damon at his training ground, her thoughts churning as she walked away. She hadn't come to suspect him initially, her original purpose was to reprimand him for using Academy equipment without proper authorization. Yet, the moment he saw her, his reaction gave her pause. He was cautious, deliberate. Too deliberate. She smiled faintly, her mind replaying their encounter. Damon Grey, the Academy's weakest student. The boy who received a golden ticket from Sarah's blade herself, she murmured. His name had circulated among the faculty and student body. In the beginning, the professors had placed high expectations on him, believing the ticket symbolized hidden potential. But by the quarter-semester evaluations, those expectations had waned. Damon's mana pool was pitiful, his combat skills unimpressive, and his overall abilities underwhelming. There were simply no redeeming qualities, Lilith mused, her voice tinged with curiosity. Until today, she had never met him in person. And to her surprise, he wasn't what she expected. Someone that weak shouldn't even be able to kill a fly, let alone someone like Lark Bonaire, she thought, her steps slowing. Unless, he has a special ability. The idea struck her suddenly. An ability that allowed someone to transform into a monster, an anomaly, but not impossible. No, she shook her head, dispelling the thought for now. It doesn't fit. But he is suspicious. At the start of their interaction, Damon had radiated guilt. She had almost believed she'd cornered her culprit. But midway through their conversation, something changed. His demeanor shifted, his eyes became cold, calculated. Was the guilt I saw at first fake? Some kind of act? Or, was I wrong about him altogether? The inconsistency gnawed at her. If he had continued to show guilt, she might have pressed further and exposed him. But his abrupt composure had thrown her off balance, leaving her unsure. Lilith exhaled sharply, annoyance creeping into her tone. Humph. How frustrating. I can't rely on just one lead. I'll have to keep a close eye on him. She glanced at the pager in her hand and frowned. I should have gotten his pager number. No matter. I'll collect it when he comes to file the paperwork, assuming he does. She smirked to herself. Damon Grey, I'm certain there's more to you than meets the eye. Her steps quickened as she headed back to the site of Lark Bonaire's death. The Academy investigators had concluded it was a monster attack, a convenient explanation that tied up loose ends neatly. Lilith chuckled softly, a hint of mockery in her voice. Their conclusion is too easy, too perfect. But well played, mystery man. For now, you've won this round. Back at the training grounds, Damon watched Lilith leave, his cold gaze locked onto her retreating form. As the sound of her footsteps faded, he sank to the floor, his eyes falling to the shadow cast at his feet. His shadow, unervingly still, gazed back at him with the same penetrating intensity. Yes, I know I messed up in the beginning, Damon muttered, his voice low. I shouldn't have lost my cool like that. The shadow crossed its arms, a silent reprimand. But I've learned something from this, Damon continued, his tone hardening. If I keep feeling guilty, I'll lose. I can't think of those I kill as people, just prey. If I don't, I won't survive. And I can't afford to lose. He clenched his fists, his voice breaking with quiet determination. If I die, no one will be there to care for my sister. If I have to become remorseless to survive, then so be it. I have no more tears left to cry for those who hurt me. He glanced at his shadow, as if seeking its approval. It's only fair that I killed Lark. He tried to kill me first, and even after I survived, he came after me again. My enemies, they're less than human. His shadow remained motionless, its expression unreadable. It did not offer the customary thumbs up of approval, and Damon felt a pang of unease. He knew why. The shadow saw through his facade. It recognized the fear he was trying to suppress, the doubt gnawing at the edges of his resolve. For a long moment, they stared at each other, an unspoken tension hanging in the air. Damon's dark eyes hardened, refusing to waver, even as the shadow seemed to silently challenge him. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness cloaked the training grounds, Damon stood. The time for action had come. Back in his room at the war halls, Damon carefully placed the practice bow and arrows he had brought earlier onto his bed. He examined the arrows critically, noting their blunt tips. "These won't work for what I have planned," he murmured. His mind drifted to Aether's sanctuary. "I'll have to find proper tools there." But the thought of spending even a single zenny made his chest tighten. Money was precious, and he loathed parting with it. But survival demanded sacrifice. "This bow won't do either," he added, casting a disdainful glance at the weapon. "I can't take anything from the Academy armory. Their equipment is too well secured." Reluctantly, Damon opened his desk drawer and retrieved a short, weathered dagger. Holding it in his hand, memories from his past surged to the surface. The dagger was a relic of his days on the streets of the capital, a so-called reward for running errands for a smuggling ring that trafficked in magic crystals and ore. It was a cruel token of survival, a tool that had seen more bloodshed than a boy his age should have endured. But even back then he had never taken a life, well until now. He gripped it tightly, his knuckles widening. "This will have to do," he muttered, slipping it into his jacket. Turning to his shadow, he whispered. "Okay, buddy. This is up to you now. The others don't live in the war halls, but Marcus does. Whether it's because he's an outstanding student or his family's wealth, he's still here. Find him. When he's ready to sneak out with his group to Aether's sanctuary, we'll follow." His shadow gave a silent thumbs up, its form detaching from his own and gliding effortlessly across the floor. "Try not to get caught," Damon added softly as it vanished through the door. Alone once more, Damon exhaled heavily, the weight of his situation pressing down on him. His shadow's hunger was growing, and it was nearing a dangerous threshold. If he couldn't find a way to feed it human flesh by the day after tomorrow, it would transform into a ravenous creature. And if he failed to sate its hunger after that, his health would begin to deteriorate until he eventually succumbed to death. "I will survive this," he swore under his breath. "I'm not going to die. Not yet." He spent the next few hours preparing, sharpening his resolve and steeling himself for what lay ahead. When his shadow failed to return, unease began to creep in. Just as he was about to leave in search of it, the shadow slipped through the window, waving its hand urgently. Damon's heart pounded. "So, what did you find?" The shadow gestured for him to follow, pressing a finger to its lips to signal silence. Damon nodded, his pulse quickening. Carefully, he opened the door to his dorm and stepped into the dimly lit hallway. His shadow led the way, its movements fluid and silent, guiding him down a flight of stairs. Damon's every step was cautious, his ears straining for any sound of the headmaid. At the bottom floor, Damon froze as his eyes landed on Marcus. The boy was sneaking out of the dorm, oblivious to the predator lurking in the shadows. A cold smile spread across Damon's lips. "Got you." Damon followed Marcus Fayjoy from the shadows, his movements precise and silent. He let his shadow scout ahead while he trailed slowly behind. Reaching the ground floor was easy enough, as long as they made no noise, the ever-watchful headmaid wouldn't notice. He observed Marcus slip through the dining hall and into the kitchen, the faint creak of the door barely audible. Damon crouched behind a row of chairs, gesturing for his shadow to proceed. Once the shadow disappeared through the kitchen door, Damon waited a moment before entering cautiously. By the time he stepped inside, Marcus was gone. That was fine. His shadow, lingering near one of the side doors, motioned to him silently. Damon followed its gaze to the door, noting where it led. "This door goes to the garden," he thought. "Why not just use the main exit through the kitchen?" Still, he didn't question it further. Instead, he sent his shadow through the door and waited a few seconds before slipping through himself. The soft glow of the twin moons bathed the academy grounds in a faint, ethereal light. Damon scanned the garden for his shadow and found it waving at him from behind a cluster of flower beds. He moved quickly but quietly, keeping his figure low. Ahead, Marcus pushed through a hedge wall that, to Damon's surprise, didn't resist. "No way," Damon thought as he stopped at the edge. His eyes narrowed, his fingers brushing against the thick greenery. They actually destroyed part of the hedge and covered it with illusion magic. Testing it, Damon pressed his weight against the foliage. Despite its tangible appearance, he slipped through with ease, emerging on the other side of the Academy's dormitory perimeter. "This is elven illusion magic," he murmured under his breath, his eyes scanning the skillful design. "It's too refined. Seniors must have done this." Marcus, still unaware of his pursuer, continued moving cautiously. Damon's shadow crept closer to their target, following Marcus's every move as he navigated the outer grounds. Escaping the dormitory was the easy part, but leaving the academy itself would be the real challenge. First-year students like Damon weren't allowed to leave, especially at night. It was a privilege reserved for senior students, who could do so without fear of consequence due to their strength and standing. Still, it was an open secret that first-years often found ways to sneak out, usually heading to Aether's sanctuary, the nearest town, for a taste of freedom. While the Academy's faculty often turned a blind eye to these escapades, being caught still carried the risk of punishment, particularly from the student council, who patrolled the town for wayward first-years. Damon didn't know the finer details of these escape routes. He wasn't particularly close to his fellow first-years, nor had he shown much interest in these outings before. Tonight, however, was different. From his hidden position, Damon watched as Marcus stopped outside one of the Academy's detached buildings. A few minutes passed before members of Marcus's group joined him. The boys exchanged hurried whispers before moving as a group, not towards the Academy gates, but toward a section of the outer wall. Damon tilted his head, observing their path. "That's a waterway, isn't it?" He squinted, recalling rumors about an old drainage system that extended beneath the Academy. "Hey, stay close to them," he whispered. His shadow acknowledged the command with a quick gesture, slipping closer to the group while maintaining its cover. Damon followed at a safe distance, his heart pounding with anticipation. Whatever Marcus and his group were up to, Damon intended to find out. They reached the outer wall, where a faint barrier shimmered in the moonlight. Instead of touching it, Marcus and his group descended carefully into the paved waterway below. Damon followed at a distance, crouching low as they approached a set of heavy metal bars embedded in the wall. Marcus stepped forward and tapped the bars in a distinct rhythm. Almost instantly, the metal shimmered faintly, and the group passed through with ease. Damon blinked in surprise. "That's not illusion magic, what is it?" He memorized the tapping sequence, waiting for the group to move on before stepping closer. When the area was clear, he approached the bars. Pressing a hand against them, he confirmed they were solid. With a steadying breath, he replicated the same rhythmic taps Marcus had used, but nothing happened. Frowning, he tried again, this time ensuring his taps matched the exact timing. The second attempt worked, the bars shimmered, granting him passage. "That was close," he muttered to himself, stepping through. "I was too tense." His shadow waved from the other side, beckoning him forward. Damon passed through and found himself standing in a dense forest outside the Academy's boundaries. In the distance, he spotted faint trails leading away. Spatial magic. Damon's eyes widened as he studied his surroundings. Someone actually used a high-level spatial spell for this. I can't underestimate my peers' desperation to party, or just to feel free. He looked around, but Marcus and his group were already out of sight. Where did they go? His shadow glided ahead, and Damon followed its lead, weaving through the trees until he stopped behind a large magi oak. Peering out, he saw Marcus and his companions boarding a carriage. The horses neighed softly, and the carriage began to roll away. Damon's jaw tightened. "I'm going to lose them." He didn't have the stamina to keep up over a long distance, nor the mana reserves to maintain high-level movement magic. Eyeing the back of the carriage, he decided to hitch a ride. The vehicle was already gaining speed, so Damon activated his skill. 5x speed. A burst of energy surged through him. Speed, 125. In an instant, his body accelerated, the world around him blurring as he sprinted after the carriage. He caught up swiftly, grabbing onto the back and hoisting himself up. Flattening his body against the wooden frame, he made sure he wasn't visible from inside. He exhaled softly. The ride wasn't comfortable, but it was better than falling behind. The carriage rumbled along the path toward Aether's sanctuary. Along the way, Damon noticed other students sneaking through the woods or taking hidden trails toward the town. A few he recognized as first-years like himself, moving so stealthily he wouldn't have seen them if not for his shadow pointing them out. As the bright lights of Aether's sanctuary came into view, Damon prepared to dismount. When the carriage slowed slightly, he leaped off, landing gracefully on the road. "Stay with them," he instructed his shadow, which continued trailing the group as the carriage entered the town. Damon blended into a crowd of travelers, his sharp eyes scanning the bustling streets. Aether's sanctuary was alive with activity. Bright lanterns illuminated the cobblestone roads, and vendors called out their wares from colorful stalls. Food carts, trinket shops, and performers lined the streets, creating a vibrant atmosphere. At the center of the town stood a towering statue of the goddess of doom, her sword and scales gleaming ominously in the lantern light. The sight of it sent a shiver down Damon's spine. The lively streets made him uneasy for another reason: he had no shadow. With his companion busy tailing Marcus's group, Damon felt exposed. He stuck out in a subtle yet unnatural way, something he hoped no one would notice. As he navigated the crowded streets, Damon faced a new problem. He didn't know anyone in the town, nor was he familiar with its layout. Scammers and thieves were bound to be lurking, and he also had to watch for the student council, who might be patrolling for wayward first-years. Still, Damon wasn't entirely out of his depth. He'd lived on the streets before and pulled off a fair share of scams himself. He just needed to keep his composure, blend in, and avoid looking like an easy target. "Ah, hello there." A cheerful voice interrupted his thoughts. "You must be new here. Allow me to show you around Aether's sanctuary." Damon sighed inwardly. He hadn't even made it far, and already a vulture had approached him, looking for an easy mark. Damon knew how to deal with these kinds of people, it was best to just ignore them. If that didn't work, he'd resort to the second option. "Well, young man from the academy, what can I do for you? Looking for a place to party? Magic artifacts? Spell books that are easier to learn than what they teach at the academy?" Damon didn't even glance at the man pestering him. "I am Carls, the info broker." The voice was male, but Damon kept walking, ignoring him entirely. Yet, the man persisted, trailing close behind. "In fact, I know a way to get magic crystals for cheap, potions of all kinds. I'm an information broker above all else." Damon sighed and finally gave the man a sidelong glance. The stranger was young, probably around 20, with unkempt brown hair and a shifty look in his piercing blue eyes. Everything about him screamed suspicious. "Screw off." Damon's voice was cold, low, and final. But Carl's was undeterred. "I happen to know many adventurers in this area and shopkeepers too. I'm your guy for anything." He leaned in closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Even in the underworld?" Damon's eyes narrowed sharply, the faintest flicker of interest betraying his otherwise stoic expression. Carl's grinned triumphantly. "Finally caught your interest, huh? Heh, I knew from the moment I saw you that you and I are going to be friends. So, what do you say?" Damon didn't reply, instead quickening his pace and weaving through the crowd. He needed to lose this guy, fast. After a few abrupt turns and slipping through a dense cluster of pedestrians, Damon finally managed to shake him off. He exhaled in relief. That guy is too shady. Rounding a corner, Damon caught a familiar blur of black out of the corner of his eye. A slight smile tugged at his lips as he looked down. "Welcome back." His shadow slithered beneath him, silent and unresponsive. Damon sighed and turned around, in annoyance. "You're really persistent." Carls laughed, scratching the back of his head. "Heh, really sorry about that. It's just, we never got to finish talking. I can show you all the best places for poisons and traps, that is your thing." Phantom. Damon Grey. Damon's eyes turned cold. He recognized that moniker, a name he got into the capital's backstreets during his younger days. Razor under your sleeve. Hidden pockets. The way you walk and use reflections to watch your surroundings. "You're part of the underworld," Damon observed, his voice sharp and cutting. "And it seems you know, or at least knew, me." Carl smiled, unbothered by the accusation. "And you're the Phantom. You were only active for a short time in the capital's backstreets, but you were the best pickpocket out there. But that's not all, you built traps and used poisons. A true icon to some of us backstreet kids. Word is you made a fair bit of zenny and vanished. Who would have thought you'd end up at the academy?" Damon's lips curled into a frosty smile. "If you're here because of some grudge, then bring it on." He drew a dagger from his jacket with deliberate ease, the glint of its blade matching the icy chill in his eyes. "If he attacks, I'll use 5x, and kill him. Then I'll feed him to my shadow." Carls raised his hands defensively. "Whoa, whoa. No grudges here. I just saw an old friend making it in life and thought I'd help out." Damon didn't lower his guard. His eyes remained locked on Carl's, unwavering. "Then screw off." Carls chuckled nervously. "Sure, no problem," Carl said with a shrug, his grin unwavering. "But, just so you know, I'm familiar with all the patrol routes your school student council uses. If you run into them, you'll be in trouble. To make it worse, they don't even wear their uniforms, so you won't know it's them until it's too late." Damon's eyes narrowed, the gears in his mind turning. "I don't trust him, but he might be useful. I just need to be cautious. Besides, he might have info on things I need." Pointing his finger at Carl's, Damon's tone dropped to a cold threat. "If you don't scram, I'll kill you." Carl's froze, his smile faltering for just a moment as he locked eyes with Damon's unyielding, dark gaze. But he quickly forced a grin. "Sure, man, as you wish. If you need me, just call. I even saved up and got one of those fancy pagers nobles use for communication." Reaching into his pocket, Carls pulled out a small card and casually tossed it toward Damon. The card spun through the air, but Damon sidestepped it, letting it drop to the ground without so much as touching it. Carls smirked. "Geez, no need to be so cautious. Then again, what can I expect from the Phantom himself?" Damon's jaw tightened at the mention of the nickname, Phantom. It brought back memories of the capital's backstreets, a place he'd rather leave buried in the past. Those days had been a necessary evil, a time when Damon honed his skills in theft, traps, and poisons to ensure his sister had a roof over her head. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to bury the lingering bitterness. "I will survive, no matter what it takes." Damon's eyes flicked to the card on the ground. After a moment's hesitation, he crouched slightly, just enough to memorize the pager number without touching the card. "Can't be too cautious, all sorts of magic exist in this world." Without another glance at Carl's, Damon turned and walked out of the alley, blending seamlessly into the bustling crowd. He made a series of random turns, weaving through the mass of people until he was certain he wasn't being followed. Eventually, he stopped in his tracks, his attention caught by a commotion in the distance. A first-year academy student was being dragged away by someone. Squinting to get a closer look, Damon's eyes locked on a small badge pinned to the person's chest, a student council insignia. Shit, he muttered under his breath. Quickly ducking into a nearby shop, Damon pretended to browse the shelves, his sharp eyes darting to the shop's reflective surfaces. After a few minutes, he stepped back out onto the street, scanning his surroundings. Glancing down, he caught sight of his shadow stretching along the cobblestones at his feet. Before we go to Marcus and his group, Damon muttered to himself. Let's get a change of clothes, or at the very least, a cloak. Yeah, a cloak is cheaper. Damon wasn't just being stingy. His academy uniform wasn't something he could afford to lose or damage, replacements were prohibitively expensive, and the school wasn't exactly forgiving about such matters. Damn that stingy shopkeeper. Damon muttered under his breath, clicking his tongue in irritation. His stomach growled, a sharp reminder of his growing hunger. He'd spent the last 30 minutes inside the shop haggling over the price of a worn-out cloak. The shopkeeper's stubbornness had tested Damon's patience, but every zenny mattered. He couldn't afford to waste money unless it was absolutely necessary. I'll be using this cloak for a very long time, he thought grimly. The cloak wasn't much to look at, its brown fabric was already fraying at the edges, and it had clearly seen better days. Still, Damon had prioritized durability over appearance, even while being a cheapskate. The hooded cloak reached all the way to his legs, effectively concealing his academy uniform beneath. Glancing at his shadow, Damon frowned slightly. An unusual hunger gnawed at him, more unsettling than the pangs from his empty stomach. He couldn't quite place the feeling, but it left him uneasy. All right, let's go. Show me where Marcus and his group went, he said, his tone sharp. His shadow responded with its customary thumbs up before slipping away, moving fluidly along the cobblestones. Damon followed at a measured pace, careful not to attract attention. The cloak helped, but he was acutely aware of the unusual sight he presented. A person without a shadow, especially when cloaked, was bound to draw notice. Aether's sanctuary was still alive with activity, even though it was well past midnight. The streets bustled with adventurers, merchants, and townsfolk, the warm glow of lanterns illuminating the lively scene. Damon's shadow led him toward the more affluent part of town, where the Adventurers Guild was located. The moment Damon stepped into the district, he felt the shift in atmosphere. Lavish storefronts lined the streets, their goods displayed behind polished glass. Restaurants exuded sophistication, their interiors visible through grand windows, and their menus undoubtedly far beyond Damon's meager budget. The area was undeniably safer than the rest of town, thanks to the guild's enforcement of the rules. Still, Damon knew better than to trust appearances. Some adventurers were little more than criminals with licenses, but they wouldn't dare commit crimes here. The nobles who frequented this district ensured swift consequences for anyone foolish enough to disrupt the peace. Damon glanced at the opulent surroundings and sighed. This world will always favor the rich and powerful, and the nobles are both, he thought bitterly, his teeth clenched in frustration. His shadow stopped abruptly near a grand fountain in the center of the district. Damon approached it cautiously, watching as his shadow pointed toward a building across the street. It was a restaurant, a lavish establishment that radiated sophistication and exclusivity. The golden glow from its chandeliers spilled out onto the street, and the scent of rich, decadent food lingered in the air. Damon's eyes narrowed as he saw a group of students entering the restaurant. They carried themselves with the confidence of seniors, students who had earned enough freedom to indulge in such luxuries. I can't enter a place like that dressed like this, Damon muttered to himself, tugging slightly at his cloak. The garment, while practical, was far too shabby for such an establishment. Damon had no intention of discarding it, especially after all the trouble he'd gone through to buy it. Besides, he didn't need to follow Marcus and his group inside. Observing them from a distance would suffice. No way I'm wasting money on a place like that, Damon thought, his frugal instincts flaring. He positioned himself discreetly by the fountain, watching and waiting for the right moment to act. Damon stood outside the lavish restaurant, his gaze fixed on its ornate facade as he considered his next move. He needed to wait for Marcus and his group to leave. An ambush would be the easiest way to isolate one of them, allowing him to feed his shadow and keep it satisfied. His stomach growled loudly, interrupting his thoughts. Damn it. I'm already feeling hungry. I've got at least a day or two before I hit ravenous, right? Unease crept in as he opened his system panel, his face going pale as he stared at the stats displayed before him. HP, 50/50ths. Mana, 35/35ths. Strength, 9. Agility, 12. Speed, 25. Endurance, 10. Class. Shadow, 24. Shadow hunger level, 51%. Shadow level, 1. Condition, Shadow is mildly hungry. Attributes, Umbra. Skills, 5x. Locked. Ugh, no way. Damon muttered, his heart sinking. How did my shadow energy drop so much in such a short time? He glanced down at his shadow, which quivered slightly in response. Wait, sending you to follow Marcus and his group, being so far from me must have drained your energy, he murmured, narrowing his eyes. Damn it. This was a mistake on my part. The weight of the situation pressed down on him. His shadow was growing hungrier by the moment, and he knew he couldn't afford to let its hunger spiral out of control. Looking around, Damon noticed a modest tavern not far from the Adventurers Guild. It wasn't as grand as the restaurant across the street, but it was busy enough to provide cover while still affording him a view of the establishment where Marcus had gone. First, I'll need some zenny, Damon thought, scanning his surroundings. He spotted a small shop nearby, one he knew would exchange cash if he used his magic money card. Slipping inside, he completed the transaction in a matter of minutes, pocketing the physical currency. The magic money card, or MMC, was a marvel of Erona's advancements in magical technology. It allowed users to store their funds securely, linked to an account accessible through war banks or authorized outlets. The Academy had issued Damon one upon his enrollment, loading his scholarship funds and benefits directly into it. While it was convenient, Damon couldn't risk drawing attention to himself by withdrawing zenny in a rowdy place like the tavern. Such establishments were magnets for troublemakers, and with his meager skills, Damon had no desire to invite the wrath of adventurers or thieves. Pulling his cloak tighter around him, Damon crossed the street and pushed open the tavern's heavy door. The smell of stale ale and roasting meat greeted him, along with the din of boisterous conversations. His arrival was immediately punctuated by chaos. A skinny man flew through the air toward him, seemingly tossed by an unseen force. Damon sidestepped effortlessly, his reflexes honed from years of surviving in the streets. He glanced toward the source of the commotion and froze. Standing in the center of the tavern was Leona Veilfire. Her dark hair, streaked with white highlights, framed her sharp golden eyes, and her animal-like ears twitched slightly as she held a mug in one hand. Damon instinctively pulled his hood lower, hoping to avoid her gaze. The tavern's patrons were too absorbed in their revelry to care about the brief scuffle, but Leona's sharp eyes locked onto him. Damon tried to maneuver toward a secluded corner table, but before he could sit, her voice cut through the noise. Hey! I finally found you. I've been looking for you all night, she declared, her tone a mix of relief and irritation. Damon's heart sank. This wasn't going to be a simple night after all. Damon kept his hood low, avoiding Leona Veilfire's piercing golden gaze as he moved to a table by the window. From here, he could keep a clear view of the restaurant where Marcus and his group were gathered. He slid into the seat without a word, hoping she would leave him be. Leona, however, was not so easily deterred. She followed him without hesitation and sat across from him, her mug clinking against the wooden table as she placed it down. That's very rude, you know, she said, her voice light but with a cold edge. You can't just ignore someone like that. Damon didn't respond, keeping his gaze fixed on the window. What is wrong with this girl, and why is she even talking to me, he thought, annoyed. Leona's golden eyes flickered with amusement, and she leaned in slightly. "Hey, why did you sneak out of the academy? I thought you were going to cook something tasty." But this is fun too, I guess." Damon narrowed his eyes beneath his hood, his mind racing. "Did she follow me? Of course she did. How am I slipping up this much? Have I lost my edge?" Leona, for her part, had been following Damon from the moment she saw him enter the dormitory kitchen. She'd initially assumed he was about to prepare some kind of midnight snack, and she'd planned to join in. But when he left the academy instead, her curiosity had been piqued. She trailed him as he moved through the town, though she briefly lost track of him when he disappeared into a crowd. Finding him here at the tavern was sheer luck, or so she believed. Yet Damon's silence puzzled her. She'd expected at least some sort of acknowledgement, but instead, he seemed intent on ignoring her entirely. Leona shrugged and downed the contents of her mug just as a tavern waitress approached their table. "Welcome to the Drunk Imp. What can I get for you?" the waitress asked. Cheerfully. Leona glanced at Damon, not bothering to hide the fact that she hadn't brought any money. The mug she'd been drinking from? Paid for by the unfortunate skinny man she'd tossed out of the tavern earlier. She fully expected Damon to foot the bill for anything else she ordered, and she didn't feel the least bit ashamed. In Lothria, her homeland on the wild continent, the strong naturally commanded respect and resources. To her, Damon was undeniably the strongest first year in the academy, even if he didn't act like it. Letting someone stronger take the lead wasn't a blow to her pride, it was simply how things worked. Damon, however, was completely unaware of Leona's reasoning or the conclusions she'd drawn about him. He didn't know that his actions, intentional or otherwise, had convinced her that he was far stronger than he truly was. In reality, he was barely scraping by, but her assumptions couldn't have been further from the truth. "What'll it be?" the waitress repeated, glancing between the two of them. Damon sighed, pulling his hood a little lower. This night was only getting more complicated. His stomach growled loudly, and he scowled in irritation. He reached into his pocket, pulling out 3 zenny and placing it on the table. "Meat and drink, whatever this can get me. Make sure I stay sober tonight," he said curtly. Before the waitress could leave, Leona Veilfire chimed in with a grin. "I'll take the same thing I just drank earlier. It's pretty good." The waitress hesitated, glancing at Damon for approval. He gave no reaction, simply pulling his hood lower. Taking that as consent, she walked away with the money. Damon turned his gaze toward Leona, glaring at her from beneath his hood. "She better not be planning to drink on my hard-earned zenny, or we're going to have a problem," he thought bitterly. Leona smiled at him, unfazed. "You're so mean, Damon. I can't believe you didn't cook yesterday. I was so hungry I had to eat all the cold, tasteless junk left in the dorms." Damon narrowed his eyes at her, his tone sharp. "How do you know my name? And why are you acting like I'm supposed to care?" He wasn't surprised she knew his name. His reputation as the weakest student in the academy often made him a cautionary example for what not to be. Leona, however, hadn't learned his name through gossip or infamy. She tilted her head innocently. "I overheard it." Damon's glare deepened. "From where?" "Evangeline and Sylvia," she said nonchalantly. "I just happened to hear them talking about you." The mention of those names piqued Damon's interest. Evangeline Brightwater and Sylvia Moonvale were the 2 strongest students in their year. If they were talking about him, it couldn't be good. Still, he didn't want to appear too eager and risk giving Leona any leverage. "Evangeline Brightwater and Sylvia Moonvale talking about me?" "Doubt it," he replied, feigning disinterest. Leona brushed her hair aside, her golden eyes sparkling. "I'm serious. Evangeline said you." Before she could finish, the waitress returned, setting trays of meat and drinks on their table. She placed a mug in front of Damon and another in front of Leona, then filled the rest of the space with steaming plates of food. The moment she left, Both Damon and Leona lunged for the food, grabbing handfuls of meat with their hands. Damon ate quickly and efficiently, his stomach finally quieting. But watching Leona devour the food on his dime made his heart ache. She's going to pay back every penny she owes me, with interest. Even if I can't beat her now, the moment I can, she's paying up. Damon had always been too frugal to let anyone waste his money without consequences. The food disappeared fast. Damon ate just enough to satisfy his hunger, while Leona devoured the rest without shame. They drained their mugs at the same time, slamming them onto the table in unison. Leona wiped her hands with a handkerchief, as if suddenly remembering something. Right, where was I? Oh, yeah, I'm telling the truth. Damon sighed, already regretting entertaining the conversation. You've already said that. Now pay up. You owe me 10 zeni with a 70% interest rate for every day you don't pay. Leona blinked in confusion. But didn't you only pay 3 zeni for all this? I don't have my magic money card with me right now, so I'll pay you back when we get back to the academy. She slammed her hand on the table before Damon could respond. Anyway, all that petty change stuff isn't important. Damon bit his lip, frustrated. Of course, a rich noble doesn't think money is important. Damn those nobles. Leona leaned forward, her golden eyes gleaming with excitement. As I was saying, I heard you were strong. And now I've confirmed it for myself. So, fight me. I want to know what it's like to battle the strongest guy in our class. Screw off, Damon muttered, his voice barely audible over the rowdy ambience of the tavern. The clinking of mugs, boisterous laughter, and myriad scents of ale, roasted meat, and other food assaulted his senses. Leona Veilfire, undeterred, stared at him with an unsettling intensity. I insist. You have to fight me. Now. Damon bit his lip. He had no desire to become a casualty of her whims. If the Academy's weakest student went up against Leona Veilfire, ranked number 4, he'd be meeting the goddess long before his time. Looks like I need to explain this to her before I end up on a healer's table, or worse. Damon sighed, rubbing his temple. I'm the weakest person in the Academy, he said bluntly. Not just today, but in the Academy's history. If we fought, I'd lose. No doubt about it. So, you can leave now. Leona shook her head, unconvinced. I knew you'd say that. Damon scowled under the hood of his cloak. Knew I'd say what? Is this girl insane, or is she just looking for an excuse to beat me half to death? I knew her Sunshine Girl act was too good to be true. His instincts screamed at him to leave, but he took a deep breath, trying to calm his rising unease. Why would you think that? I already told you, I'm the weakest. Leona smirked. Humph, I thought so too, but you gave yourself away. Damon's eyes narrowed. How? What in the name of the goddess are you talking about? Leona puffed out her chest proudly. I had my suspicions, but Evangeline confirmed them. Evangeline Brightwater. I knew she'd cause me problems, Damon thought bitterly. Leona continued. Remember the day Evangeline and Sylvia were fighting? Evangeline accidentally shot stray light magic at you, and you dodged them all without even looking. Earlier, that same day, the professor pressured you with his aura, and you didn't even flinch. Damon glanced at his shadow, cursing inwardly. That had all been its doing. That doesn't prove anything, he said firmly. It was all just a fluke. Leona tilted her head, unconvinced. I have more clues. She leaned closer, her expression suddenly smug. You eat a lot. Damon blinked, utterly baffled. What? What does my eating have to do with anything? Leona grinned knowingly. No need to be modest. My father told me you can tell the strength of a real warrior by how much they eat. Weaklings can't eat much because eating is proof of one's energy. Damon stared at her, more confused than ever. Is she an idiot? No, this has to be some strange culture from Lothria, the wild continent. The beastkin have bizarre traditions like this. That still doesn't prove anything, he retorted. Oh, it does, she said with absolute certainty. But Evangeline corroborated my beliefs. Finally, Damon felt they were getting somewhere. He leaned back in his seat, smirking faintly. Really now? Leona nodded, her eyes sparkling. Remember the day Evangeline asked you to be her partner? After that, I followed her. I didn't get to talk to her because she ran into Sylvia, but I heard everything she said. Damon's patience was wearing thin. Just get to the point already. Leona pouted at his tone but pressed on. Ugh, fine. She said you beat her in a fight. She also said you're really strong but humble and that you don't like the spotlight. She paused for dramatic effect, then added. Sylvia mentioned seeing you training alone in the forest. Evangeline said it's because you only care about mastering your skills, not the Academy's rankings. Damon froze, his mind racing. Sylvia saw me training in the woods. Was it the day I killed Lark Bonaire and acquired the 5x skill? If so, I was too close to being caught. He glanced at Leona, who was now practically glowing with battle intent. I've been getting a lot of attention lately, that's not good. I need to stay out of the spotlight. But if the top students think I'm strong and come after me, it'll be a huge problem. Leona leaned forward, her voice filled with excitement. So? Will you fight me or not? He was in a dilemma. Should I let myself get beaten and humiliated? No. Absolutely not. I refuse to be debased by nobles if I can help it. His thoughts churned furiously as he considered his options. But first, I need to get rid of this girl, she's going to be in my way. Lost in thought, Damon didn't respond immediately, and Leona misinterpreted his silence as confirmation of her accusations. So, when do we fight? She asked, her tone eager. Never, Damon snapped, turning his head to the window to avoid further confrontation. He gazed out at the night sky, but his attention wasn't on the stars. From his vantage point, he could keep an eye on the restaurant across the street, where Marcus and his group had been. When his eyes landed on them, his heart sank. They weren't alone. His face turned pale beneath the shadow of his hood as he spotted the unmistakable figure of the student council president, Lilith Astronova. Marcus and his friends had been caught. First years aren't allowed outside the academy grounds, and of all people, they get caught by her. To make matters worse, Lilith's sharp gaze shifted toward the tavern. Damon's blood ran cold. She's coming here next. Damon stood abruptly, his chair scraping loudly against the floorboards. Hey, where are you going? Leona asked, confused by his sudden movement. He clicked his tongue in frustration. Leaving her behind was tempting, but he couldn't take the risk. She might blurt something out, especially to someone as cunning and perceptive as Lilith. Without thinking, Damon grabbed Leona's hand. Come on. We're leaving. Huh? Wait, why? She asked, startled by his urgency. Shut up and follow me, he hissed, pulling her toward the back of the tavern. We're being hunted by the student council president. Leona stumbled after him, barely able to process his words. Meanwhile, Lilith was already stepping through the tavern's entrance, her piercing eyes scanning the room. Damon's heart pounded as he realized their window of escape was rapidly closing. Damn it, how am I going to get out of here now? The situation was spiraling out of control. As a probationary student, Damon couldn't afford another infraction. If he got caught outside the academy grounds, his punishment would be severe. And now, with Leona in tow, his chances of slipping away unnoticed were even slimmer. Damon was on edge, his grip firm on Leona's wrist as he pulled her along. He wasn't taking any chances with Lilith Astronova, knowing full well how easily she could extract information. To his surprise, Leona Veilfire didn't resist. The beastkin girl simply followed without complaint, her usual boisterous energy muted. The rowdy noise of the tavern buzzed around them, but Damon noticed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The kind of shift that told him someone of note had entered. The lowlifes in here are probably debating whether to sell us out to the student council. Reaching the back door, Damon pushed against it with all his weight, but it didn't budge. Huh, crap, it's locked, he muttered, his frustration mounting. Leona blinked, her expression almost comical in its confusion. Now what do we do? Are we in trouble? Damon shot her a glare, barely holding back the urge to smack some sense into her. Did you not read the student handbook? If we get caught by the student council out in town way past curfew, we're in a lot of trouble. Leona bit her lip, finally looking concerned. That sounds bad. Damon clenched his teeth, exasperated. Lilith Astronova was not someone to take lightly. From their brief interaction earlier that day, he could tell she was sharp and calculating. Hiding in the back wasn't an option, she'd find them easily. Scanning the room, his eyes landed on a small wooden staircase leading upstairs. Come on, let's go, he hissed, pulling Leona along before she could protest. When they reached the top, Damon realized the second floor overlooked the ground floor below. A sinking feeling gripped him as he spotted Lilith entering the tavern. Worse still, as if guided by instinct, her sharp eyes drifted upward, and locked onto them. Damon's hood concealed his face and uniform, but Leona wasn't so fortunate. Her academy-issued uniform was impossible to miss. The tavern went quiet for a beat before erupting into laughter and jeers. The patrons, a mix of adventurers and drunkards, found the scene highly entertaining. 50 zenny on the boy and girl, someone shouted. Ha ha ha. Hammerhand's not bad, but I bet 25 they get caught. 100 on the pair, another bellowed. Lilith's icy smile silenced the room in an instant. Her mere presence commanded respect, or fear. Damon didn't waste time worrying about the spectators. Dragging Leona further into the upper floor, he darted past a row of rooms, his mind racing. Lilith sighed audibly from below, as if their attempts at escape were a mild annoyance. To her, running was futile. Damon knew better than to let panic consume him. He had learned from his earlier mistakes, this time, he would stay calm and outthink Lilith Astronova. His thoughts turned to everything he'd heard about her. The more he recalled, the colder his blood ran. Lilith Astronova possessed the void attribute, a rare and terrifying magical affinity. Worse still, she was a prodigy who had already reached her third-class advancement. As strong as the professors, and she's coming after me. Damon gritted his teeth. He needed a plan, and fast. Leona seemed frozen, her body stiff the moment Lilith Astronova's cold, calculating gaze swept upward toward them. Damon bit his lip, suppressing a curse. Even if she sees our faces, she can't punish us unless we're caught. That means if we escape, it's over. No loose ends. But the problem wasn't just escaping, it was escaping her. From their vantage point on the third floor, Damon saw Lilith leisurely teleport through the tavern. Her movements were deliberate, like a cat toying with cornered prey, and Damon hated being looked down on like this. Leona, still watching nervously, leaned closer. What do we do? We can't escape her. Should we fight her? Damon's glare could have frozen fire. Are you insane? He hissed. Just shut up and follow my lead. His mind worked overtime. Each second felt like a lifetime as he racked his brain for a solution. Think. What do I do? Outwardly, his expression remained calm, masking the storm inside, so Leona had no idea what he was planning. Then, his eyes fell on a mop resting in a bucket of water. An idea sparked. He grabbed Leona's arm and strode over, pulling the mop out and kicking the bucket over to spill water onto the floor. Without a word, he pushed open a door to one of the rooms, made a mess there too, then stopped and retraced his steps back to another door. Damon pulled it open, shoving Leona inside a closet, and left the door slightly ajar. "Stay here and don't make a sound," he ordered in a low voice. Leona blinked, confused, but nodded. Damon wasted no time. Pulling off his cloak, he muttered a curse under his breath. "Damn it, this cloak cost me 2 zenny and a half." Ignoring the sting of losing money, he draped the cloak over the mop, shaping it into a crude, hooded figure. The window creaked as he opened it, placing the bait on the ledge. He paused, signaling with his shadow, a trick he'd left outside the room as a sentry. The moment it zipped back to his feet, Damon knew, Lilith was here. There was no time to hesitate. Activating his skill, 5x, to strength, he hurled the mopcloak figure through the window with all his might, sending it flying towards the sky. As soon as he threw it, Damon spun around and dove into the closet where he'd hidden Leona, closing the door behind him. He clamped a hand over her mouth just as Lilith teleported into the room. For a moment, silence reigned. From the corner of her vision, Lilith caught sight of the cloaked figure falling into the alley. With the window wide open and no other sign of the fugitives, she assumed they had escaped. Her lips curled into a faint, calculating smile as she teleported out, pursuing the bait. The instant she was gone, Damon slipped out of the closet, dragging Leona with him. He gripped her tightly, 5x, still activated, and they leapt through the window in the opposite direction. They hit the ground running, darting through the dimly lit streets. It had been a daring gamble, one small mistake, and Lilith would have caught them. Leona followed, her chest heaving more from dread than anything. Her mind reeled at what had just happened. Damon, her seemingly ordinary classmate, had managed to fool Lilith Astronova. And that grip of his, there was no denying it. She'd felt his strength surge when he grabbed her. "I knew it," she thought, awestruck. "He's been hiding his true power all this time." Damon, oblivious to her thoughts, grimaced. The sight of his uniform in the moonlight reminded him of the sacrifice he'd just made. "I just lost money," he muttered bitterly. Leona didn't hear him. Turning a corner, Damon's frustration deepened as he spotted members of the student council patrolling the streets ahead. "TSK. I knew it wouldn't be this easy," he muttered, dragging Leona into the shadows of an alleyway. Damon took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling as he steadied his thoughts. Leona was still beside him, her presence both unsettling and an irritation. 5,000 zenny, he muttered flatly, breaking the silence. Leona blinked in confusion. "What?" "That cloak cost me 5,000 zenny, Damon clarified, glaring at her. "Pay up." Her golden ears twitched as she looked around awkwardly. I don't have any money on me." Damon's glare intensified, his cold expression cutting through her excuse like a blade. "But don't worry," she added quickly, her voice brimming with nervous energy. "I'll pay back what I owe when we get to the academy." His eyes narrowed, calculating. "Fine. But there's a 70% interest rate for every day you don't pay up." Leona nodded earnestly, as though the outrageous terms were entirely reasonable. "Okay, deal. A warrior must always pay their debts." Damon suppressed a smile, his lips twitching slightly as he looked away. That was some easy money. Nobles are so gullible. But his amusement was short-lived as his gaze shifted toward the street. "That's assuming she even pays. Either way, I need to ditch her fast and hope Lilith Astronova doesn't catch us." He glanced back at Leona, only to find her staring at him with wide, sparkling eyes, her admiration practically shining through. The golden hue of her irises glimmered in the moonlight, making her awestruck expression even more pronounced. "You're really amazing," she exclaimed, her voice filled with genuine wonder. "I can't believe a first-year escaped the student council president. I didn't even think it was possible to outmaneuver someone at a third-class advancement. I mean, you're incredible." Damon froze. He'd never been praised like this before, and he didn't know how to respond. If she had insulted him for using underhanded tactics, he wouldn't have cared. But this was unexpectedly nice. I'm not that, he began awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. I mean, it's not really anything noteworthy. It was just running away. Leona shook her head vehemently. No, it wasn't. It was a battle tactic, a genius strategy to outmaneuver a stronger opponent. This must be the art of war my father always talked about. You have such a great mastery of it. Art of war. Damon thought, raising an eyebrow. He had no idea what she was talking about, but he chalked it up to some beastkin tradition. That's enough, he said sharply, cutting her off. I need to think. Leona obediently fell silent, her golden eyes still fixed on him with an expectant look. Damon didn't actually need to think. He just wanted to check his system stats. Pulling up his interface, he quickly scanned the numbers. Shadow hunger's growing, but I can hold out until tomorrow. Hopefully. His 5x skill was still on cooldown, much to his annoyance. Once it refreshed, he could transfer the buff to his speed stat and leave Leona behind in the middle of town. It wasn't the most honorable plan, but honor wasn't a luxury he could afford right now. Today's mission was a bust. I didn't do anything productive. If anything, I just wasted shadow energy. The original plan had been simple: find someone from Marcus's group, hunt them down, and feed them to his shadow. Or, at the very least, acquire a decent weapon from the black market. But none of that had happened. And now the student council is on high alert. I don't know how far Lilith Astronova is, but she must be pissed about losing 2 first years who haven't even reached their first-class advancement. The thought made his blood boil. He clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to punch the nearby wall in frustration. Every step forward felt like 2 steps back. Leona tilted her head, noticing his tense posture. Damon? She asked hesitantly, her voice soft. He ignored her, his mind still racing. I'll fix this. I just need to play it smart. No more screw-ups. Damon still had Carl's contact memorized, but he doubted the crook's usefulness. Trusting him was completely out of the question. Being a former thief myself, I know there's no honor among thieves. He pushed the thought aside. I'll call him some other day. While Damon mulled over his options, he was acutely aware that the student council was closing in on every first year in town. Most of them had already been caught. Escaping the town would be difficult, but Damon wasn't one to give up so easily. He had a plan, though it wasn't exactly noble. Leona would be sacrificed for his escape. And to ensure she held no grudges, Damon would make it seem like getting caught was entirely her fault, if she got caught. His skill cooldown timer had finally reset. Turning to the beastkin girl beside him, he addressed her in a calm but commanding tone. Okay, listen up. I imagine the student council has the gates covered, so we need a solid escape plan. I'm not going to coddle you, so you'll have to keep up no matter what. Walking out isn't an option, but... His dark eyes glanced at her briefly, betraying no emotion. If we get separated, there are carriages leaving town. The student council doesn't have the authority to check them. Just ask the merchant really nicely. Inwardly, Damon smirked. Assuming those stingy merchants actually let you board. Once we hit the crowd, I'm giving her the slip. With 5x set to speed, I'll be long gone before she even realizes it. If she gets caught, there'll be no proof I was ever in town. He gave her a kind smile, though his thoughts were anything but. Let this be a lesson, stupid noble girl. Trust no one. Standing up, he prepared to move. All right, on the count of 3, we run into the crowd. Try to keep up. Leona's golden eyes sharpened, her focus intensifying. Understood. Damon smiled faintly as he activated 5x. 3. Without warning, he bolted into the bustling crowd, his figure vanishing like smoke. Leona, caught off guard but quick on her feet, rushed after him. Though their academy uniforms made them stand out, Damon moved like a shadow. A former pickpocket, he wove through the sea of people effortlessly, slipping between tight spaces, ducking under carts, and crawling through narrow gaps. Every movement was calculated, every step precise. Leona, on the other hand, struggled. Though fast, she lacked Damon's finesse and understanding of crowds. Each person in her path became an obstacle, and her attempts to push past them only drew more attention. Angry shouts and glares followed her as she inadvertently caused people to stumble, further congesting the streets. Realizing she was causing a commotion, Leona changed tactics. With a leap, she climbed onto a nearby rooftop, thinking she could track Damon from above. But by the time she reached the roof, Damon was already long gone. From her vantage point, she could see the chaotic streets below, filled with merchants, townsfolk, and scattered members of the student council searching for wayward first-years like her. Looking out at the vast, bustling town, she couldn't help but feel admiration. He's really amazing, she thought, her awe growing even more. Her misunderstanding of Damon's abilities deepened, solidifying him in her mind as a strategic genius far beyond her comprehension. Lilith Astronova stood in silence, holding the cloak in her hands. The faint scent of the streets clung to the fabric, and she couldn't help but admire the simplicity of the ruse. To think a mere first year had managed to fool her with such an elementary trick, a bait-and-switch maneuver. She had fallen for it, momentarily blinded by her confidence. Her sharp eyes scanned the cloak once more. She hadn't seen his face, but she didn't need to. His build was unmistakable, and more importantly, she remembered who had been with him. Leona Veilfire, she murmured to herself. The Beastkin girl had been hard to miss. As a promising first year, Leona was naturally someone the Academy kept a close eye on, so Lilith's recognition of her wasn't surprising. But what intrigued her was the boy, his audacity and cunning. Lilith's thoughts lingered on the brief exchange of events. As soon as she realized the trap, she had teleported back to the top floor of the tavern, the origin of their bait. But by then, they were long gone. She chuckled softly, her voice echoing faintly in the quiet room. Such cunning. It has to be him. The name came to her lips like a revelation. Damon Grey. Earlier today, she hadn't been entirely sure what to make of him, but now there was no doubt in her mind. He was clever, dangerously so. Using such a trick to escape her was both bold and ingenious. Lilith moved to the window, her sharp gaze cutting through the night. The bustling streets below seemed insignificant compared to the thrill of the hunt. A cold smile played on her lips, her emerald eyes glinting with intrigue. Now you're even more interesting, she whispered, a mix of amusement and anticipation in her tone. She leaned against the windowsill, her mind racing with thoughts of her next move. You won this round, Damon Grey, but let's see how far your wit carries you. I'll find you, and when I do, we'll see just how clever you really are. Damon exhaled deeply, relief washing over him now that he was finally rid of Leona. He felt no guilt about ditching her, in fact, he considered her a burden. The whole escape had gone as he planned. Knowing full well that she couldn't navigate crowds the way he could, he had used them as cover, slipping away with ease. Let's hope she gets out of here without getting caught by the student council, he thought, though it was more for convenience than genuine concern. He made his way to the city gate, and as expected, the student council members were stationed there, intercepting any first-years trying to flee back to the academy. Damon let out a quiet sigh, glancing down at his exposed uniform. Without his cloak, he stood out, but that didn't faze him. He crouched in the shadows, watching the gate closely. A carriage arrived, its wheels creaking under the weight of goods. Damon smirked. Perfect. Sliding beneath the carriage, he grasped the undercarriage with practiced precision, clinging to the frame as it slowly passed through the checkpoint. His heart pounded, but he remained still, every muscle taut. Once the carriage cleared the gate and gained some distance, he let go, tumbling to the ground and rolling to absorb the impact. Damon dusted himself off and smiled faintly. My days in a smuggling ring still come in handy. Good thing carriages from Aether's sanctuary are always heading to the capital, he muttered, relieved to be out. If he followed the carriage, it would lead him to Valerian, the capital city. A flicker of temptation crossed his mind. If he went there, he could see his younger sister, Luna. But he shook his head, dispelling the thought. I can't afford distractions. I need the money for her treatment. Pushing the thought aside, Damon turned and began walking back toward the academy. His stomach growled audibly, reminding him of a more immediate problem. Glancing at his shadow, he frowned. Sorry, he muttered. I didn't find anyone for you to feed on. Marcus and his group got caught by Lilith Astronova. The shadow rippled, its form vibrating and gesturing dismissively, as if telling him it wasn't a big deal. It mimicked a cheer-up gesture, making Damon chuckle faintly. Yeah, you're right. I'll figure something out. I've got a day before you get ravenous. The two walked in silence, Damon accompanied only by his restless shadow. Crossing the academy walls using the same hidden passage as before, he let out a tired sigh. That's when he noticed movement near the trees. A figure staggered beyond the shadows, collapsing to the ground. Damon narrowed his eyes, his sharp vision piercing the darkness. The scent of alcohol hit him, confirming what he suspected. It was a drunk second-year student. The boy was completely unconscious, his breathing heavy and uneven. What a boon, Damon muttered under his breath. I was just looking for someone to feed my shadow, and I run into this guy. The shadow quivered erratically at the sight of potential prey, its form glitching in anticipation. Damon's dark eyes glinted as he approached the boy, pulling out a dagger from his uniform. His movements were slow and deliberate, the blade gleaming faintly in the dim moonlight. He stood over the boy, raising the dagger. But just as he prepared to strike, he froze. His hand trembled, and sweat beaded on his brow. He's someone's son, someone's brother. Am I really going to kill someone who's done nothing to me? The thought struck him hard, his heart pounding in his chest. His shadow pulsed erratically, urging him forward, but Damon stayed his hand. The boy's face was peaceful in his drunken slumber, and Damon's resolve faltered. His stomach growled again, the hunger gnawing at him. The shadow writhed impatiently, but Damon's mind was a whirlwind of doubt and conflict. Why, he thought. Why can't I do it? He's never wronged me, so why? Before he could resolve his inner turmoil, a voice called out, breaking the silence. Arthur! Arthur, where are you? Damon ducked back into the shadows, crouching low. A group of second-year students emerged, searching for their friend. Hey, over there. Found him, one of them called out. Heh, looks like Mr. Lightweight got drunk again, another joked. Come on, let's pack him up. We can tease him tomorrow, the first student said, helping Arthur to his feet. Damon watched silently as they carried their friend away, his presence concealed in the darkness. He clenched his fists, frustration boiling inside him. Second years. I wouldn't stand a chance against them anyway. Once they were gone, Damon punched a nearby tree, his knuckles stinging from the impact. Damn it, why did I hesitate? He growled, his voice low and angry. He forced himself to take a deep breath, steadying his nerves. Tonight had been a failure, no prey, no progress. His stomach growled again, the hunger biting at him like a relentless predator. With gritted teeth, Damon slipped back into the academy. Sneaking into his dorm was easy, but as he collapsed onto his bed, the weight of his failure bore down on him. His hunger remained, gnawing at him relentlessly, and his mind swirled with regrets. Damon was woken up by the deep growl of his own stomach. His eyes remained shut, but the world around him came into sharp focus through his shadow. He didn't need to glance at the system notification to confirm it, his hunger had reached critical levels, somewhere around 85%. The sensory input was overwhelming. He saw it all, the glowing outlines of souls moving through the dorm halls, students heading for their classes, and maids quietly tending to their duties. Each movement cast rippling shadows that his senses latched onto, flooding his mind with information. It was painful, like trying to drink from a fire hose, but it was better than the last time. Before, he could only clutch his head and scream as his brain begged for mercy. Now, he found himself adjusting, as if his body were forcing itself to adapt to the madness. That calm shattered the moment he opened his eyes. A kaleidoscope of overlapping images bombarded his vision, shadows and souls blending into a chaotic stream of light and dark. Arg! Damon groaned, clutching his head as he rolled on the bed. Cold sweat dripped down his face, and his breathing grew ragged. But slowly, painfully, he forced his mind to settle. Like eyes adjusting to the blinding light of the sun, he began to make sense of the chaos. His body, however, told a different story. Dark circles framed his dilated pupils, and his pale, sweat-slicked skin made him look more corpse than human. His shadow twitched violently by the door, glitching and shifting erratically as if it were an animal ready to lunge. Damon pushed himself upright, only to collapse onto the floor with a heavy thud. He leaned his head back against the edge of the bed, panting. Despite the torment, a strange clarity cut through the noise. It was the same as before, only this time, Damon felt as if he were adapting to the chaos. Even so, the mental strain of perceiving the world through the shadows gnawed at him. This is only going to get worse if I step into a place with too many shadows. The forest, he realized, was both his salvation and his curse. It was the only place where he could hide from prying eyes when his hunger turned him into a monster. But it was also a place riddled with shadows, an endless supply of sensory overload. He clenched his fists and turned his gaze to the system notification hovering in front of him. Shadow hunger, 84%. Shadow is starved. Stats have been significantly boosted. He bit his lip, hard enough to taste blood. What do I do? Damn it, what can I do? I missed my chance yesterday. His hands trembled as he fought the rising panic. Hunger clawed at his insides like a beast demanding to be fed. Yet, despite the madness, Damon forced himself to stay seated, gripping the edge of the bed as if it were the only thing anchoring him to reality. Damon rose from his bed, his body sluggish and his stomach gnawing at itself. He shuffled into the bathroom, the cold water from the shower washing over him, momentarily dulling the burning hunger that threatened to consume him. His vision was still off, muted shades of black and white made it difficult to focus. After the bath, he returned to his room, calling his shadow back to him. It detached from the door and slithered across the floor like a living thing before merging into his own. Instantly, the overwhelming sensory overload ebbed, leaving his mind quieter than it had been moments before. He blinked, surprised. Wait, what? You were the one causing that? The shadow didn't respond. Its form was erratic, flickering as though it had gone feral. Damon had seen it like this before, during the peak of his hunger. At times like these, it didn't behave with its usual intelligence or eerie camaraderie, it was pure instinct, driven only by its ravenous nature. He exhaled deeply. Don't expand my perception like that, okay? Please. The word please slipped out unbidden, a desperate hope that it might heed him. But he knew better. The shadow was merely biding its time, conserving energy until his hunger hit 90%. At that threshold, it wouldn't wait for permission, it would take over and pounce on the nearest prey. A quick glance at the system confirmed his fears. Shadow hunger, 84%. That left him with just 6%, not much time. Damon left his dorm, keeping his head low as he moved through the halls. Even with his vision monochrome, the glow of people's souls burned brightly in his mind. Every passing soul tempted his senses, but he kept himself focused on the day ahead. His schedule was mercifully light, only theoretical classes today. No strenuous activity, no practical work. Damon figured the significant stat boost he'd received from his shadow's predatory nature was the only reason he hadn't collapsed entirely. It was a cruel trick of evolution, the stronger he grew, the better he'd be at hunting. But fighting burned energy, and energy was something he couldn't afford to waste. He had a plan, to conserve himself by sleeping through the class. It was simple, but hunger complicated everything. The blackouts, the surges of aggression, the constant mental strain, all of it made him more volatile. He slumped into a seat at the very back of the classroom, lowering his head onto the desk. His stomach growled incessantly, making it hard to relax. The professor began the lecture, droning on about topics Damon barely registered. He kept his head down, staring at his flickering shadow on the floor. "Don't do anything, don't do anything." He muttered under his breath, repeating the words like a mantra. As long as it behaved, he wouldn't be bombarded by the unbearable sensory input. But then the shadow shifted, its head-like form turning toward a specific direction. Time passed, and Damon, unable to sleep, finally raised his head. He regretted it instantly. The room was flooded with the glow of souls, but two lights stood out above all others. The first was a golden blaze, blinding and radiant like the midday sun, Evangeline Brightwater. Her soul burned with such intensity that Damon almost winced. The second was new to him, a gentle, silvery white light, soft and serene like moonlight. Sylvia Moonvale, the elven girl, sat beside Evangeline. His stomach growled audibly. Damon couldn't take his eyes off them. The predatory instinct in him surged, his pupils dilating as his gaze locked onto the two brightest souls in the room. From the front of the class, the professor's voice cut through the haze. "Damon, is there a reason you're staring at Evangeline and Sylvia with such intensity?" The room fell silent. Every pair of eyes turned to Damon, including those of the two girls. But Damon was lost in his reverie. He answered honestly, his voice dripping with hunger. "Because I want to eat them." The professor blinked, stunned, before bursting into laughter. The rest of the class followed suit, assuming it was a poorly timed joke. Damon wasn't joking. The noise shattered his trance, and he quickly lowered his head back to the desk, avoiding the stares of Evangeline and Sylvia. "I need to leave, or I'll do something I'll regret." Without hesitation, Damon stood and began walking toward the door at the back of the classroom. The professor called after him, frowning. "Damon, where do you think you're going?" He didn't stop or turn around. His voice was flat, carrying a weight of finality. "Anywhere that isn't here." "Stop right there, young man, class is still ongoing." The professor's firm voice echoed through the classroom, stopping some of the murmurs as Damon marched toward the door. Damon didn't even flinch, his steps resolute. His hunger was unbearable, gnawing at him like a parasite. He wasn't just leaving to escape the professor's lecture, he was escaping himself. If his shadow's hunger reached 90%, he wouldn't just be a problem for the professor, he'd be a threat to everyone in the room. And he wasn't naive. The same professor who now ordered him to stop would undoubtedly move to kill him if he transformed into a monster. The door was tantalizingly close, but just as he reached out to push it open, it slammed shut on its own. Damon's stomach sank. "Did you not hear me? Class is still ongoing. Or at the very least, explain yourself, or else." The words hung in the air like a threat. "Or else what?" Damon turned his head slightly, his face half-shadowed. His hunger made him reckless, amplifying his aggression. It was like being drunk, his judgment clouded, his patience non-existent. "What are you going to do, Professor? Attack me?" "Sure, go ahead." The venom in his voice startled the class. Murmurs rippled through the students. "Has he gone crazy? He must be drunk or something. That bastard really wants to die. What do you expect from a commoner? No manners, no discipline." The professor raised a hand, silencing the growing chatter with an air of authority. His displeasure was evident as he stared at Damon. Professor Alfred was known for his calm demeanor, but now there was a glint of disdain in his eyes. He had once held some hope for Damon when he first enrolled but had long since deemed him a disappointment. "Quiet down, everyone," he said. His voice was controlled, but his words dripped with condescension. "I won't stop you, Damon. It would be unbecoming of me, a professor, to fight a student, especially one as weak as you." Damon's fists clenched, his nails digging into his palms. The insult stung more than it should have. The professor smirked slightly, continuing. "So, I'll let your peers remind you of your place. Perhaps this will teach you some humility. Next time, pay attention in class so you don't end up as a glorified disappointment." Damon turned fully, his vision narrowing as his anger surged. For a moment, he considered lunging at the professor, consequences be damned. But before he could act, Alfred glanced toward Evangeline Brightwater. "Evangeline, take him down." Evangeline hesitated, biting her lip. I don't think I can beat him, but..." Before she could finish, Leona Valefire's voice cut through like a crack of thunder. "I'll do it." Without waiting for approval, Leona leapt from her seat, her black and white hair flaring behind her like a streak of lightning. Sparks danced along her fingertips as she summoned her strong magic, the air crackling with raw energy. With a roar, she charged at Damon, her attack exploding toward him with the sound of a thunderclap. The class collectively held their breath. Professor Alfred closed his eyes, already convinced the fight was over. To him, Damon didn't stand a chance. But Damon's body moved on instinct, heightened by the maddening hunger of his shadow. He sidestepped the attack with uncanny precision, the bolt of lightning grazing past him. Without pause, he countered, a swift strike that sent Leona skidding back across the floor. The class erupted into shocked murmurs. Did he just dodge that? No way. That has to be a fluke. Leona must have held back, there's no other explanation. Xander Ravenscroft, seated alone without his usual entourage of lackeys, observed the scene with a thoughtful expression. Resting his chin on his hand, he mused aloud. Leona Valefire must have held back. She didn't want to accidentally kill him. The class nodded in agreement, taking Xander's analysis as gospel. But one student didn't share their certainty. Evangeline Brightwater sat silently, her golden gaze fixed on Damon. Unlike the others, she didn't think Leona had held back. She was convinced of something few dared to admit, Damon wasn't weak. He never had been. Leona, sprawled on the floor, glared at Damon with a mix of shock and excitement. She hadn't held back at all, and that was what scared her. After the events of the previous night, she had suspected Damon wasn't as powerless as his reputation suggested. Now, she was certain of it. Damon's shadow vibrated at his feet, erratic and alive, feeding his maddening rage and hunger. He stood there, chest heaving, staring down Leona and the rest of the class, his every movement tinged with barely restrained violence. For the first time, the students realized Damon might not be the weakest after all, and that unnerved them. Damon wasn't fully himself. His shadow had taken partial control, its hunger gnawing at his mind and fraying his thoughts with deep, primal aggression. He'd dodged most of Leona's attacks by instinct, sensing the way her lightning distorted the shadows around it. But not all her attacks were lightning. The water and sound-based spells she mixed and barely registered with him, slipping past his heightened senses. Leona smirked, her golden eyes brimming with excitement. "I've wanted to fight you since yesterday. Finally, I get my chance." Damon growled lowly, a barely audible sound that was more animal than human. Leona, a beastkin with sharp instincts, took it as acceptance. Without hesitation, she summoned crackling orbs of lightning. Storm Call. The spheres of energy launched toward Damon, roaring as they surged through the air. From the sidelines, Professor Alfred frowned. A hint of worry crossed his face as he reached for a healing potion. If Damon was severely injured, he could intervene, but if he died, that was that. Deaths at Aether Academy weren't uncommon, though they rarely happened during class. Damon moved with terrifying precision, dodging each bolt as they shattered desks and charred the back rows. Fortunately, no student had been foolish enough to remain there. He closed the distance rapidly, evading her magic as a torrent of water surged toward him. Water creation. The spell grazed his arm, drawing blood and a feral growl from him. Damon's anger flared, sharper and hotter. Bright, elemental attacks like lightning were easy to evade, but water didn't distort the shadows as much, giving him a harder time sensing them beforehand. His focus narrowed, and his fury boiled over. He muttered coldly. 5x, 2 mana. A surge of raw power coursed through him, boosting his already heightened stats. The class, particularly Xander Ravenscroft and Professor Alfred, stared in shock. Damon wasn't just surviving, he was holding his ground against Leona Veilfire, a prodigy of the wild continent Lothria. Damon reached her in a heartbeat. Leona didn't back away, hand-to-hand combat was her forte. Her claws extended, and her mana surged as she threw a punch. Damon, half consumed by his shadow's hunger, raised his elbow to block. Sparks flew on impact, numbing his arm with searing pain. The pain only fueled his fury. With a snarl, he retaliated, aiming a punch at her. Leona dodged, but Damon opened his hand mid-strike, turning it into a grab. His fingers clamped around her head, and with a predatory growl, he hurled her to the side. Leona stumbled, hitting the ground with a thud as gasps rippled through the class. No way. Did he just push Leona Veilfire? How did he even do that? A human overpowering a beastkin in physical combat. Without a single class advancement. Xander narrowed his eyes, analyzing every move. Body enhancement and reinforcement magic, he muttered to himself. That's the only explanation. Damon didn't hear the murmurs. His focus was singular. He charged at Leona, who shifted to a defensive stance. Her technique was flawless, but fighting Damon was like battling a wild beast. He fought with raw instincts, his every move fueled by the primal desire to kill and devour. Leona could feel his killing intent, it was suffocating. She leapt backward, landing near the classroom door. Her lips curved into a thin smile, excitement glowing in her golden eyes. Lightning gathered around her as she prepared a devastating spell. Thunderclap. A storm of crackling destruction engulfed the room, swallowing Damon whole in its furious energy. Professor Alfred moved, ready to intervene, but hesitated as a figure emerged from the cloud. Damon burst through the storm, his uniform scorched and his body bruised, but his predatory smile remained. In his hand, a sphere of raw, destructive shadow mana pulsed with terrifying power. He was inches from Leona in an instant, aiming the orb straight at her face. Leona's eyes widened in fear. She could see it clearly, death in his cold, unwavering gaze. Damon's shadow had no hesitation, no mercy. But in that final moment, a flicker of humanity broke through the haze. Damon shifted his hand slightly, and the shadow orb veered past her, obliterating the door behind her in a deafening explosion. The room fell silent, the class too stunned to react. Damon stepped back, wobbling slightly. His head hung low as he muttered under his breath. Lucky. Without another word, he staggered out of the classroom, leaving the shattered remains of the door behind him. Professor Alfred's face was a mix of shock and confusion. Xander Ravenscroft's expression, however, was darker. Since when did that commoner possess this kind of power? He needed to ask Marcus and his other lackeys after they finished serving their punishment. Damon wandered through the halls, his hunger clawing at him once more. This time, it was stronger. He was lucky he'd regained control, but next time, he might not be so fortunate. Damon stepped into the open sun, but his path forward was shrouded in uncertainty. He had no idea where to go, and it was only a matter of time before his shadow consumed him entirely. In its ravenous state, it would devour any unsuspecting soul nearby. It wasn't the act of eating someone that worried him. It was the consequences. This was Aether Academy, a place where even the faintest hint of a monster drew the attention of merciless professors. If anything that looked remotely inhuman appeared in broad daylight, it would be killed without hesitation. Questions could wait for the aftermath. Damon knew he wouldn't survive such an encounter. The academy, once meant to be a sanctuary for students, now felt like a death trap. There was only one solution. I have to escape outside the academy. It was a desperate gamble. If he could make it past the grounds, he could head for the nearby town, Aether's sanctuary. There, amidst the unsuspecting townsfolk, his shadow could find a meal, helpless and unprepared prey. The thought twisted his gut with guilt, but it was better than dying here. Without wasting another second, Damon bolted. His battered body, bruised from Leona's lightning attacks, protested with every step, but he kept moving. His uniform had begun to mend itself, the fabric stitching back together, though it did little to ease his pain. He sprinted toward the hidden passage, a student escape route rarely used under the watchful eyes of the academy. When he reached the edge of the tree line, he stopped abruptly. Fear gnawed at him as he bit his lip, hesitant to move forward. His shadow pulsed beneath him, its chaotic energy feeding his mind disturbing images. The tree's shade was dangerous, it amplified his shadow's senses, overwhelming him with its vast perception of the world. Damon glared down at the erratic darkness swirling at his feet. "Hey," he hissed through gritted teeth. "Don't spread your senses into the shadows under the trees. If you do, we won't find any food to eat." There was no response. His shadow had spiraled too far into madness. Damon couldn't tell if it even heard him, or if it cared. As he stepped closer to the shade, the reaction was instant. The moment his shadow touched the tree's darkness, a sharp, searing pain erupted in his head. Damon stumbled, clutching his temples as he fell to his knees. "Stop, stop. Stop," he roared, his voice cracking under the strain. The shadow flickered, glitching out of existence for a fleeting moment, and then, silence. Damon collapsed, gasping for breath. Cold sweat drenched his body as he trembled violently. His hands dug into the dirt, and for a brief second, the pain subsided. Clarity returned, sharp and unforgiving. His dilated pupils reflected the terror clawing at his soul as he whispered the question that had haunted him all along. Am I finally going to die? The thought froze him in place, the fear threatening to crush him entirely. But then his jaw tightened, and his fists clenched. "No," he growled, his voice trembling with dire determination. "No. Not yet." Gritting his teeth, Damon forced himself to his feet. His legs wobbled under him, but he refused to give in. Fear might have paralyzed him, but his will to survive burned stronger. He took a shaky step forward, then another, his mind set on the escape route ahead. Damon stumbled to his feet, forcing his legs to move as he bolted toward the waterway. His breathing was ragged, and every muscle in his battered body screamed in protest. He couldn't stop, not now. His only chance was to escape the academy before his shadow consumed him or someone else. The forest loomed ahead, dense and foreboding. He ran off the road, staying close enough to keep sight of it but far enough to remain hidden. The shadows beneath the trees stretched and twisted unnaturally as his own shadow pulsed erratically. Its senses expanded outward, overwhelming him with a flood of disjointed information. The world around him became a chaotic blur. Damon tripped, his foot catching on a root. He tumbled forward, crashing to the ground and rolling painfully over uneven earth. Dirt clung to his face, and his uniform was stained with grass and mud, but none of it compared to the pounding in his skull. He groaned, clutching his head as the kaleidoscope of shadowborn information assaulted his mind. Every tree, every leaf, every insect within the shadow's range fed into his consciousness in unbearable detail. Crawling weakly to a nearby tree, Damon leaned his back against it, his chest heaving as he tried to steady his breathing. "Make it stop, please, stop, it hurts," he whispered hoarsely, the words spilling from his lips over and over. His eyes clenched shut, trying to block out the sensations, but it was futile. The shadow's perception extended far beyond his physical senses. It was as though his mind traveled through a vast, alien network of darkness. His shadow wasn't just spreading, it was searching for prey. And it had found something. Damon could feel the presence approaching, but his focus splintered between the agony of starvation and the torrent of sensory information. He hugged his knees, trembling as he gasped for air. The target drew closer. Damon barely registered the sound of approaching footsteps until a calm voice broke through his haze. An academy student. What brings you out in the woods, young man?" The shadow recoiled instantly, withdrawing its senses like a startled beast. Damon's breathing steadied just enough for him to look up. Through his distorted vision, he squinted at the figure before him, his dilated pupils struggling to adjust. A man stood there, a hunter, by the looks of him. He was older, perhaps in his 50s, with a long, graying beard and a muscular frame. He wore practical hunter's garb and carried a bag of supplies, a bow slung over his shoulder, and a freshly hunted deer carcass. The man's blue eyes held a kind light, his expression a mixture of worry and curiosity. Damon remained wary, his body tensed despite his exhaustion. Who are you?" he croaked, his voice barely above a whisper. As if on cue, his stomach growled loudly, causing Damon to wince and clutch his abdomen. The hunter's lips curled into a warm smile. "Ah, you must be hungry, little guy. Hold on, I've got some rations in here." He dropped his supplies and rummaged through his bag, eventually pulling out a small pouch of dried food. He held it out to Damon, who eyed it suspiciously despite the gnawing hunger in his eyes. Noticing Damon's hesitation, the hunter chuckled. "Smart young man, I. All right, here." Without offense, he took a piece from the pouch and ate it himself, chewing with deliberate ease. Satisfied, Damon snatched the pouch and devoured its contents without restraint. The dry rations were rough and tasteless, but to him, they felt like salvation. The hunter watched with amusement, leaning back as Damon tore through the food. "My name's Carmen Vale," he said, his voice warm and steady. "I'm a hunter around these parts." Damon finished the last of the rations, but his stomach growled again, louder this time. His hands pressed against his abdomen as he muttered. "Hungry." Carmen let out a hearty laugh. "No problem, kid. Good thing I've got this deer." With practiced ease, Carmen gathered firewood and started a fire. He skinned the deer and sliced off its thighs, rubbing a mix of spices over the meat before setting it over the flames. "All right, let's see how much you can eat." Carmen laughed again, a booming sound that echoed through the forest. Damon watched cautiously. The hunter moved with an ease and openness that unnerved him. He left his bow and arrows within arm's reach of Damon, his back fully exposed. There was no trace of suspicion or guardedness in Carmen's demeanor, only kindness. To Damon, this kind of generosity felt alien, even dangerous. He couldn't understand why someone would act this way. And so, even as his body screamed for nourishment, his mind remained on edge, scrutinizing the man before him. Damon Grey was a jaded young man, his life shaped by a series of harsh lessons that had made him bitter and distrustful. Kindness was not something he encountered often, and when it came, it felt alien, a massive cause for suspicion. As the hunter, Carmen, roasted the deer thighs over a modest fire, Damon's sharp eyes scrutinized every movement he made. The man was a puzzle, too trusting, too open. Damon had learned to survive by questioning everything, and Carmen's easy manner only heightened his caution. The hunter spoke about his life, filling the silence with tales of hunting trips, his family, and his youthful adventures. Damon didn't respond, but he listened, his gaze flicking between the fire, the man's hands, and his surroundings. The only sound he made was the faint rustle of his clothes as he shifted uncomfortably. Carmen, sensing the boy's wary nature, ensured his every action was visible. He even exaggerated his movements as he prepared the meat, smiling occasionally, though Damon's expression remained guarded. Meanwhile, Damon's shadow writhed like a living entity, reacting to his hunger. Its erratic behavior unnerved him, and his thoughts grew heavier, dulled by the persistent ache of starvation and the primal instincts clawing at his mind. His focus wavered between the man's words and the tantalizing scent of roasting meat. When one of the thighs was ready, Carmen pulled it from the fire, smiling as he extended it toward Damon. Damon's eyes lingered on the offering, but his gaze quickly shifted to Carmen's face, his suspicion as clear as the hunger in his dull, predatory stare. Carmen chuckled, realizing the boy's hesitation. Ah, of course. He took a bite of the meat himself, chewed, and swallowed. See? Nothing to worry about. Only then did Damon snatch the meat, his hands trembling slightly. He tore into it with feral desperation, each bite fueling his weakened body but doing little to sate the insatiable hunger gnawing at him. Carmen sat a short distance away, observing Damon with a calm, thoughtful expression. His gaze drifted to the shadow writhing unnaturally around the boy. "That's quite a shadow you've got there," he remarked, his tone casual but curious. "Is that your magic attribute?" Damon didn't answer, too focused on devouring the meat, though his shoulders tensed at the question. Unfazed by the silence, Carmen continued. "Mine's fire. People in town always say it doesn't suit me, too gentle, they claim." He laughed lightly. "But I wasn't always like this. Used to have a temper like a wildfire when I was younger." Before Damon could react, Carmen's demeanor shifted in an instant. The hunter's eyes sharpened as he grabbed an arrow from his quiver and lunged toward Damon. Damon's instincts screamed, but he was too slow, caught off guard as the arrow shot past him. He froze, waiting for pain, but none came. Instead, there was a soft thunk behind him. Turning his head cautiously, he saw the arrow embedded in the trunk of the tree just inches above his shoulder, pinning the lifeless body of a thin, black snake. Carmen let out a relieved sigh. "Close one. Death Mamba." Damon's eyes widened. He knew of the snake, a creature of nightmares. Its venom was legendary, said to kill within minutes. The hunter had risked his life, unhesitatingly striking to save him. Damon stared at the older man, confusion and frustration swirling in his chest. Why did you save me? I don't understand." Carmen looked genuinely puzzled. "Why wouldn't I? Why did you give me your food? You don't even know me." "Why?" Damon's voice cracked, rising in intensity as his confusion gave way to anger. Carmen's expression softened. "Why do I need a reason to show kindness? Isn't that what separates us from monsters and beasts? That is just human." Damon felt his breath hitch. The word struck something deep within him, something he wasn't ready to confront. "No, it's not," Damon said, his voice trembling with emotion. "It's not human. That's bullshit. Being human is looking after number one, that's yourself." Carmen frowned, shaking his head. "No, it's not, kid. I don't know where you learned that, but if we all only cared about ourselves, we'd be no better than monsters." He sat down beside Damon, the firelight casting warm shadows across his weathered face. "Let me tell you something, from one human to another, a little kindness goes a long way. Kindness is reciprocal. What we sow is what we reap." Damon's mind churned, the man's words clashing violently with the truths he'd known all his life. If Carmen was right, then everything Damon believed about the world was a lie. Tears of frustration welled in his eyes as he whispered, "Weren't you afraid to die?" The hunter Carmen smiled warmly at the boy's skeptical words, his face illuminated by the soft glow of the fire. "I have a daughter," he began, his voice carrying a gentle sincerity. She's just about your age, a little younger, actually. She dreams of entering the academy next year. When I saw you, all I could think was, what if it were her, alone like this? Shouldn't she get a little help? He paused, gazing at the crackling flames. I hope the kindness I show to others can someday find its way to her. Damon narrowed his eyes at him, the skepticism in his stare as sharp as ever. That's far-fetched, he muttered. Carmen chuckled lightly. Yes, it is. But I can hope, can't I? He glanced at Damon, his smile never faltering. You know, kid, I used to be a noble. Damon's expression shifted at those words, his eyes narrowing further, this time with a hint of hostility. Carmen noticed it instantly. Ah, you don't seem to like nobles much. That's fair, he admitted, his tone understanding. I don't like them either, especially now that I'm a fallen noble. You're a fallen noble? Damon echoed, his voice tinged with mild curiosity. That must be hard. Your kind gets worse treatment than commoners, and commoners don't like you either. Carmen smiled again, this time with a faint trace of bitterness. Yes, it was hard at first. But I got past it. People were kind. No, they're not, Damon shot back, his voice quiet but firm. Carmen shook his head slightly, his gaze steady. Let me tell you something, kiddo. Kindness is reciprocal. If you show someone kindness, they'll show it back to you. But if you go in looking for the worst in people, that's all you'll ever see. Damon didn't reply immediately, his focus returning to the meat in his hands. He gnawed the last pieces off the bone, his hunger still gnawing at him, though something about Carmen's words made his heart feel just a little calmer. Finally, he spoke, his voice subdued. I've seen the worst in people, ever since the day my parents died. The neighbors and relatives who seemed so kind, after they were gone, I saw their true colors. Carmen's expression softened, and he glanced at Damon carefully. It seemed the boy was beginning to open up to him. My parents died in the demon wars. Damon continued, his words tinged with bitterness and sadness. He tightened his grip on the bone in his hand, the memories resurfacing with painful clarity. The memories of the past were like sharp thorns embedded in Damon Grey's heart, each one a painful reminder of the failures and lessons that shaped him into the jaded young man he was today. And it had all begun with the death of his parents. My family lived in a small village a few kilometers off the lands of the Ravenscroft household, Damon started, his voice low and strained, the words dragging up emotions he had long buried. It was a small, quiet place, the kind of village where everyone knows everyone. My father was born there. He and my mother were well known, celebrated even, because they'd both achieved first-class advancement. He gritted his teeth, the memories cutting deep. They were often called the heavenly pairing. My father had the darkness attribute, and my mother, hers was a variation of light. It was called day. Together, they protected the village with their power. Damon's stomach growled, but he ignored it, his hunger drowned out by the flood of painful recollections. My sister and I were born there. For a time, life was good. Everyone in the village was kind to us, or at least they seemed to be. Carmen listened in silence, his gaze fixed on the boy, sensing the storm of emotions behind his words. It all changed, Damon continued, his voice growing colder. When the demons made a massive advancement into Solthean. The war worsened, and my parents, being at the first-class advancement, were conscripted by the nobles and forced to fight. He lowered his head, his shoulders trembling slightly. They left us behind, my sister and me. At first, the village still treated us kindly. But then, one day, the news came. Our parents were dead. Carmen's eyes lingered on Damon's face, noting the twisted smile that barely masked the deep pain in the boy's dark eyes. Only two things were returned to us, Damon continued, his voice tight. My father's broken sword, and a locket that belonged to my mother. Damon clenched his fists. The village held a funeral. I buried the sword, but I couldn't bear to part with the locket. I hid it away, afraid the adults would make me bury it too. Instead, we buried her clothes. Carmen glanced up at the sun filtering through the trees, his heart heavy with sympathy for the boy's loss. With our parents gone, the only relatives we had in the village were my father's distant cousin. We didn't know much about my mother's side, only faint clues from the stories she used to tell us about her brother. Looking back now, I can guess she might have been a noble. But what does that matter? Knowing wouldn't have helped us, two orphan children left to fend for ourselves. Bitterness laced Damon's words, his tone hardening as he continued. Our new guardians showed their true colors soon enough. He paused, his jaw tightening. They'd always sucked up to my parents when they were alive. But after they were gone, everything changed. They moved into our house, and suddenly everything we did was wrong. They found fault with the slightest thing and used every excuse to beat and starve us. I tried to shield my little sister as best I could, using my juvenile body to protect her. It wasn't long before I was covered in scars. Carmen's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he listened, his heart breaking for the boy. They took everything from us, Damon said bitterly. Our inheritance, what little there was, gone. The zenny our parents had left us, my mother's jewelry, all of it. And the villagers? They didn't help. They just stood by and watched. Some even jeered at us, mocked us, threw stones. Damon's voice faltered for a moment, but he steadied himself, his dark eyes filled with a mixture of pain and anger. That's when I learned the truth. Kindness. It's just a mask people wear until it's inconvenient. Damon's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice trembling as years of pent-up anger and anguish spilled out. On nights when we starved, he began, his tone dark and bitter. I would sneak out into the darkness to catch toads and field mice. I'd roast them so my sister wouldn't go hungry, while they feasted on our money, wore our parents' clothes, and sold off my mother's jewelry. His gaze shifted to Carmen, filled with an unshakable bitterness. That is the real face of people. Carmen lowered his head, remaining silent. He wasn't here to argue, he was here to listen. I got tired of it all, Damon continued, his voice faltering slightly. So, one night, I took a noose to the forest. I thought it would be easier to die than to keep living like that. Carmen's expression grew tense, but he let Damon continue uninterrupted. I wandered deep into the woods, strangely untouched by monsters that night. Eventually, I found an ancient tree. Its gnarled roots stretched out like claws, and I sat beneath it with the noose in my hands. I couldn't bring myself to hang it yet. I just sat there, wondering why life had to be so meaningless. He glanced down at the shifting shadows cast by the firelight, his voice quieting as he recounted the turning point of his story. Maybe, deep down, I was just looking for a reason not to die. And I found one. Carmen's eyes widened slightly, a glimmer of hope in his gaze. At the roots of that tree, there was a broken stone slab. On it, someone had carved words, fragments of something greater. I pieced them together. Those words gave me a purpose. Carmen's throat tightened. He wiped at his eyes. What did it say? Damon raised his head, his dark eyes alight with a mix of fury and defiance. We are not asked to be born, we are forced to exist. Today was a horrible day. Tomorrow will be worse. In the end, it will all come to pass. All things fade. He exhaled sharply, his clenched fists trembling. Those were the words. It wasn't complete, but the part one saw was enough. It taught me about the vast unfairness and insignificance of everything. It should have been the final push to die, but instead, it gave me life. If we're so small, so meaningless, then even as a worm beneath the cosmic vastness, I have the right to struggle. If I'm going to die anyway, then I'll die in blood, screams, and tears, knowing I gave it my all. Damon gritted his teeth, his voice rising with fervor. I made my choice. I would survive. So I returned to the village and began making my plans. Carmen stared at the boy, both awestruck and disturbed by the raw determination in his voice. What plans? My plan to take my sister and escape, Damon replied, his tone steady and resolute. I remembered my father mentioning a small house he owned in the capital, Valerian. I decided I would find it, no matter what. Carmen shook his head slowly, his eyes wide with both admiration and disbelief. That must have been a tremendous gamble. It was, Damon admitted, his voice colder now. But I had nothing left to lose. Damon could still recall every detail of those harrowing days, the weight of his survival pressing down on him. The night he decided to leave was burned into his memory, and for the week leading up to it, he made sure to keep his younger sister, Luna, by his side at all times. He waited patiently, watching the comings and goings of the village until a traveling merchant caravan arrived. That night, while the village was still and the caravan set up camp, Damon made his move. He slipped into his house under the cover of darkness, his heart pounding with both fear and resolve. He scavenged anything of value, a small sack of zenny hidden in a cupboard, a few trinkets left untouched by his guardians, and finally, his mother's locket. The locket had been buried beneath a loose floorboard in their old room, hidden away to protect it from greedy hands. That was Damon's first brush with theft. The memory was vivid, every sensation seared into his mind. His hands trembled as he dug up the locket, its metal cool against his fingertips. Luna, confused but trusting, clung to him as he gathered their meager belongings. She didn't understand what was happening, but as long as she was with her brother, she felt safe. In the early hours of the morning, Damon approached the caravan leader, having prepared everything he could. He offered the man all he had, only to be swindled, charged double the fair price for their passage. That was Damon's first encounter with trickery. The journey to the capital was treacherous. Aetherus was a world where monsters roamed freely, emerging from dungeons scattered across the land. The roads were perilous, and traveling with a caravan offered only a fragile sense of safety. Damon and Luna came close to death on multiple occasions. Once, a pack of dire wolves attacked their convoy, leaving Damon clutching Luna tightly, prepared to die protecting her. On another occasion, someone in the caravan tried to sell Luna into prostitution, forcing Damon to fight tooth and nail to protect her. From each trial, Damon learned and adapted. Each betrayal, each struggle, hardened him further. By the time they reached the capital, the naive boy who had once wanted to die beneath an ancient tree was gone, replaced by someone colder, sharper, and far more bitter. Carmen listened intently to Damon's tale, his expression somber. He could see the boy's pain and the resilience forged through suffering. "You've been through a lot, kid," Carmen said quietly. "But it got better, didn't it? The tomorrow you sought wasn't worse than yesterday." Damon's shadow flickered erratically in the firelight as he replied, his voice low and heavy with pain. "No, it didn't. It got worse. The capital was no safe haven, it was a different kind of hell." Damon had the papers for his father's residence, a small house in the poor district. But when he tried to claim it, he was met with endless bureaucracy. He had to deal with the war banks, who demanded proof of ownership now that his father was dead. To make matters worse, Damon crossed paths with a noble during this time, and the resulting conflict forced him to sell the house for a fraction of its worth just to avoid further trouble. Yet, Damon was resourceful. Using the tricks he had learned from the caravan, he convinced the bank to sell him another house. During the negotiations, he discovered that his father had made a deposit at the bank. Hoping it was money, Damon cashed it out, only to find a golden ticket for Aether Academy, the prestigious institution for training the gifted. Though disappointed, Damon kept the ticket, viewing it as his father's final legacy. When he and Luna moved into their new, modest home, Damon made a decision. Luna was the more talented of the two, so he planned for her to use the golden ticket to enroll in the academy. He also passed on their mother's locket, deeming her the most fitting to carry it. For a moment, Damon thought their struggles might finally be over. But with no money and no one willing to give him a job, he was left with no choice but to turn to the underworld. He joined a local gang, starting as a pickpocket before earning a reputation as a dependable errand boy for a smuggling ring. The work was dangerous, but it gave him a means to survive and provide for Luna. Through countless trials and tribulations, Damon clawed his way toward a semblance of stability. Each hardship left its mark, shaping him into someone who could navigate the cruel realities of their world. In those few short years, Damon had grown stronger and harder, but his journey had been anything but easy. It was a life defined by struggle and sacrifice, and his bond with his sister, Luna, was his sole anchor to sanity. Yet even that bond was tested when Luna collapsed, her body succumbing to a rare and devastating affliction, magic circuit cancer. The diagnosis shattered Damon. He couldn't afford a healer capable of treating such a chronic condition, so he turned to increasingly dangerous jobs within the smuggling ring. The risk escalated, but the coin he earned was never enough. Desperate and out of options, Damon made the ultimate sacrifice. He used the Academy's golden ticket, the one hope for a brighter future, to access the scholarship fund. The funds allowed him to take Luna to a decent healer, someone he could trust. The decision weighed heavily on him, as it meant relinquishing the chance to escape the squalor of his existence. But it had saved his sister's life, and that was all that mattered to him. Now, as he recounted his tale, Damon's voice faltered. His gaze was distant, fixed on his erratic shadow flickering along the ground. Across from him, Carmen listened with an expression of profound sympathy. "You are strong, Damon, truly strong," Carmen said softly, his tone filled with admiration. Damon's lips quivered, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I'm sorry." Carmen tilted his head, his kind smile unwavering. "There is nothing to be sorry for." But Damon shook his head, his voice breaking as tears streamed down his cheeks. "I'm sorry." His trembling hands balled into fists. "I'm sorry, but I can't die yet. I can't let myself die. I'm sorry." Carmen's expression shifted, concern replacing his smile. Damon's tone carried a haunting finality, as if his apology was not meant for the words he had just spoken, but for something darker. The boy's gaze lifted, meeting Carmen's with an almost pleading look. "I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I'm sorry." The atmosphere grew heavy, an unnatural weight pressing down on the clearing. Carmen could feel the shift in the air as Damon's shadow began to writhe, rising up unnaturally and wrapping around him like living tendrils. Ding! Shadow hunger levels, 90%. Shadow is ravenous. All stats are drastically amplified. Before Carmen's eyes, Damon transformed. His body was consumed by an entity of pure darkness, its form monstrous and terrifying. Long claws extended from where Damon's hands once were, and his mouth was filled with sharp, glinting fangs. The creature's presence was overwhelming, and its malevolent aura sent shivers down Carmen's spine. Yet, even in this twisted form, the monster spoke, its voice distorted and filled with despair. I am sorry." Carmen's grip tightened around his bow, his knuckles turning white. He raised the weapon, aiming at the shadowy figure before him. But his hands trembled. Somewhere within that abomination was still the boy who had poured his heart out just moments ago. "That thing, it's just a child." Carmen whispered to himself, hesitation creeping into his mind. It was a hesitation that cost him dearly. In the blink of an eye, the shadowed claws tore into his chest, piercing flesh and bone with devastating force. Carmen gasped, blood pouring from his mouth as he staggered back, his bow slipping from his grasp. The pain was excruciating, but his gaze remained fixed on Damon, or what Damon had become. Through the haze of agony, Carmen heard the monster's voice once more, trembling and broken. "I'm sorry. Despite the mortal wound, Carmen's lips curled into a faint smile. Blood dripped down his chin, soaking his beard as his vision blurred. "You're strong, kid," Carmen rasped, his voice barely above a whisper. "You're a survivor." His words hung in the air as his eyes dulled, the light fading from them. Even in death, his face held a gentle smile, a final act of compassion for the boy who had become a monster. The shadow devoured Carmen. His body was consumed whole, and for a brief, harrowing moment, Damon hesitated to return to his human form. A deafening growl erupted from him, a primal roar that echoed far and wide. It was a sound imbued with raw emotion, rage, sorrow, and helplessness all intertwined. Then, like water cascading from a broken dam, the shadows retreated from his form, revealing the trembling figure beneath. The voice of the system rang out, cold and indifferent. "You have slain Carmen Vale. You have received 5 attribute points. You have acquired the skill Remorseless. Your shadow is full." Damon fell to his knees, clutching his chest as pain shot through him. Tears streamed down his face, hot and relentless. He had opened up to Carmen Vale, shared his story, his pain, and his vulnerability. And in the end, he had devoured him. What hurt more than anything was the memory of Carmen's final moments. The man hadn't raised his weapon, hadn't fought back, even as death loomed. His parting words and gentle smile were alien to Damon. He didn't understand kindness, had never truly known it. As a scream of anguish began to build in his throat, a sudden coldness spread through his heart, like ice freezing over turbulent waters. His mind, though heavy with grief, became unnaturally calm. He whispered to himself, "Oh, I see. It must be the effect of my new skill." Standing slowly, Damon realized the hunger that had driven him earlier was gone. His gaze shifted to the hunting bow that had belonged to Carmen Vale, now lying discarded on the ground. "Kindness isn't reciprocal," Damon muttered, his tone void of emotion. "Because people like me exist, people who repay kindness with malice." Though his voice was steady, tears still streamed from his eyes. He bent to pick up the bow, cradling it in his hands. "Even so, thank you. Thank you for showing me kindness and for reminding me that hesitation is weakness. I promise, I will survive, no matter what." His grip on the bow tightened. "If I can, I'll try to show kindness. But it will always come second to survival." Wiping his tears away, Damon glanced at the blood-stained ground. "I can't give you a proper burial, it would leave too much evidence. I'm sorry." Placing a hand over his chest, he whispered. "I hope you rest eternal, within me." The strange coldness lingered, his new skill suppressing the chaos of his emotions, forcing his mind into a sharp, analytical state. He worked quickly, erasing any traces of his presence. Returning to the snake's carcass, he froze, remembering how Carmen had risked his life to save Damon from the death mamba's bite. A pang of guilt struck him, momentarily breaking through the icy calm. "Sorry," he whispered, clenching his fist. It took him minutes to cover his tracks. He climbed a tree to scan the area, ensuring no evidence was left behind. Satisfied, he broke a few branches in the opposite direction to mislead any trackers. He fired Carmen's arrows at scattered angles, creating the illusion of a struggle, and then he left. When Damon reached a safe distance, the coldness in his chest dissipated, and his calmness gave way to a torrent of grief. The weight of what he had done crushed him, his tears flowing freely once more. In his hand, he held a single arrow. It was a foolish, illogical act to keep it, and the voice of his skill warned him of the danger. Yet, Damon ignored it. His heart, heavy with sorrow, overpowered the calculated logic imposed by Remorseless. He climbed a hill overlooking Aether's sanctuary, where a lone tree stood sentinel. There, he dug a small hole and buried the arrow. "This is illogical," Damon murmured, his voice trembling. "But..." He found a flat stone nearby and etched a crude epitaph onto its surface with his dagger. The words were jagged but deliberate, embodying the life Carmen had lived. Kindness is reciprocal. The act brought an inexplicable weight off his chest. It was a burial in name only, a symbolic gesture that risked exposing him, but he didn't care. Logic had no place in this moment. Standing, Damon opened his system panel, transferring all his newly earned attribute points into mana, bringing it to a total of 40. He glanced at the skill he had acquired. Remorseless. He didn't need to test it. He had already felt its effects. It was passive, a skill that turned his emotions into tools for survival, a curse and a gift intertwined. Skill, remorseless. Description. No hesitation in action, no pause for regret. Hope is an illusion, and kindness is a lie. To walk by this principle is to forsake hesitation and regret. Effect. Remorseless enhances mental clarity and tactical awareness during high-stress situations. When in combat, it grants heightened focus, enabling precise analysis of the battlefield. This boost improves reaction speed, decision-making, and the ability to anticipate enemy movements. The skill activates upon entering combat or facing a critical threat. Type. Passive. Cooldown. 0 seconds. Damon read the system's description in silence, the words etched into his mind. They struck him like a blade, cutting through his lingering doubts. The philosophy of Remorseless rejected everything Carmen Vale had embodied. It reminded Damon, painfully, that Carmen's death had been the result of his hesitation. To walk the path of Remorseless, Damon whispered, his voice barely audible. I must forsake hesitation and regret. He cast a glance at his shadow. The dark figure that had consumed Carmen now loomed silently beside him, its usually playful demeanor subdued. There was something different about it now, a weight, as if it too felt guilt for what had transpired. If I abandon hesitation, if I embrace Remorseless. Damon's voice grew steadier, his tone resolute. Will I survive? Will I become stronger? Will I be able to save my sister? Will I finally be free from living in fear? For a moment, the shadow seemed still, its surface rippling like disturbed water. Then, slowly, it nodded, its movement deliberate and solemn. Damon's expression hardened. He clenched his fists, feeling the resolve solidify within him. Very well. I understand. I will no longer hesitate. Reaching into his uniform, Damon retrieved a pager. Its faint light illuminated his face as he pressed the buttons with purpose. He dialed a number, waiting for the faint static before speaking in a low, controlled voice. It's me. Meet me 3 kilometers northwest of the town. I'm going to need some tools. He ended the call without waiting for a response. Continue your journey on Empire. Damon stood there for a moment longer, his shadow looming at his side. The air around him felt heavier, charged with the weight of his newfound determination. He didn't mourn or linger. Instead, he turned and began walking. Each step carrying him further from his old self and closer to the remorseless path he had chosen. A young man with brown hair and piercing blue eyes approached a cluster of trees outside Aether's sanctuary. His simple tunic, patched in several places, gave him the appearance of someone unremarkable, an impression he intended to cultivate. He scanned his surroundings, clutching a pager in one hand and a bag in the other. He murmured, a faint smile playing on his lips. I'm here. Do you mind showing yourself? He called out, his voice carrying a measured calm. Silence. His brows furrowed slightly. Is he not here yet? Did you bring the stuff I asked for? A voice behind him answered, low and casual. You really don't miss a beat, do you? Carl's turned, his body tensing momentarily. Whoa, Phantom. He said, chuckling as he relaxed. I think I understand how you earned that nickname. Carl stood before him, a sly grin on his face. The lanky figure's casual demeanor masked a sharpness that Damon knew better than to underestimate. Carl seemed genuinely pleased to see Damon, as if surprised by the quick follow-up after their last meeting. But it was Carl's perceptive gaze that unnerved Damon the most. He knew something was different about him. Damon's usual gloom had shifted into a colder, almost predatory calm. His dark eyes bore an unsettling focus, his academy uniform showing faint burn marks, a testament to a recent incident. Carl's gestured to the bag he carried. "That's the material from the magic continent for you. I heard this stuff's notoriously expensive." Damon's eyes locked onto him with an icy glare. "You'd better not be planning to steal it." Carl's laughed, throwing up his hands. "I wouldn't dream of it." With a casual toss, he dropped the bag at Damon's feet. "Everything you asked for, right here." Damon regarded the bag warily. "Open it." Carl's raised an eyebrow, but his smile didn't waver. "Sure, no problem." He crouched down and unzipped the bag, showing Damon its contents. Then, with an exaggerated flourish, he emptied everything onto the ground before carefully repacking it. "See? Even touched it with my hands. No funny business. Not like that time someone sprinkled flay powder on someone else's clothes." Carl smirked knowingly. Damon's eyes narrowed. The reference wasn't lost on him. Flay powder, a vicious poison that burns skin on contact, had been one of Damon's more infamous tricks. Watching the victim writhe as their skin seared was a memory he didn't particularly regret, though it seemed his reputation preceded him. "How much do I owe you for the cloak and clothes?" Damon asked curtly, his tone devoid of gratitude. Carl's waved a hand dismissively. "Nah, it's on the house. US street rats gotta look out for each other, you know." Damon's eyes narrowed further. He didn't buy Carl's act for a second. There was always an angle, some long-term favor or hidden profit. "I don't like owing favors." Damon tossed a small pouch of zenny toward him, suppressing the pang of irritation at parting with his money. Carl's caught it with a chuckle, shaking his head. "No need to be so cautious." Damon ignored the comment, snatching up the bag. "I'm going over there to change. Don't move." He disappeared behind the trees, shrugging off his academy uniform with its telltale scorch marks. Slipping into the coarse, common clothes Carl's had provided, he draped the cloak over his shoulders. The rough fabric irritated his skin, but the disguise would serve its purpose. Stuffing his uniform into the bag, Damon glanced toward his shadow. "Did he do anything unusual while I wasn't looking?" The shadow, which seemed to shimmer with faint guilt, shook its head. "Good," Damon muttered. "I suppose there was no need to be so cautious after all." He stepped out from behind the trees, his face hidden beneath the hood of the cloak. The sun had risen high in the sky, its light casting long shadows through the forest. It was well past lunchtime, and Damon realized he had missed all his morning classes. No matter. The tools he had gathered would be far more useful than any lecture. "Let's go," he said coolly, his tone carrying an edge of finality as he moved forward without hesitation. Carl's blue eyes flickered mischievously. "So, what do you need?" "Information, mana stones, weapons." Damon shook his head, his dark gaze fixed ahead. "I'm not made of money. I need raw materials, cheap and functional." Carl's tilted his head curiously. "Cheap and functional, huh? What exactly are we talking about?" "Let's start with metal ores," Damon began, his tone clinical. "I'll need monster innards, fluids from the organs of poisonous monsters. Oh, and glass beakers, we'll have to visit a glassmaker for that." He rattled off a detailed list, his voice steady. Each item seemed innocuous on its own, but together, they painted a picture of something far more dangerous. Carl's raised an eyebrow, a grin tugging at the corner of his lips. "If you don't mind me asking, Phantom, you're not switching career paths to assassin, are you?" Experience exclusive tales on Empire. Damon stopped walking abruptly and turned around. His dark eyes locked onto Carl's, sharp and cold. "If you keep asking questions, you might just find out," Damon said coldly, his voice low. "And don't call me Phantom. Damon Grey will do just fine." The chill in Damon's gaze sent a shiver down Carl's spine, and he instinctively raised his hands in mock surrender. All right. No more Phantom." Damon's narrowed eyes lingered on him for a moment before he turned back toward the path. "Now, I need funds. Take me to the parts of town where people walk around with plenty of money." Carl's chuckled, his nervousness quickly replaced by amusement. "As you wish, Damon. I know just the place, rich merchants and traders, all carrying cash. And hey, one of the items you need is in that area too. With your skills, you could snag a few thousand zenny easy." Damon sighed, running a hand through his hair. He'd thought he'd left pickpocketing behind, but desperate times called for desperate measures. His savings were reserved for his sister's medication, and this was the only way he could gather funds quickly. "I need to find someone to scam or steal from pretty soon." The two of them strolled into town, blending seamlessly into the bustling crowd. Before visiting the shops for Damon's materials, they decided to fall back on old habits, a pickpocket spree in the busiest parts of town. As former street urchins, Damon and Carls were experts at reading people. They knew exactly who to target, the ones with deep pockets, plenty of cash, but not enough influence to make trouble if their money went missing. That was the difference between a professional pickpocket and an amateur, knowing who not to steal from. They selected a few marks, their practiced eyes scanning the crowd for opportunities. Working in tandem, they made short work of 5 targets, relieving them of 5 pouches of zenny without arousing suspicion. To cover their tracks, they staged a diversion. Damon slipped one of the stolen pouches into the bag of an unsuspecting bystander, then gave him a calculated shove. The man's bag spilled open, and the pouch tumbled out just as one of their victims began searching for their missing money. The chaos was immediate. The crowd turned on the unlucky man, accusing him of theft. He protested vehemently, but it was no use. He was dragged off by the authorities, leaving Damon and Carls to vanish into the commotion with their spoils. Once they were safely away, Carls broke into a wide grin. "I can't believe that worked. Your plan was insane, Damon. We got so much." Damon couldn't suppress a smile of his own as he inspected their haul. "I've got some money." Money. Damon counted the zenny in his hand, 12,000 from the day's pickpocketing spree. The weight of the coins brought back memories he'd rather forget. Back in the capital, child pickpockets had to pay protection money to local gangs. To put it simply, most of your loot went straight to the gang. Refuse to pay, and you'd disappear without a trace. This world isn't fair to the weak, he thought bitterly. He stuffed the money into the bag holding his academy uniform, dividing the spoils as agreed. Damon kept 70% of the earnings, giving Carls 10% for leading him to the vendors and 20% as his share of the pickpocketing profits. They made sure to dispose of the pouches and any incriminating evidence before continuing. "All right, show me where I can get or for cheap," Damon said flatly. Carls grinned mischievously. "Heh, I know just the place. But it's a bit unconventional, and it'll depend on how good your eye is." Damon raised an eyebrow, his expression wary. "And where would that be?" Carls brushed his brown hair aside and smirked. "Follow me." Damon hesitated for a moment, his eyes flicking to his shadow, which remained still. Its silence was reassuring, but he still muttered under his breath. "Keep an eye out for tricks." The shadow stirred slightly, acknowledging his command. Satisfied, Damon followed Carls through the winding streets until they arrived at an old, dusty shop. The place reeked of booze and rocks, the heavy scent of sweat hanging in the air. It was exactly what Damon expected. Miners sold their pilfered finds here, rocks that might contain valuable ore. Buyers could sift through the pile, pay for a piece, and hope they struck gold, or, more likely, lose their money. It was gambling in its purest form. Rare success stories kept the hopeful coming back, even though most people left empty-handed. Damon scanned the shop's interior, his expression flat. "Are you serious?" Carl smiled cheekily. "Dead serious." Damon crossed his arms, unimpressed. "I don't gamble unless I have more than an 80% chance of winning." Carl's chuckled. "Well, you're in luck. This isn't gambling, it's a test of skill. If you've got a sharp eye, you can walk away with something valuable. Most of these rocks come from a magi or mine. I've seen people make a killing here." Damon's eyes narrowed. "And I'm sure you've seen plenty of people lose their shirts, too." Carl shrugged, smirking. "Only the idiots who don't know when to quit." Damon turned on his heel, ready to leave. "Not worth it," he muttered. Wait. Carl's grinned slyly. "Did I mention it's only 3 zenny per piece?" Damon paused mid-step, his eyes flickering with interest. "You should have said so earlier," he said, turning back toward the shop. Damon stepped into the dusty shop, Carl's trailing close behind. The air was heavy with the stench of sweat, dirt, and booze. Approaching the counter, Damon locked eyes with the scruffy man behind it, who seemed barely awake. "I want to try my hand," Damon said evenly. The man groaned, his voice slurred. 3 zenny per piece. Don't try anything shady, or else. Pay after you pick. We break the rocks open after you pay. Got that? Now scram." Damon nodded, understanding the strategy. Once someone picked their rocks and brought them to the counter, there were no takebacks. Whatever they chose, they had to pay for, regardless of whether it contained treasure or worthless rubble. He and Carls moved to the pile of rocks, their eyes scanning the dusty heap. Around them, a handful of rough miners and adventurers loitered, clearly keeping a watchful eye on newcomers. "No wonder they let us in so casually, they've got enforcers inside," Damon thought. Carls grew bored within minutes, aimlessly tossing rocks aside. Damon, however, hesitated. The more he scrutinized the pile, the more all the rocks seemed the same, dirty, unimpressive, and utterly random. With a sigh, Damon was about to give up entirely when an idea struck him. He glanced at Carls. "Go check that side of the pile. I'll take this one. Meet me back here with whatever you think looks good." Carls raised an eyebrow but shrugged. "All right, whatever." He wandered off, leaving Damon with some much-needed space. Crouching low, Damon cast a glance at his shadow. "Hey," he whispered, "can you help me pick the ones with good stuff inside?" "No need to move, just point them out subtly." His shadow rippled slightly in response, acknowledging his request. Damon knew his shadow had a strange perception of the world, able to see things that ordinary eyes couldn't. If it could see souls, surely it could identify hidden treasures. Moments later, the shadow's tendril-like edges pointed toward a rock about the size of Damon's palm. He picked it up, noting the odd eagerness in his shadow's movements. "This one?" he asked under his breath. "Read New Adventures at Empire." The shadow seemed to shiver with excitement. Trusting its judgment, Damon set the rock aside and waited as the shadow pointed him to a few more. When it finally shook itself, signaling there was nothing else of value in the shop, Damon nodded. Carls returned with a handful of randomly chosen rocks. "This is all I found. Want any of these?" Damon's shadow gave a faint gesture of dismissal. "No need. I've got what I wanted. Let's go pay and head to a smith." Carls eyed Damon suspiciously but didn't argue, shrugging as they approached the counter. Damon dropped his chosen rocks onto the counter with a loud clatter, then pushed over the payment. The half-drunk overseer grunted, eyeing the coins before nodding. He reached for a hammer. "Let's see what you got, kid." Damon raised a hand to stop him. That won't be necessary. I'll take them as they are. The man blinked, confused. You sure, kid? Don't want to know if you won, or lost. His lips twisted into a mocking grin. Damon smiled faintly, pulling up his hood. I prefer to leave it to the goddess of fate. Carl smirked, folding his arms. He must be pretty sure he made a killing today. The overseer shrugged, already losing interest. Whatever. Take your junk and go. Damon loaded the rocks into his bag, careful not to draw attention. Leaving them unbroken was a calculated move. If there were rare ores inside, he didn't want anyone following him. As far as the shop's patrons were concerned, he was just a foolish kid hauling worthless rocks. Once outside, Damon cast a glance at his shadow, which flickered faintly in the sunlight. Let's hope my gamble pays off. After obtaining the ores, their next stop was a blacksmith's shop. Carl swore by the goddess herself that the man was skilled, even if he wasn't well known, and assured Damon that the smith was tight-lipped about his clients. Damon wouldn't have to worry about word getting out. The shop was tucked away in a quiet corner of town, hidden behind a labyrinth of winding alleys. Carl's led the way, navigating the twisting paths with ease until they arrived. Damon stepped into the dimly lit workshop, the bag on his shoulder feeling heavier than usual. It contained his academy uniform and the rocks he'd purchased from the ore shop. He still wasn't sure if the rocks were worth anything or if his shadow had simply chosen at random. But given how animated the shadow had been about the first rock, Damon allowed himself a shred of hope. The shop was silent except for the rhythmic clanging of a hammer striking steel. Weapons, tools, and armor were meticulously arranged on racks and shelves. Some of them bore intricate enchantment runes, their faint glow indicating that they were artifacts. A warm light emanated from the furnace, casting flickering shadows across the walls. At the center of it all stood a large, burly man with a thick beard. He was engrossed in shaping a heated blade, wearing heavy gloves and a fireproof apron. Carl's gestured for Damon to follow, leading him closer to the blacksmith, who didn't bother to look up from his work. Old man Anvil, it's been a while. How's business treating ya? Carl's called out with an easy grin. The blacksmith, Anvil, didn't respond, his focus unwavering as he hammered the blade. Carl smirked, undeterred. Still obsessing over your work, I see. Anyway, I brought a friend. He wants some tools made, and you're the only guy I trust to give him the best. At this, Anvil finally raised his head, his intense gaze shifting to Damon. Tools, huh? What kind? His deep voice carried the weight of someone who had seen and done much. Damon stepped forward, meeting the blacksmith's piercing eyes. The kind that can kill and carry poison. I have a concept in mind. Anvil studied him for a moment, his eyes narrowing as if peering into Damon's soul. You've taken a life before, Anvil said gruffly. More than once, even. You have the eyes of someone who's seen death, and will create more of it. Damon's expression hardened. He hadn't expected the man to see through him so easily, and the bluntness of the observation left him momentarily unsettled. Anvil quenched the blade he'd been working on, steam hissing as it hit the water. Setting the sword aside, he folded his arms. What kind of weapon do you want? Damon slung the bag off his shoulder and set it on the floor with a heavy thud. That depends on what these rocks hold. Can I borrow a hammer? Anvil motioned toward a door at the back of the workshop. There's a sledgehammer and an anvil inside. Break your rocks and bring me the ore. The blacksmith paused, casting Damon a sideways glance. Gambling at such a young age. Damon said nothing, heading toward the back room. Just as he reached the door, Anvil's voice called after him. If you manage to find anything worthwhile, I'll make you something on the house. TCH, if. Damon ignored the remark, disappearing into the back. Behind him, Carls leaned casually against the counter, striking up a conversation with the blacksmith. The room was a forge, cluttered with tools that seemed unused for the most part. Dust coated several surfaces, but everything was arranged methodically. Damon scanned the area until his gaze landed on a sledgehammer propped against the wall. He set his bag down and unzipped it, pulling out the rocks one by one, leaving only his academy uniform behind. His shadow quivered with anticipation, pointing eagerly toward the rock it had first selected. "You want me to break this one first?" Damon muttered, his curiosity piqued by the shadow's enthusiasm. The shadow swayed in what almost looked like a nod. Shrugging, Damon placed the rock on the anvil, gripping the sledgehammer tightly. With a grunt, he swung it down with all his strength. The hammer struck with a resounding crack, splitting the rock cleanly apart. Damon bent down and picked up the fractured pieces. His breath hitched, and his eyes widened when he saw the faint white glow radiating from within. "It's a mana crystal," he whispered, his voice trembling. His fingers trembled as he cradled the pure, radiant stone. A pure mana crystal. He could feel the raw energy emanating from it, a warm, pulsing sensation that seemed to hum in his palm. A grin spread across his face, and he could barely contain his excitement. He. "I'm rich!" Damon exclaimed, laughing like a madman. "This could be worth up to 2 million zeni. I'm rich!" He began dancing in place, overwhelmed by the windfall, but his joy was short-lived. In his exuberance, he fumbled the crystal, and it slipped from his grasp, falling directly onto his shadow. The moment it made contact, the shadow rippled like water disturbed by a stone, and the crystal was gone, devoured. Damon froze in place, staring in horror at the spot where the crystal had vanished. Then he heard it. "You have gained plus 50 mana." The system prompt echoed in his mind, but Damon barely registered it. Instead, he dropped to his knees, clutching the ground where his shadow had swallowed the crystal. My money," he croaked, his voice breaking. "My, 2 million zeni." He let out a miserable shriek, his despair echoing through the room. "Continue reading on Empire." A knock sounded on the door, followed by Carl's worried voice. "Hey, Damon, are you okay?" "I'm coming in." "No." Damon shouted, biting his lip until he tasted blood. "I'm fine." "Don't come in." Carl's hesitated on the other side. Okay, sure. I'll be waiting out here." "Just, take your time." Damon listened to Carl's retreating footsteps before collapsing back against the wall. For several agonizing minutes, he alternated between cursing his shadow and muttering, "My money, my 2 million zeni." Eventually, he managed to calm himself. He wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed. Something felt different. There was a subtle shift within him, an unfamiliar sensation coursing through his veins. Curious, Damon opened his system panel. HP, 50/50ths. Mana, 90 out of 90. Strength, 9. Agility, 12. Speed, 25. Endurance, 10. Class. Shadow, 99. Shadow hunger levels, 1%. Shadow level, 1. Condition, shadow is full. Attributes, Umbra. Skills. 5x, remorseless. Locked. Damon stared at the screen, almost laughing despite himself. 90, my mana grew to 90. The excitement was quickly tempered by regret as his mind returned to the lost crystal. But at what cost? 2 million zeni, gone. His shadow flickered, as if sensing his discontent, but it remained silent, watching him with what Damon could only describe as a hesitant expression. After a moment of reflection, Damon took a deep breath and forced himself to think rationally. Money could be earned again. Rapidly raising his mana capacity, however, that was priceless. So, Damon muttered, turning his attention to his shadow. You eat mana crystals too, huh? And instead of feeding shadow hunger, it boosts my mana directly. Interesting. The shadow rippled slightly, but it made no response. Snapping out of his reverie, Damon straightened his back and grabbed the next rock. He didn't have all day, and there were still more to break open. There was no telling what other surprises these stones might hold.